Hello everyone, I welcome you all in the AWS Data Engineering Bootcamp. In this particular video, you are going to learn about AWS Data Engineering services from a basic to the advanced level. All the topics you are going to learn by doing a practical. So it's going to be very interesting series. Let's understand what are the topics we have covered and what are the topics you are going to learn. So we'll start with the module 1 where you will create a AWS free tier account so that all the practicals you can do. In a module 2, we will start with the Amazon S3, which is the important services where you will learn how you can create a bucket, how you can store your different kind of the data in Amazon S3. You will learn about the versioning and we'll do practical. In a module 3, we'll start with the AWS IAM, where you will learn how you can provide access, how you can create a user, how you can create a group, how you can create a role, and how actually you can provide access to the user or how you can provide access to the other AWS services. In module 4, we'll learn about the AWS Lambda. We learn about how the serverless works and how you can write a Python code in AWS Lambda. In a module 5, we will learn about the AWS Glue, where we will learn about how ETL jobs we can create, how we can create a ETL pipeline, how we can do a transformation. So in a module 5, all about the ETL things you are going to learn. In a module 6, we have covered about the Amazon Athena, where you will learn like how you can do a query using a Amazon Athena. If you have a data in S3 and if you want to query, right, how you can do with the help of the Athena. So that we have covered. In a module 7, you are going to learn about the EC2. You will learn like how different VMs you can create. Module 8, you are going to learn about the SNS, like how you can send an email notification and everything. Module 9, we have covered about the CloudWatch for the monitoring the different services and all. Module 10, we have covered about the Amazon Kinesis, how real-time data streaming, you can learn how real-time streaming works, right? So those things actually we are going to learn in a module 10. Module 11, we are going to learn about the EMR. So how actually you can create a EMR cluster, how you can run a Spark code. So those topics we have covered in a module 11. Module 12, we have covered about the RDS, how you can create a database and how you can do a query. So those part we have covered. So by the end of this course, you will be able to work confidently with the AWS data engineering services like Amazon S3, IAM, Lambda, Glue, Athena, EC2, SNS, Kinesis, EMR, and all those. So all the topics we are going to learn by doing a practical. So let's start. Hello everyone, going to start our first AWS service, that is Amazon S3. The full form of Amazon S3 is a simple storage services. By the name itself we can understand storage service means Amazon S3 generally we use for storage perspective where we can store any kind of the data. So Amazon S3 is a highly scalable, durable and secure object storage which is provided by a Amazon Web Service. In simple word, unlimited cloud storage where you store any kind of the data, whether it is a file, log, image, dataset, backup. So Amazon S3 generally we use for the storage perspective where we can store any kind of the data, whether it is a structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data, whether it is a image, video, logs, any kind of the data if you have and if you want to store, we can use a Amazon S3. And it is a very highly scalable, durable and secure object services. Now let's first understand before S3 how the company used to store their data and what kind of the challenges they have. So earlier what was happening, company used to buy a physical server. They used to buy a physical server, they used to have their own data center, and you understand it like one machine where you will be having a CPU, where you will be having a hard disk, where you will be having a RAM, and in the hard disk only they used to buy a hard disk and there only they were storing a data. Now the problem here was the hard disk was a fixed size, means hard disk was a fixed size. So suppose you have a continuously data, right, and your data is growing. Now suppose your disk is full, after that the system will stop working. So that kind of the challenges we have. You think of it like you have bought one mobile and suppose 64 GB is there, and if your storage is full, right, you can't store any new data, right. That kind of the problem they had. They used to have their hard disk, and if the disk is fail, right, your whole system will stop working. So that was the storage limited problem was there. The second problem was increasing storage was a difficult. For that approval was required, need to buy a hardware, need engineer to install, and it will take the week or month. So that kind of the challenges we had. It was a very costly. Bought storage even if it's not used fully. Suppose you have bought very large hard disk, right? Even if it is not using, that was also a problem because maintaining is problem, and also cost perspective also it was a problem. Backup was complicated. Separate backup disk was required. Manually backup we used to do. So this kind of the couple of challenges we had before to the cloud storage or S3 you can say. Now how S3 is solving? It provide a unlimited storage. Means we do not have any fixed size of the storage. You can store any kind of the data, whether it is a 1 TB of data, petabyte of data, any kind of the data in any format you can store into the S3. It provide unlimited storage. Store as much as you want. Means any kind of the data, any format of the data you can store here. Never runs out. Means you do not have to worry about your disk will be full, you can't store a data. Means it provide unlimited storage. The second is like from the scaling perspective, upload more data anytime. If you have a more data coming, right, because data continuously grows, you can upload data anytime. So that is the instant scaling. Means whenever you require a more storage, instant scaling, this kind of the feature we have in S3. No hardware and no waiting. So that kind of the challenges it is solving. Pay only for what you use. Suppose today you require a 1 TB of the data, so you have to pay only for this. Suppose tomorrow you require a 2 TB of data, for that you have to pay only for that. Suppose after that you require only for 1 GB of data storage, so you have to pay only for the 1 GB of data. Means pay only for what you use. That kind of the flexibility S3 provide. No need to buy extra storage. Very safe data copied to the multiple locations. So what generally happen in S3, right? Generally your data will be available into a multiple locations. So suppose in one location is going down, right, you can easily recover it from a other location. So that kind of the advantage we have in S3. This failure doesn't matter because you have data in multiple location, right? Yeah, so if one location disk is failing, you can easily recover. Automatic backup, built-in durability, and versioning available. So generally what happens, suppose you are storing a data, right? Again you are storing a data, it provide the versioning also. So suppose this is the first file, again you are uploading, right? This will be the version 2 of that particular part. So if you have to go into the previous version of the file, you can easily go that. So that kind of the advantage S3 provide. So what is the S3? It is a simple storage service. We use it for the storage, storing any kind of the data, whether it is structured, semi-structured, unstructured data. Before S3, couple of challenges was there. Storage was limited. Increasing the storage was a difficult. Scaling was a difficult. It was costly also. Backup was also a problem. But after S3, it provide unlimited storage. It provide instant scaling. It provide pay only for what you use model, so that you have to pay only for what you are using. It provide a 99.99 durability, so your data will be safe because your data will be available in a multiple location, and automatic backup also it provides. So this kind of the advantage we have. I hope you got the idea about the S3. In next video we'll try to understand more about the benefits. Hello everyone. So we will continue our Amazon S3 topic discussion, and in this video we will understand about the S3 benefits and how actually we store our data in Amazon S3. So what is the Amazon S3? Amazon S3 is an online storage which is provided by AWS, where companies store any amount of data without buying physical server or hard disk. So in previous video also we have understand, right? So before to the S3, company used to buy a physical server or hard disk, and that hard disk was the storage was very costly and it was a fixed size. So that kind of the challenges we had. Now how S3 is solving? It is providing the online storage where company can store any amount of data without buying the physical server or hard disk. It is a highly scalable, durable, and also secure object storage service, and it is provided by Amazon Web Service. Think of S3 like a Google Drive. So we all use a Google Drive, right? Where what actually we do, we store our image, we store videos, everything we store there, right? And from wherever we want to access, we can easily access. So think of S3 like a Google Drive, but it is much bigger, much safer, and it is made for analytics and big data. What is S3? S3 is the online storage service where you can store any amount of data, and it is much bigger in size, much safer. It provides a scalable, durable, and when we talk about from data engineering perspective, from big data perspective, right, it is made for the analytics and all. So in a company, whenever you see your data lakes and all, right, so their company mostly use the S3 for the data lake. Now we have understand about the Amazon S3, but one thing, if you can see, Amazon S3 is a object storage service. Now let's understand what is a object based storage. So in generally you will have a two things. One is a file based storage and second is a object based storage. So whenever we say S3, right, it is a object based storage. Now let's try to understand what is a object based storage. So in S3 every file is stored as a object. Now what is a object? Object means it is a data, it contains the metadata, it has a unique key, and also it has a version ID. For taking example, suppose I am uploading one file, order gen.csv file. Now whenever you will upload this data in S3, right, so it will have a information about data, like it has a CSV content data. It will have information about the metadata, like what is the size of this, what is the type. It will have information about the key, like this is the particular key where your file is available, and also it will contain information about the version. So it also try to keep a version, like suppose same file you are uploading again and again, right, so it will try to create a different kind of the version. So whenever you store any data in S3, whenever you upload any file in S3, it will store as a object, so that you have to remember what is the object. It will have a data information, metadata information, key, and also version ID. Now let's discuss about the key component of Amazon S3. So in Amazon S3, what generally we do, first we create a bucket. So this will be a top level container. So generally you will create one bucket, and after that, suppose you have any file you want to upload, right, so generally whenever you upload any file, right, that will work like a object only. So suppose what actually I want to store my raw data, so I am creating something like this raw, and where I am storing a data, where I am storing the data. So if you will talk about the component perspective, first we will create a bucket, and after that whatever the object key and path, right, where we want to store, that actually we will store. Now let's discuss about the benefits of Amazon S3. The first one is like scalable, no storage limit. Amazon S3 can store one file or billion of a file, petabyte to exabytes of data. Means it is a highly scalable. There is a no storage limit. No capacity planning is required, because previously what was happening, we used to buy a hard disk and we used to buy a physical server, right, and suppose your data is growing continuously, right, after some time what will happen, again you had to increase the size, again you had to buy a new hard disk, you had to increase the size, right. But in a S3 it provide a no storage limit, and it is a highly scalable. Whenever you require it, you can scale your size. So that is the first advantage. Second is it is a highly durable. S3 provide 99.999% durability, because what generally happen, whenever you store a data in S3, right, generally data will be replicated across the multiple availability zone. Availability zone means suppose one of the zone is down, right, you will get the data easily from another zone. So the data replicated across multiple availability zone, so that's why it is a 99.999% durable. If a disk fail or server fail, and also one of the availability zone fails, your data is still safe, because it will be available across the multiple zones. The third is like highly availability. Data accessible 24/7. It is designed for 99.99% availability. This ensure analytics jobs don't fail, BI dashboard stay live. From data engineering perspective, analytics perspective, what is important? Data should be accessed 24/7. This is our main important, right? Because we don't want our any job should fail, because if the data itself is not available, whatever the pipeline you are creating, right, that will fail. So for us, most important thing is like data should be accessible 24/7, which S3 provides. Fourth is the pay as you go model. You have to pay only for storage use, request made, data transfer, no upfront cost, no hardware, no maintenance. Previously, when we used to buy a hard disk, right, the maintenance cost was there, and also you had to pay for this hard disk and all. But in a S3, whatever the data, whatever the storage, whatever the data you will store it, only for those you have to pay. There is no upfront cost and there is no hardware and the maintenance. So that is the advantage. Fifth is the cost efficient storage classes. S3 provide a different kind of the storage. Suppose you are accessing a data, right? So that you can keep into the infrequent access zone. Suppose your data you have that you are taking only for the backup, right? So that you can store into a different storage classes. So it provides a different storage classes. So suppose this is the data which I want, which is very important. I want to access frequently. So for that some cost will be there. Suppose you have a few data that you are keeping for a backup perspective. You don't want to access. So for this it provides a separate storage, and for this the cost will be very less. So like that the different storage classes provide. So it is a cost efficient. Decouple storage and compute. S3 store data independently of compute. From a big data perspective, what actually we want a storage and also we want a compute, right? We want a compute. So S3 store data independently of the compute. So that is the main advantage. Next is it is perfect for the data lake and analytics. S3 act like bronze, silver, gold. This we will discuss later. But generally whenever we work as a in company, right, what generally we do, we create a different kind of the layers. We create a data lake, and in the data lake we store a data, right? So S3 will act like your data lake, where you will create a different layer and where you will store different data, like your raw data, your clean data, your created data. So like this it provide a in company generally we use for the data lake and analytics perspective. Next is the versioning and the data protection. Generally S3 keep multiple versions of object. Suppose you have one of the file, so generally it will try to keep multiple version of your objects itself. It protect against accidental delete. So suppose if accidentally this particular object get deleted, right, it will have a different version, so you can easily roll back and the recover. So this kind of the advantage and the benefits we have in a S3. I hope you got the idea about the S3. What is S3? It is online storage where you can store any kind of the data, and it is a object based storage that we have to remember. Hello everyone. So now we are going to start our practical part. So for that, first let's see how to create a AWS free tier account. So you have to come to the Google, you have to search for the AWS free tier. AWS free tier, you have to search and you have to click on the enter. Once you will click on the enter, right, you will see this particular link, free cloud computing service AWS free tier. You have to click on this. Once you will click on this, right, you will see this all the information. AWS free tier, gain free hands-on experience with the AWS product and the service, and below you will see all those information. So new customer get up to $200 in credits. So you will get $200 in credit, and that actually we can use it for our practice perspective. New AWS customer can get started at no cost with AWS free tier, gain $100 USD credits at sign up, and up to $100 USD more to earn as you explore key AWS service. So once you will sign up, you will get $100, and once you will explore more, you will get again $100 more for the AWS service. Test drive AWS service with free tier plan for up to 6 months. So for up to 6 months you can test drive the AWS services. You won't charge unless you choose the paid plan. So we will create a AWS free account, right? We are not going to create a paid plan. So until and unless you will not change to the paid plan, you will not be charged. So it has written here, you won't be charged unless you choose the paid plan, which allows you to scale your operation with a gain access to over 150 AWS services. So we are going to utilize this $200 credit, and we are going to practice the AWS free services. Now here it is given the couple of things. We have a two plan, one is a free plan, one is a paid plan. In free plan, receive up to $200 in credit. So we will get to $200 credit, include the free usage of selected service, no charge incur unless you switch to the paid plan. Workload skill beyond credit threshold. This is not there. Access to all AWS services not there. But we have a couple of services which we can practice. In a paid plan, you will get all those things which is mentioned here. Now, if you want to explore all the offer, right, you can see Amazon EC2, it is available for both. Amazon S3 is also available for the free and the paid. Amazon RDS is available for the both. Like that, all the services is mentioned. AWS Lambda is also there. Means AC2 is there. DynamoDB is also there for free. So like that, the multiple things are there. This actually you can explore. So we are going to create a free tier account, and there only we are going to do all the practice. Now, if you want to see more information, you can go into the free tier category. Here, based on the analytics and everything, you can explore what are the services which comes under the free, what are the services which will come under the paid, and this actually you can explore. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to create a free account. So for free tier account, you can use a credit card, or if you also have a UPI, right, that also you can use it for the creating a free account. So click on the create a free account. We are going to create a new account. So first you have to select the create a free account. Now after that we have to sign up for the AWS. Now here you have to pass the email address. So you can see sign up for the AWS root user email address or AWS account name. If you already have an existing AWS account, you can select here, but I don't have, so I am going to create a, I'll select my email address here, and after that we have to pass the account name, whatever the name you want, right? AWS account name, you can give that. Click on the verify email address, then you will get a one email for this, and that verification code you have to pass here. So let me give the verification code and click on the verify. Now you have to select the password, your root user password you have to select. Make sure you remember this one. Now after that you can see choose your account plan, free for 6 months or the paid one. Receive up to $200 credit, include free usage of selected service. In paid also you will receive a $200, include free usage of selected service, access to the all the AWS service and feature. We are going to select as of now the free plan. Now after that you will see sign up for AWS, contact information. We'll select the personal one, and after that we have to pass your whole detail, like you have to pass your full name, you have to country code, country address, everything you have to pass here. So let me give. After that click on this, click on the agree and continue. Now we have a two option. One is a UPI autopay, second is a credit card. So if you have any one, right, UPI autopay also you can use, and you can see automatic payment limit is a 50,000, 15,000. The autopay actually you can cancel at any time. So let's give the our autopay UPI ID. Click on the verify, continue setup 3 of 5. Is right, it will verify with the 2 rupees, and after that you have to select the primary purpose. So personal use or learning you can select, ownership type individual, the PAN card and everything you have to select. After that next. Now you can see finally our AWS account is ready. So we have done the setup with the help of the UPI, and you can see it is activated. Now if you click on the go to the AWS management console, your AWS account will be open. So make sure you remember whatever the password you have set up. Make sure you remember your email ID, and now what we will do, we will try to set up the billing alerts, because suppose your cost is increasing, we are going to get a $200 credit, but suppose you are using more, right? So for that the alert should be there, so that in your email ID you will get an email. So what you have to do, search for the billing and the cost management in the search bar, and after that you can see it is showing like this: month to date cost, data unavailable, because just now we have created. And in the left side, right, you can see budgets and the planning. Click on the budgets, create a budget, start tracking your AWS cost and usage. This is a free, this we are going to use a template. So they have given some template. What actually we are going to use, a zero spend budget. Create a budget that notify you once you are spending exceed $0.01. If your cost is increasing beyond the $0.01, you will get the alert. So that's why we are going to select the zero spend budget. But you can also have monthly, daily. This is very important. My zero spend budget, and email, which email you want to get the alert, that you have to select, that we have to select, and after that click on the create budget. So this is a free one. This we have created. Now if budget is going $0.01, right, you are going to get a notification over your email. So this is a very important step. Now if you go to the AWS, right, now here we can do all our practice. So we can create a different services, and also what we will do, the best practice, right? Whenever you will create any services like S3 I am creating, after that make sure like once you will do a practice, you delete those services so that we will not utilize the more credits. So we have to save the credits and we have to practice all our AWS services, right? So once you will do a practice, suppose Lambda, that service you are doing a practice, right? Once you complete your practice, make sure you delete the whole services. So like that actually we will follow, so that we will manage our cost. And the right side also you can see cost and usage. Day remaining is 182 days and $100 credit is remaining, and $100 more we will get once you will practice more. So you can see launch an EC2 instance. Once you will do, you will get this $20. If you will do this all the practices, right, you will get the more $100. So these are the thing we are going to do and we are going to explore. So as of now we have got $100. Once you will do this all the practice, you will get the more dollar, like up to $200. So that we are going to utilize. So make sure you create an account, then only we'll do a practice. Hello everyone. Now we are going to start our practical part. So in this video we are going to see how actually we can create a S3 bucket and how actually we can upload a file. So once you will log into the AWS account, this will look like this. I hope you have already created a AWS Prettier account. What is the first thing? First thing, here you can see, right, here the region it is given. So what we will do, we are going to select the nearest region. So I will going to select the Mumbai region, and whatever the service I will create, right, I will create here only, so that I will remember, like, every practical whatever I am doing, that I am creating under this particular region. So after that you have to search for the S3. So I am going to search S3 in a search bar. You can see S3 is coming. Once you will open, right, S3 window will open. You can see Amazon S3. First time it will show you like this. Amazon S3 store and retrieve any amount of data from anywhere. This we have already understand, and also benefits and the feature and the use case is given. This you can go through. We are going to see how to create a bucket. So what we will do, first we are going to click on this create bucket. Now here you can see the region we have selected the Mumbai, right? So that's what it is showing here. So whatever the nearest region, you can select that. After that, bucket type, you can see we have a two. One is a general purpose, second is the directory. Recommended for most of the use case and access pattern, we use a general purpose, so we select this. Directly also you can select, but the processing data within a single availability zone. So when your requirement is like this, then you can select the directory also. We are going to select the general purpose. After that, we have to give the bucket name. So bucket name, make sure it should be a unique. So let's give the bucket name core data dev. You can give any name like this. I am giving. It should be unique, otherwise it will throw error. And after that, you can see copy settings from existing bucket. So if you already have created any bucket and if you want to copy the settings from there, you can use this. As of now, this is the first bucket we are going to create. So we will create a new bucket and the settings. After that, object ownership. Control ownership of objects return to this bucket from other AWS account and use the access control. So for access control, we use this option. So you can see we have a two option. One is a ACL disable, ACL enable. All objects in these buckets are owned by this account. So whatever the objects is there, right, everything will be owned by this account only. But if you enable, right, object in this bucket can be owned by other AWS account. So whatever the objects you have, that can be owned by other account also if you will enable. So we will disable as of now. After that, block public access. So you make sure you enable this because you don't want to access by other people, right? So block all public access, or if you want to give a public access, you can uncheck this. So we want to block all the public access. And bucket versioning. So if you want to create a versioning of your objects, so you can select that, so that accidentally if you are deleting any files, right, it will create a replica so that you can easily recover. So bucket versioning you can disable or enable. So let's make the enable. And tag optional. So this, suppose you want to identify this is a dev, this is a QA, this is a prod, so you can also mention the tag here. After that, the encryption. Server-side encryption is automatically applied to the new object stored in this bucket. So default encryption, you can see server-side encryption. So we have a three types: server-side encryption with Amazon S3 managed key, server-side encryption with the AWS key managed service key, and also we have a dual level. So we are going with the default one, S3 managed access key. This is the encryption we are selecting. After that, bucket key is enable. Now, after that, we just have to click on the create bucket. If you'll click on the create bucket, right, you can see general purpose bucket, and this is the bucket which got created. So this is the bucket, this is the reason, and this is the creation date. You can see if you'll open this, click on this. Here you can see we have an object, and you can see metadata information, property, permission, matrix, management, access point. These are the things available. What we are going to do, we are going to first upload a file, and if you want to create a folder, you can create a folder also. Suppose I'll click on this create folder. I want to create one folder branch. So this is the folder I want to create, branch, and click on the create folder. Slash, it shouldn't contain the slash. So I'll create a branch. So this is the folder I have created. Like that, the multiple folder you can create. Under this, if you want to upload any file, click on the upload, click on the add files, and any of the files you can upload that. Randomly, I am uploading one of the file. This is the file, and click on the upload. Click on the upload. You can see file got uploaded. I have uploaded one of the image. You can upload any of the any things here. So you can see one of the object which we have uploaded. Now, if you want to see the property, this is the URI you are getting for accessing the particular object, and Amazon resource name. Now, if I'll go to the bucket, in bucket what we had done, this is the top level container. Under this you can create multiple folders. Under that you can upload any of the objects. So if I'll select this, if you want to download, you can click on the download. If you want to delete, you can delete from here. If you want to uh, take a multiple action, right, if you want to rename, edit storage class, this all the things actually you can handle from here. And all the properties section like bucket versioning, whatever you have selected, right, you will be able to see from here all the encryption and all those details. And if you want to change, you can change from a properties option. And the permission, whatever the permission block or access we have given, right, and that if you want to change, you can change it from this particular option. Now what we will do, we will see how actually we can delete this particular bucket, because we have done the practical, right? After doing the practical, we will see how to delete so that no extra charge and we can save our credits. So click on this, click on the delete. It may throw you error. This bucket is not empty because this bucket contains the file, right? So you can see we have a branch folder, and also we have a few files there. So click on this folder, click on the delete, and you can see this is a branch. And if you want to delete, select this delete. You have to write here delete, click on the delete objects, so it will be deleted. Now we have only bucket. Under this bucket, whatever the folder was there, we have deleted that. Now if you want to delete this bucket, click on this, click on the delete. You can see this bucket is not empty, it is still showing. So first you have to click on the empty bucket, and you have to type the permanently delete here. Click on the permanently delete, click on the empty. Now click on the exit. Now it is empty. Now if you click here, click on the delete. Now you have to type the your bucket name. This is the bucket name. click on the delete bucket. Now your bucket is deleted. Now again it is showing this the option. So like this actually you can manage your whatever the credits you have. Now if you go to the AWS, right, cost and usage, below you can see we have a total $120 because whatever the cost setup budget we have done, right, for that we got right $20. So as of now we have this much. And so I hope you got the idea how to create a S3 bucket, how to upload a file, and how to delete if you want to delete. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about Amazon S3 storage classes. This is important from a certification perspective. You should aware what all different storage classes we have that actually we can use from cost saving perspective. So Amazon S3 provide different storage classes so you can store data based on how frequently it is accessed and save cost. Simple rule: frequently used data, higher cost; rarely used data, lower cost. Why storage classes are needed? Let's understand. Some data is used daily, some data is used once a month, some data is never used, only kept for records. So these are the different scenarios generally you will see in an industry where data is frequently getting access, where data is accessed only monthly wise, weekly wise, where data is never used, it is only stored for the record perspective like backup perspective and all. Should all the data be stored at same cost? That is the question. So that's why Amazon S3 has provided a different storage classes based on your access. So suppose you are accessing the data frequently, right? So for that you can store into a one storage classes where if you are accessing frequently, right, where the amount will be more. Suppose you have a requirement where you are not accessing the data frequently, then you have to pay a lower amount. Or suppose you have a few data which is just kept for the record perspective and which is never being used, for that very minimal charges you have to pay. So based on your access, like how frequently or how infrequently you are accessing the data, you can store into a different classes and you can save the cost. So Amazon S3 provided different storage classes. Like you can see we have S3 standard, then second S3 intelligent, S3 standard, S3 zone, S3 glacier, S3 glacier flexible, S3 glacier deep arcing. This kind of the different storage classes they have provided. So you can see they have mentioned also for frequent accessing S3 standard is there. Access frequency, these are the things are coming which is infrequent for the S3 glacier is coming. So let's understand one by one different storage classes. Then we'll come to this image. The first one is like S3 standard. You can see the first one is the S3 standard, right? So S3 standard is the most common. This is a default storage classes. So if you are not selecting any storage classes, right, by default the S3 standard it will select. It is generally we use for the frequent access data. Use case, like suppose you have any application, suppose you have any data lake, bronze, silver, you have a daily analytics data, you have API ingestion data, means data which is very critical, data which is very critical, which is accessed frequently, which is accessed frequently. You can understand it like a very important data. Generally we use a S3 standard. Example, we have seen like application data, data lake, where we use a S3 standard. Example like keeping important files on your laptop desktop. So whatever the important file generally we keep in our laptop, right? So you understand like whatever the important data you have, right, which you want to access frequently, that actually we store into the S3 standard. Second is the S3 intelligent tiering. You can see this is the smart storage. Sometime you are not aware like frequent, it is a frequent access data or it is a infrequent access data. So in this case, one smart storage S3 has provided. In this case, what AWS will do, AWS automatically moves your data to the cheaper storage based on how often you access it. You don't need to decide how frequently data will be used. Sometimes we are not aware, right, this data is frequently accessing, we have to frequently access this way. After some time we are not using it, so based on the your usage, based on your access pattern, right, it will automatically move the data into a cheaper storage classes. So this is one kind of the smart storage you can say. For example, like phone automatically moves photos to the cloud. So this is the one classic example we have, right? In a phone, whatever the photo, right, they generally move to the cloud, right? That is an example of this. Now, if you see about the use cases, right, whatever the new projects are there, that is accessing frequently, not frequently, data engineering POCs, right? So in that kind of the scenario, we can use the S3 intelligent tiering. Now next is the S3 standard infrequent access. S3 standard infrequent access for data that is not accessed daily but must be quickly available whenever needed. If you have this kind of the scenario where data is not accessed daily but must be quickly available whenever needed, you can use the S3 standard infrequent access. It will provide you the cheaper storage, higher retrieval cost, data access occasionally. Use case old report, monthly backup, historical process data. So these are the example. Now next is the S3 zone infrequent access. S3 zone infrequent access. So previous was S3 standard infrequent access. Next is the S3 zone infrequent access. In this case, data will be stored in a one availability zone only. It is cheaper than standard infrequent access in the above one, and it is a less durability. Use case is, right, recreate table data, temporary analytics output, non-critical backups. So these are the example where you can store into the S3 one zone infrequent access. Here your data will be kept into a one availability zone for saving the cost. Now next is the S3 glacier. If you have a archival kind of the storage you are looking for, where for archival perspective only you want to store a data, so in that case we can use a S3 glacier. It is a very cheap. Data retrieval takes minutes to hours. You can see if you want to retrieve your data, right, it will take minutes to hours, that much time it can take. Use case for the audit log, for old transaction record, for compliance data, we can use the S3 glacier. Now next is the S3 glacier deep archive. It is the cheapest storage we have. This will provide you the lowest cost, but if you want to retrieve your data, right, it will take a 12 to the 48 hours. So that you have to remember, if you are saving here and if you want to retrieve your data, it will take 12 to the 48 hours. Use case legal records, 5 to 10 years old data, regulatory compliance, this kind of the data you can store here. So if you'll see, right, Amazon S3 has provided a different storage classes. If your access pattern is frequent, the frequent access pattern you can store into the S3 standard, and whenever you will try to access it in a millisecond itself, you will be able to access the data. Data generally will be stored into the more than 3 availability zone, and this is the cost per month you have to pay for the S3 standard. For the S3 intelligent tiering, data with a mixed access pattern. Data can be a frequently accessed, data can be infrequent access. In this case, AWS automatically move a data based on your access pattern one zone to the another zone. This also will be store more than 3 availability zone, and the cost will be, you can see, this much less than compared to the this. Now next is the S3 standard infrequent access. Data that is not accessed daily, right, but it should be quickly available whenever required. So in that case you can use S3 standard infrequent access, and you can see the cost for this, and it will also available in a more than 3 availability zone, and whenever you will access, the data will be available in a millisecond access itself. Now after that, S3 one zone availability zone infrequent access. Here millisecond access, but you can see here it was storing into the more than 3 availability zone, right, but here it is storing into a one zone only, and you can see the cost is also less as compared to the here, because in a one zone itself it is storing the data. Next is the S3 glacier instant retrieval. Here also if you will try to retrieve your data, right, it will be available in a millisecond. It's available also in a more than 3 zone, but you can see the cost is very less here. It cost is very less for this one. Next is the S3 glacier flexible retrieval. This also we use for the archival perspective. Whenever you will try to retrieve your data, right, it will take minutes to hours, and for this amount you have to pay per month. For infrequent data, right, for infrequent access, you can go with the S3 glacier deep archive, and you can see the cost is very less here. And if you will try to retrieve your data, right, it will take more time. So based on the access, frequent, infrequent, you can decide this all the zones, and there you can store for saving perspective. Now, one thing which I will show you, life cycle rule from data engineering perspective. Suppose you have a day zero scenario, frequent data, right? Store into the S3 standard. Day 30, you are not sure like whether it is a frequent, infrequent, go for the standard infrequent access. Day 90, you can store into the glacier. Day 365, you can store into the deep archive. This all day 0, day 30, day 90, day 65. Based on your usage, you have to decide. If you think like after 90 days it is not required, after day 365 it is not required, based on that you can decide we can store into the deep archive or not. Or if your requirement is like till day 365 also the reports are required, right? So in that case you can keep it here itself. So based on that you have to decide, and you have to move into the different storage classes. Data engineer example, bronze data, S3 standard, because that is a raw data. Silver clean data, here access pattern we are not sure, that's why we are storing into S3 standard. Gold report also we can store here. Old data, glacier, compliance log, deep archive. So this kind of the rule we can follow, but this all the use case is not fixed. Based on your usage and access pattern you have to decide. So this is the important topic. Try to understand what are the different storage classes we have, and that actually we can use it for the cost saving perspective. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we will do a practical of S3, and we will try to understand about how S3 versioning works, and also we will see couple of things like about the bucket policy, how actually we handle in a S3. So what we will do first, in a console, right, we'll search for the S3. Last time we had deleted our S3 bucket, right? So let's quickly create one S3 bucket, and then we will see how actually versioning works here. So click on the create bucket. After that, you have to give the bucket name, POC, bucket, something random name I am giving. So this is the name I am giving. After that, object ownership, ACL disabled. This one we are selecting. Block all public access. So let's click this. Bucket versioning, as of now it is disabled. Let's disable. Click on the create bucket. Now what will happen? One bucket will be created. Now this is the bucket we have created. Under this bucket, right, if you want to upload a file, you can upload that. So let me upload. I will upload one file. This one, CSV file. Click on the upload. Now what will happen? One CSV file got uploaded. Now if I will show you, this is the CSV file. If I close this, so we have uploaded one file. Now coming to the versioning. What is a versioning? Suppose you are uploading one file again and again, right? So in this case what will happen? Overwritten will happen. So in, if you want to avoid the overwritten, right? So in that case what actually you can do, you can enable the versioning. For this particular file, right, as of now versioning is not enabled. Now again if I'll upload the same file, let's see what will happen. If I click here, if I click on the CSV file again, if I click on the upload, uploaded successfully, click on the close, you can see I can still see only one file. If I refresh also, even though I uploaded 2 to 3 times, if the same name is there, what actually happened? Overwritten happened. If I go here, if I go to the version, right, you can see no version as of now. Not, if you have this kind of the scenario which you want to handle, which you want to keep multiple versions of the file. Suppose this is the file which got updated later on, right? Now, as of now, overwritten is happened, but if you want to go back into the previous version also, so in this case, versioning helps to create a different version of the file. So what you have to do first, you have to enable. Go to the properties, bucket versioning is there. Click on the edit, click on the enable, click on the save changes. Now what will happen? Versioning got enabled. Now if you want to upload it, click on this, click on the add files. Let me upload the same file again. Upload. File got uploaded. Now you will say like I can still see only one file. But if you click here, if you click here, if you go to the versions, right? You can see the version got created. So the first version is null. You can see this is the current version. This is the previous version. Similarly, if what I will do again, I will try to upload the files. Add files. This one. Click on the upload. Now what will happen for this particular file, right? If you'll check the version, right? Whatever the previous version that also got created. Like that, what actually we are doing, we are creating the versions of the file. So in future, right, if you had to refer the previous version of the file, what actually you can do, you can come here and you can download it, whatever the versions are there, right, that all the version you can delete it, even in from command prompt also, whatever the versions are there, that actually you can list it down and you can access those. So this is a very useful uh, from data engineering perspective also, and in normal use case also, where sometimes it happens like we are getting a files and that file is corrupted, so we want to go into the previous version of the files, right? So this versioning there generally it helps. Now let's see how actually we can give a public access to this particular bucket. Now, if you suppose this is your bucket, right? In this bucket, whatever the objects you have, suppose this file you want to give a public access so that other people can download it and other people can see it, right? Then how actually you can handle the access. So what we had to do when we were creating a object, right? There we have blocked all the public access. So if you'll go to the bucket and go to the permission, you can see this block public access. Click on this. As of now, we have blocked all the public access, but if we'll enable this, right? And after that, you have to click on the confirm, save changes, click on the confirm. Now it will enable all the public access. Now if you want to access all the files within the your particular bucket, right? You have to add a bucket policy. Click on this and there are lots of policy templates are here. If you click here, you can refer these are the templates. So whatever the access you want to give, right? Suppose your requirement is like you want to give a public access, allow a user to read only object that have a specific tag. So this is the template you can use. Similarly, require a specific tag key and value when allowing user to add object tags. Like that, the multiple templates are there that actually you can use it. What I want to do, I want to give a public access. So I will click this and if you click on the add new statement also, right, this one will come, but I already have this particular things. So one is a version statement effect allow, means all those kind of the access you want to give. Principal is star action s3 get object, and this particular ARN we have to pass. So how you will get the ARN? If you'll go to here, right, in your bucket and your object, right, you will see I am in my bucket. If I'll click here, you will see one ARN. Click this and copy this into this resources. So this is the ARN. This is our bucket, right? After bucket slash star means under this bucket whatever the file, right, that I want to give a access, all those kind of the access, so everyone can access those. So I am allowing all get object for this particular bucket, and after that I will click on the save changes. Now we have given a access. Now if you go to the bucket, if we click here, this Delhi CSV, right? You can see one object URL is there. Now if anyone will click here, right? You can see this got downloaded. If I click this, this will be downloaded. So because we have given access, so whatever the file now we will upload here, right? And if you will share this object URL, that will be downloaded. They can easily access. So like that the access we can monitor, but in a production in industry we never give a public access. We always block this access. Only the required permission only we give. Only the required permission we give. But this example I have shown you so that how actually you can do the changes in your bucket policy, how actually you can block the public access, how actually you can enable the public access, so that you will get idea. So from this permission itself you can handle those kind of the scenario. This particular template I will give you so that you can refer it. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about new AWS service, that is a AWS IAM. What is the full form of IAM? Identity and Access Management. By the name itself, you can understand access management means IAM is related to the access control and the management. Now, let's understand what is the AWS IAM. AWS IAM is a service that helps you control who can access what in AWS. So, suppose this is your AWS account, right? Now, in this AWS account, who can access what are the services and what are the things, right? Who can control? IAM will help you to control. IAM decide who can do what on which AWS service. I hope you got the idea what is the IAM. With the help of the IAM, we can control all the those kind of the access management and access control. This will help you in AWS services who can do what on which AWS services. So this is a simple definition of AWS IAM. Now let's understand why AWS IAM is needed. Problem before IAM. Without IAM, what is the big problem? Everyone uses root account. So whenever we create a AWS account, right, we generally use a root account. Root account. In this root account, you will have access for all these AWS services. You will have full access to everything. One mistake, whole AWS account can damage. So this is the biggest problem. So if you use a root account, right, you will have access to everything, and one mistake, whole AWS account can be damaged. So this will also incur a security risk. So that is the problem. What AWS IAM is solving? IAM help you to create a users, give limited permission, protect AWS account, follow security best practices. So without IAM, what will happen? You will have a root account. In this root account, you will have access to everything, and if you will have access to everything, right, you can create, you can delete, you can do anything. And if you are giving access to anyone, right, by mistakenly, if they are deleting anything, whatever the important data or everything, right, the whole AWS account can be damaged, and also the security risk also can occur. So what AWS IAM is happening, with the help of the AWS IAM, you can control all your access control. Means suppose you want, this is the user, for this user you want to give only access for this S3, so they can only read the S3, or they can only see the S3 data. So that kind of the control you can do. Because for this user you don't want them to use a glue services or other services whatever we have, right? So that all those kind of the control we can do with the help of the IAM. I hope you got the idea. Now let's try to understand about the core components of AWS IAM. So in AWS IAM, we have a four component. One is the IAM user, second is the IAM group, third is the IAM policy, and fourth is the IAM role. So let's try to understand one by one. What is the IAM user? It will represent a person or user. Suppose your company is using a AWS account. Now you have joined as a developer, right? You have joined as a developer. Now what is the first thing is required for you? For first thing is like you require a access for this AWS, means you should be able to log into the AWS account, right? So for that, admin will provide you one user name or login ID or the login details, right? With the help of that, what you will do, you will be able to log into the AWS account. So what generally we do for in IAM, first we create a user. In IAM we create a user, and whatever the access is required for this user, right? Suppose S3 access is required, suppose any other services access is required, right? We try to give it to the user level. So in IAM you can create a user, and for that user whatever the access is required you can give to them. So that is a IAM user. And the second is the IAM group. Now generally in a company you will see, right, you will be having a multiple user or multiple developer. Suppose this is a developer 1, suppose this is a developer 2, this is the developer 3. You understand it like three data engineers are there. Now for these three data engineer, right, the same kind of the access is required, like they want to access S3, they want to access a glue, they want to use a lambda and all, right? So what actually you can do, you can create one group. We can create one group. In this particular group, all the developer you can add, all the developer you can add, so that whatever the access you will assign for this group, right, this all the user will have the same access. You will create a group, you will add the user. In the group level you can assign a whatever the access is required, so that suppose in next day one more developer got added, right? So if you'll just add in this group, right, the automatically whatever the access is required for this developer forehead, it will automatically assign. Instead of creating a one by one user and assigning the access, what actually you can do, you can create a group, you can assign whatever access is required, and in this particular group you can add the user. So it is a collection of user permission assigned to a group. So this is a IAM group. Now next is the IAM policy. It's very simple. IAM policy is a permission document. So it's like a one policy document where actually you will mention all those things like what kind of the action is allowed, on which particular service action is allowed, on which particular resources action is allowed. So it is written in a JSON format. If you can see this example, right? What actually here we are saying, allow means we are allowing action in a S3 get object. In a S3 we want to allow the permission what is the resources in this particular bucket. It means, so this kind of the one policy document we create, and there we mention like we are allowing the permission for the S3 for this particular bucket. In the simple one, allow reading files means we are writing allow, right? What we are saying, get object means reading the files from this particular S3 bucket, from the S3 bucket. So this kind of the policy document we can create with the help of the IAM policy. For the example, rule is like you can read the file but you can't delete them. So this is the one rule you want to define, right? So here only you can create a policy and here you can mention that. So key part of policy, effects. So you can see here effect is mentioned, right? So in a policy you can mention whether allow or deny action. The second one is like what you can do. So S3 get object, right, means we can read the S3 files. Resource on which AWS service. So on this particular AWS service, right, S3 my bucket, we are allowing the permission. So these resources you have to mention, what kind of the action you can do, and you have to mention whether you are allowing or the denying. So this kind of thing you will mention in a IAM policy. Now let's try to understand about the IAM role. What is IAM role? IAM role is a temporary permission identity, or you can say temporary access, that AWS service used to access other AWS service securely. IAM role itself has no password. Or for taking example, suppose I am a data engineer, I want to create a one ETL pipeline. So I will use a AWS Glue. Now what this ETL pipeline will do? This will, what in S3 bucket we have a CSV file, right? I want to read this and I want to dump into the another S3 bucket as a Parquet format. This is my requirement. Now if I had to create this pipeline, what I will use? I will use a AWS Glue. Now in AWS Glue, right, first we had to read the data from S3. So for that, what actually is required? We require a access. Once you will have access, then only we will be able to read the data from S3, right? And we will be able to dump into the another S3 bucket. Now this access is required. So one AWS service which is interacting with another AWS service, and for that access is required. So what actually we do? We create a IAM role. With the help of the IAM role, we provide a temporary access. So there's one services, whatever the AWS services, right, which can interact with another AWS services. So role is kind of the one temporary access. With the help of that, services can interact each other securely. So in a role, right, whenever we create a role, it will not have a username or password, that you have to remember. In a role, it will not have a password. Suppose you are not using a role, right? In this case, what will happen? You will use a AWS access key inside the code. In this case, the security risk will happen and keys can be stolen, right? The security risk will be happen. If you are not using a IAM role, right? In this case, what will happen? You will use a AWS access key inside the code. In this case, the security risk will be higher. When you will create a IAM role, right? Here, there will not be any username or password. Role is like a one temporary permission that AWS service used to access other AWS service securely. So this glue has to interact with the S3, right? So we'll create one IAM role. Here we'll provide the required permission to this role. We'll attach the policy in this particular role so that glue can interact with the S3. I hope you got the idea about the user group policy and the role. In next video, we'll do a practical and we'll try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in previous video, we have understand about IAM, Identity and Access Management in AWS. In this video, with practically, we are going to see how to create a user, how to create a group, how to create a policy and all. So everything we are going to see. So once you will log into the AWS, like you can see, it is showing me two things: sign in using a root user email, or sign in using whatever the account ID and everything you have. You can see here also it is showing the IAM username and the password, right? But as once you'll create your AWS account, right? Till now what actually we are doing, we are using a root user email. So let me log in with the root user email, then we will come to this IAM user. So here also you can see two options, it is coming root user and the IAM user. So I am going to use a root user as of now. Let me log in with this particular account, and the password whatever I have set up I have to fill here, and after that it will ask me about the MFA. This we are not going to set up, but just for the security purpose you can also multi-factor authentication you can set up this. I am doing a skip for now as of now. Now you can see we are logged into our root account. Here I can whatever the service I want to see, right? Suppose S3 I want to see. If I'll search here S3, I will be able to see everything, because in a root user, right, you will be having access for everything. You will be having access for everything. Now what we are going to do, we are going to see about the IAM. So in a search bar, right, I will search for the IAM. Click on the IAM. Once you will click on the IAM, Identity and Access Management, right, you will see this particular dashboard, IAM dashboard. So first it will show you add MFA, multi-factor authentication you can add for the root user. As of now I haven't added, so I will skip this. And after that, in the left side you can see, right, we have a user, we have a role, we have a group, we have a policy which we discuss, right? So we are going to see how to create a user first. So I'm going to click on the user. We are going to start with the user. So I'm going to create one user. You think like one of the developer is joining in your team and he need access for the AWS console. So what you will do, you will create a user. So click on the user, click on the create user. I'll give the username as a Manish. This is the user who is going to join our team. Now we want to give a user access to the AWS management console, right? So I will select this, and after that it will ask for the auto generate password or the custom password. So I will give, as of now, let me give the custom password. Let me give the custom password, and after that user must create a new password at next sign in. So this is what you can select, so that once he will log in with the password, right, he has to change the password. So this option you can give. As of now I am not giving this. Click on the next. So I'm going to create a user, and you can see it is showing like add user to group. If any of the group you have already created and that permission you want to add the user, you can do that, but this we will see later. As of now what I will do, if you want to attach a policy you can also attach here, copy permission also, add user to group. Click on the next. As of now we are not going to do anything. Click on the review and create. Click on the create user. Now once you will create a user, right, now you can see one of the sign in URL which we have, and the username and whatever the password we have set up, right? Now what you will do, this particular URL, right, you will share with your new developer so that he will be able to log in. So once he will click on this particular link, right, it will open the sign in where account ID is already mentioned, and the username, whatever the username we have set up, right, that username he has to enter, and whatever the password he has set up, that he has to enter. So let me give the password and let me try to sign. Let's see we are able to open or not. So once he will sign in, right, you can see he is able to log into the AWS console with the account whatever we have set up. So one of the user he is able to log in. But as of now if you'll see, right, he doesn't have any permission because we haven't granted any permission, right? Now if I search for the S3 also, if I search for the S3 also, he will not be able to see anything because he will not have access. So you can see if I'll do a create bucket, right, and if I'll try to create a bucket, let me give the name randomly, and let me click on the create bucket. It should be in a small, right? Let me click on the create bucket. Let's see whether he's able to create or not. Failed to create a bucket because he doesn't have a permission. So even if this user want to see a EC2 or other services, right? If I'll click here, he will not be having any kind of the access. So you can see access denied and all. As of now, we have created a one developer, one user, and we have given a link. He is able to log in, but he doesn't have any permissions. So like that, actually, we can create a user. Now let's see how to give a permission. So because this is the user, right? I want to give a permission to this user. So if you click on the user, right? Whatever the user, here I have created one user. I'll click here, permission. Here you will get one option, add permission. Click on this add permission. So this option, while creating a user, we saw, right? So click on the attach policy. Now here we can give, we can attach any kind of the policy. Suppose I want to give Amazon S3 full access to this user, or I want to give EC2 full access. So whatever the access you want to give, right, you can attach that. Click on the add permission. So as of now I have given Amazon EC2 full access, S3 full access. Now if I will go to the same here, and if I'll try to refresh it, right, I should be able to see. So you can see now EC2 I am able to see. If I search for the S3 and let's try to create a one bucket, let's see whether we are able to create a bucket or not. So click on the create bucket. Previously we were not able to create a bucket, right? Let me give the random name and click on the create bucket. Let's see whether we are able to create with this particular account or not. So you can see this particular user is also able to create a bucket because we have given a full access to this user. Even for the EC2 also we have attached the access, right? So EC2 also he will be able to see. He will be able to launch an instance and all. So like this, actually we can we can create a user and we can attach a policy to this particular user. Now let's see about the user group. In user group, what generally we do, we will create one group, we will attach a permission to that particular group only. Now if any user is coming and if he needs the same kind of the access, suppose we are creating one data engineer group, and if new data engineer is coming, right, if we will add that data engineer in this particular group, right, he will get all those access which is attached to that particular group. For taking example, let me create one group name is a data engineer. This group I am creating, data engineer, one group I am creating. In this data engineer group, what actually I want, if you want to add any user, you can select from here, and whatever the access, right, suppose I want access for the S3. For this group I want to attach a S3 full access. I want to give them a EC2 full access, Amazon EC2 full access, and also for this user I want to give them a Lambda. So whatever is required for that particular group, right? Let's add everything. AWS Lambda full access. So this is a 3 access I am giving. Click on the create user group. Now you can see one data engineer group we have created, and here we have added the one user also. Means this particular user will have all those permission which is attached to this group. So this EC2, S3, Lambda, all this access this user will have. Now if suppose new user is coming, right? Now suppose you are creating a new user, name is Ram. You click on the next, uh, previous, provide AWS Amazon access. Let me give the custom password to him also. We will add a, click on the next, click on the next. And if you want to add the user to the group, right? So what we will do, I want to add this user to this data engineer group. Now click on the next, click on the create user. Now this particular user, right, if he will log in, right, he will have access for Lambda, EC2 and the S3 also, because we have added them in a particular group. So like that actually we can do that. So I hope you got the idea, like how to create a user, how to create a group, and how to attach a policy. In next video we will try to understand more about the roles and the policy. Hello everyone. In previous video we understand about the IAM user, IAM group and IAM policy. In this particular video we are going to discuss about AWS IAM role. AWS IAM role is one of the important topic from a data engineering perspective. So let us try to understand where actually we use a AWS IAM role. AWS IAM role generally we use whenever you have a two or multiple service in AWS account. I'm taking example, I have one of the service S3 service. If S3 wants to communicate with the EC2 service, then we have to create one IAM role. Similarly, if multiple services, if they want to communicate with each other in AWS account, then we have to create one AWS IAM role, and then only they will be able to communicate with each other. This kind of the thing generally helps whenever we create a pipeline. In the pipeline scenario, generally you will see you are using a multiple AWS services, and then you have to assign a particular policy for that. So in that kind of the scenario, we try to create a role so that they can communicate with each other. For taking example, data in a Amazon S3, suppose I have data available in Amazon S3. What actually I am doing, I am using a AWS Glue activity to copy this data into the RDS instance. So I have one RDS DB. I want to copy a data from Amazon S3 to the RDS DB. Okay, and how actually it should trigger this AWS Glue activity? It should be triggered through a Lambda function. So this is how my data pipeline looks like. I want to transfer my data from Amazon S3 to the RDS DB through a AWS Glue activity, and this AWS Glue activity should be triggered via Lambda function. So in this case, if you will see, Amazon S3 has to communicate with the AWS Glue, and AWS Glue has to communicate with Lambda function, then only they will be able to communicate with each other, right? So in this kind of the scenario, generally we use a AWS IAM role. So whenever the multiple service they want to communicate with each other, then we generally use a AWS IAM role. I hope you got idea. Let's start doing a practical. Let me show you how actually we can do. Now let's see with practical. So I open my AWS account. I will search for the IAM. Click on this. Here we will see how to create a role. So in our left side only you will see roles. Click on this. By default you will see couple of roles which is already there. We are going to create a new role. So I'll click on the create role here. Now here you will see couple of options. First is the AWS service. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to create one glue pipeline, one ETL pipeline, where you should read the data from S3 and you should write into the S3. In this case, your glue should have access to the S3, right? So if you have this kind of the requirement where your glue should interact with the S3 or S3 should interact with the Lambda, right? If you have that kind of the permission you want to give, you can use this particular AWS service. Second is the AWS account. Allow entities in other AWS account belonging to you or a third party to perform action in this account. So if you have a multiple AWS account and if you want to attach a permission temporary, so in that case you can use a AWS account. Similarly, we have a web entity and this all the option. We are going to use a AWS service. Click on this. Here you will see couple of the option. For that you can attach a policy, attach a permission. So suppose you can select the EC2 service and there you can attach a policy for other services. I'll take example of the glue. So here you will see one glue is there, right? Click on the glue. This is the use case. Allows glue to call AWS services on your behalf. Click on the next. Now this glue services, what is the permission I want to attach? I want this glue services to have a S3 full access, and also I want a lambda access also, lambda full access. So click on this, click on the next. What is the role name? I want to give the role name as a glue pipeline S3 lambda. This is the new role I am going to create, and you can see this is the trust policy where we are allowing, and these are the service for the service which we are using for the glue, right? We are allowing the permission, and what is the permission? S3 full access and the lambda full access. Click on the create role. So you can see we have created one role. If I go to the roles in the left side, view role, or if you'll go to the left side role, right, glue pipeline S3 lambda we have created. Now whenever you will create a pipeline, glue pipeline, right, in future video we will see how to create a glue pipeline. There if you will directly use this glue pipeline, right, that glue pipeline will have access for the S3, that will have access for the lambda, so that you will not get any kind of the error for the access denied, something like that. So like that we create a role and we assign a required permission to that role so that the multiple AWS service can interact with each other. I hope you got the idea about the roles. In future video also we will see more about these roles. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to understand about new AWS service, that is a AWS Lambda. So what is a AWS Lambda, what is the use case, everything we are going to understand in this particular video. So let's start. What is a AWS Lambda? AWS Lambda is a serverless compute service that lets you run the code automatically in response to events without managing the server. It is a service where you run the code without creating or managing the server. What is a AWS Lambda? It is a serverless compute service. It is a serverless compute service that lets you run the code automatically. Suppose this is your one of the Python code you have written. So it is a serverless compute that will help you to run this code automatically without managing or creating a server. Without managing or creating a server. Generally what happens, suppose you have written one of the Python code, right? Now this Python code if you had to run, right, for that you require a compute so that you can do a processing, and also all the servers are configurations are required, right? So in Lambda, right, whatever the code you have, you do not have to create or manage any kind of the server. It will help you to run this code automatically without managing or creating a server. So that is a AWS Lambda. So in simple word, AWS run it for you and you pay only when it runs. Suppose this is the code, right? If you are running, then only you have to pay. If you are not running anything, you do not have to pay anything. So that is the simple. Now let's understand what problem did Lambda solve. Before Lambda or old way, we were creating the server. We were running the server for 24/7. Pay even when nothing is running. We were managing the OS patch and the scaling. So that was happening before to the Lambda when we were creating EC2s and all, right? After Lambda new way, no server to manage. You do not have to manage any server. Code runs only when needed. Automatically scaling. Pay only for the execution time. So this is the how Lambda is solving. Means you do not have to create server. You do not have to manage the server. Whatever the code you have, right, and if you want to run, it will provide a server for you, it will provide a compute for you, and you just have to run, and during the time only when you are running, right, only for that you have to pay. So that is the a new way of working. Now what does serverless? So we say Lambda is a serverless, right? So what is a serverless means? Serverless doesn't mean no server, it means you do not manage the server. Serverless doesn't mean no server, it means you do not manage the server. AWS manage server, OS, scaling and availability. You manage only code. So that is a serverless. So we say Lambda is serverless, right? Serverless compute engine we say, right? Lambda. What is a serverless? It doesn't mean no server. It means you are not managing the server. AWS will manage server for you. You will only manage the code. Now what is a Lambda function? Let's try to understand. A Lambda function is a piece of code written in a Python, Node, Java, etc. Execute for short time, stateless by default. So in a Lambda, right, when we will do a practical, we will see more. What generally we do? We create a Lambda function. We create a Lambda function. In this Lambda function, you will get the option to select a, like whether you want to write a Python code, Node.js code, Java code and all. So you will write your code here, and in this particular code if you want to execute it, you can execute that. So in a Lambda we create a function. When we'll do a practical, we'll understand more about this function also. Now Lambda execution and environment, let's understand. Each Lambda execution run inside a secure container, has a limited memory and CPU, has temp storage and temporary. So in a Lambda, right, in Lambda it will run inside a secure container. So whenever you are running your code, right, it will run inside a secure container. It has a limited memory. So this is the important thing from a interview perspective. It has a limited memory and CPU. It's not like Lambda you are using for very big task, like you have a very big data and that data you want to process, right? It's not like that. If you have a very short code and that you want to execute, right, So that actually you can achieve with the help of the Lambda, because it has a limited memory and the CPU. That is the thing you have to remember. It has a temp storage also. You will also get the temp storage for the temporary basis if you want to store any data, right? So that is the thing you have to remember. Now coming to the Lambda triggers. Lambda runs only when events happen. Lambda is a serverless compute engine, and we also say it is a event driven. It is a event driven. What is a event driven means? Lambda runs only when an event happens. For example, suppose we have a S3. In this S3, suppose daily we are getting a file. So whenever any file comes, right? So in this case, what is happening? Event is happening. In this case, what you can do? You can invoke your Lambda. You can invoke your Lambda, and your Lambda, whatever the code you have written, right, that will execute. So it is a event driven. Message from SQS, suppose any message came in the SQS, right? In this case, what will happen? Event got triggered. In this case, what you can do? You can invoke your Lambda. Database update, suppose any update happen on your database, right? Means any event happen, right? Based on that you can invoke the Lambda. So this kind of the thing we can do. So it is a event driven schedule time cron. Now let's try to understand different use case of the Lambda. The first one is the S3 file processing. So you can validate the file, you can rename the file, you can move the file between the folder, you can trigger the ETL pipeline. So the common use case of the AWS Lambda is like, suppose you have a S3. Now in S3, right, suppose any of the file got uploaded. Suppose one file got uploaded, means in this case what will happen? Event will happen, right? Because the file got uploaded. So this means it triggering the event. Now in this case what you can write? You can invoke the Lambda. Now in the Lambda, right, whatever the, suppose you have written one Python code, what actually it is doing? It is validating the files. It is validating the file. It is renaming the file. Suppose you want a specific name, it will move the file between the folder and it will trigger the pipeline. So this kind of the stuff you can do. So any event is triggering, based on that Lambda Python code you can write, where suppose you want to validate the file, you want to rename the file, you want to move into the different folder. This kind of the code actually we can write into the Python based on our requirement, and that will execute. So this is one of the common use case of the Lambda. Second is from a data engineer orchestration perspective. Lambda doesn't do any heavy ETL. So whenever you have to do very heavy ETL, right? For that we don't use a Lambda. For that we have a glue. Now, if you have to start a glue, right? If you have to start a glue, for that you can use a Lambda. Lambda doesn't do heavy ETL, but it start the glue job. It pass the parameter, send success or the failure alert. So this kind of the use case where we use a Lambda. For automating the job, if you have to clean up the old file, if you have to move a data to the archive folder, if you have to apply the lifecycle logic, in that kind of the use case also we use a Lambda. Next is the from the monitoring and alert perspective. If you have a job failure alert, right, for that you can write a Lambda code, and based on that you can trigger a alert. You can missing data alert, SLA monitoring. These are the use case where also we can use a Lambda. Now let's discuss about the AWS Lambda pricing. You pay for number of invocation, execution duration. No execution, no cost. First 1 million request is free. So from the cost perspective, you have to pay for number of invocation, like you are running again and again, right? Number of time you are doing, right? For that only you have to pay. Execution duration, like suppose you are running for 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, only for those duration you have to pay. No execution, no cost. First 1 million request is free tire. Very cost effective. So that is the advantage of the Lambda. When not to use a Lambda, for the big data processing where you have a very heavy task, right? And there we don't use a Lambda. If you have to long running jobs, right? There we don't use. For the Spark transformation we don't use. And one thing you have to remember, on we have a limited time of the 15 minutes only. We have limited time of the 15 minutes. Only for this duration only you can run the Lambda. Suppose you have a job which may take more than 15 minutes, right? So for that we don't use a Lambda. For that you can use a ETL task or heavy task, Spark transformation and all. But you have a very short code that will be completed within a 15 minutes, right? In that kind of the use case you use a Lambda. So that is the thing you have to remember. Now, what is a AWS Lambda? It is a serverless compute service that lets you run the code automatically in response to events without managing the servers. I hope you got the idea. In next video, we'll do a practical and we'll understand more. Hello everyone. So in previous video, we understand what is Lambda. In this particular video, with practically, we are going to see how to create a Lambda function. So once you log into the AWS console, you have to search for the Lambda, and after that, click on the Lambda. Once you click on the Lambda, right, you will see the first screen. AWS Lambda lets you run the code without thinking about the server. Means you do not have to manage the server. AWS will manage everything for you. You just have to run your code. How actually it works? You can see .NET, Java, Node.js, Python. These are the thing actually you you can write your own code and you can run it. So if you have any specific Python code, right, and that actually if you want to run here, you can run here, you can paste, and Lambda will help you to execute that. What are the different use cases? These are the different use cases. We can go through it. Pricing, you can see first 1 million requests per month is free. First 400k GB second per month is free. After that, request per month is cost is this much. So if you want to understand more about the pricing, you can see AWS Lambda pricing. This you can open and you can go through it. What we are going to do, we are going to create a function. Click on this create function. Here we get a three option: author from scratch. From scratch, if you want to write a code, right, you can select this. It will give you simple hello world example first. Second option is a use a blueprint. So there are multiple blueprint which is already available. So that actually you can use. For example, suppose if you have to process image in an SQS queue. So for this the code is already written. That blueprint you can use. Process record sent to Kinesis stream. So this code is already written. That also you can use. Get S3 object from S3 trigger. Any metadata if you want to retrieve, right? That kind of code is written. Similarly, hello world function is written. Like that, the multiple things are already written. So if you want to utilize any blueprint, you can select that. Third is a container image. Select a container image to deploy to your function. If you already have any container and if you want to deploy that, right, that actually details you have to provide here. We are going to select the author from scratch. After that, we have to give the function name. So let me give the function name as a basic demo test something. You can give any name. Next is the runtime. You have to select the runtime, whether it is a .NET, Java, Node.js, Ruby, Python, which particular language, right? So I'm going to select Python, but based on your requirement, you can select that. After that, architecture will keep as it is. Important thing is the permission. Here, by default, Lambda will create an execution role with permission to upload logs to Amazon CloudWatch. You can customize that. So you can see by default it will create a new role with a basic Lambda permissions. So it will create one role for you, and there it will add a basic Lambda permission that will have a permission to upload logs to Amazon CloudWatch. So this is the thing. Or if you want to use any existing role, right, that also you can select from here. What you have to do in IAM, you have to go, you have to create a role, and that particular role actually you can select from here if you already have. Create a new role from AWS policy template, that also you can use. But what we are going to do, we are going to create a new role with basic Lambda permission. So this is the one we are going to select. Click on the create function. Now what will happen? It is going to create a new role for us with a basic permission to upload the logs to the Amazon CloudWatch. And now our function you will be able to see getting started, setup local deployment. These other things are there. Let's uncheck this, and in the bottom right, you can see basic demo test. This is the function we have created, right? That we are able to see, and you see like this looks similar to the visual code, right? And if you want to open in a visual code, that also you can do from here, but let's try to understand what it is. So in a here you write, you have to write your own Lambda function. On the top you can see some triggers and all, this we'll see later. And here you have to write your own function. So you can see it has defined one function, lambda handler, event it is passing, context it is passing, and it is giving a status code, and the body hello from Lambda it is giving. Now what is the first thing? First you have to write your code. After that you have to deploy whatever the changes if you are doing, right? After that you have to deploy, and after that if you want to test it, right, click on the test. So for that, because this is a event driven, right, we have to create a new test event, give the test name as a demo test, click on the save. Now if you want to test, right, click on the test. Now after that, in the bottom right, you can see it got executed hello from Lambda, and this event name you can see demo test. So like this you can write your any code and you can execute that. Suppose here I am writing print hello Manish something, hello Manish. Now changes you have done, right? After that what you have to do, you have to first deploy, and after that you have to do a test. Once you will do a test, right, so you can see we are getting a one kind of the error, right? What is the error? Name print empty is not defined. So you can see what we have written, print empty something mistake we have done, right? Now again we will deploy and again we will test. uh, Empty is not defined because we haven't deploy, I guess. So first we have to deploy it, we have to test it. Now you can see it is succeed. You can see it's printed the hello monies also. This is the logs. So like this, once you will execute, right, you have to deploy and you have to test. You will be able to see your output, and also logs will be printed to the CloudWatch. How to see CloudWatch? If you go to the monitor, right, in the monitor section, you will see a option for the CloudWatch also. You can see view CloudWatch logs. You have to select here. What will it will do? It will open a CloudWatch window. There everything whatever you are executing, right, that actually you will be able to see here. What we will do, let me open the latest one. You can see hello money is printed. Now suppose here I will go and here I will print anything. uh, Here I will execute anything. Suppose hello monies, and after that I will print something, print cloud watch something I will write like this. I have to deploy this first. Click on this, click on deploy, click on test. You can see CloudWatch is also coming. Come here, refresh, go here. One new log is coming. You can see Hello Manis and CloudWatch. So whatever it will execute, right, you will be able to see in the CloudWatch logs also. So this is very simple code we have seen now, but actual use case will be based on the event driven, like in S3 if you are getting any files, based on that if you want to execute the Lambda code, how to do it, how to trigger it, we will see in the next video. But as of now, how to create a functions, I hope you got the idea. And we have also, during when we are creating a function, right, one role also got created, right? If you want to see that, go to the configuration, you can see role name, and this is the role by default which got created. And in this role we have also policy, that's why we are able to see the CloudWatch log also. But suppose you want to interact with the glue and all, right, so in this particular row glue permission also you have to attach. So these things you have to remember. So yeah, I hope you got the idea. In next video we will do more practical, like based on the triggers and all, and we'll try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. Now we will see about the Lambda Practical. In previous video we have understand about how actually we can create a AWS Lambda function. In this video we are going to understand about triggering part. So we have one of the requirement. First we will try to understand that, and then we will try to do a practical. So the requirement is like whenever any user is uploading a file to the S3 bucket, we should trigger a Lambda function. So that is the basic requirement we have. But there are multiple use cases around this. So one of the use case I will discuss with you. So suppose you have a photo resize application. In the online you will get to see multiple applications are there. So whenever you will upload your image, it will try to resize your photo. Okay, so suppose this is one of the application I have. So if any user who is uploading a image, so generally it will get stored into the any storage account, but suppose in our case it is getting stored into the S3. So once it is uploading into the S3, what actually we'll do, we'll try to trigger a Lambda function. We will try to read the file and we will try to resize it by using a Python language. Okay, once we will resize, we will again try to store back into the Amazon S3. Okay, so that is kind of the code actually we'll try to write in the Lambda itself. So if any user who is uploading a file and it is getting stored in the S3, we will try to trigger a Lambda. We will run our code and we'll try to resize and we'll try to send back to our user with resize image. So this kind of the use case generally you will see in the organization where you will be having a requirement. Okay, so that only we are going to discuss, like how actually you can trigger a Lambda function. So we'll try to do a practical and we'll try to understand. So if anyone will upload a file into the S3 bucket, we'll try to trigger a Lambda function. That only we are going to see in this particular video. So for that, what we will do, first we'll try to create a S3 bucket. We will try to upload a file. We'll try to create IAM role for the Lambda execution and we'll try to create a Lambda function and the Python code. So let's start with doing a practical. I will open my AWS console. First, I will try to open S3. Click on the S3. We'll try to create a bucket and we'll try to upload a file. Okay. So what I will give a Lambda project. This is the bucket name I am giving. You can give any bucket name and directly we'll try to click on the create bucket. Okay, you can see the bucket got created. I will open this and I will try to upload a file. You can upload any kind of the file. Okay, it is just a for practice. I will try to upload a file. Any random file I will take and I will try to upload that. So let me take this particular file. So I have one of the file. This is the index.html. So I'll take that and I'll just try to upload it. So this is the file which got uploaded, index.html.txt. Okay, and what is our bucket name? So bucket name is Lambda project. This is the bucket name. So our S3 file is there. Now what we will try to do? We'll try to create a Lambda. So I will search for the Lambda here. Open link in new tab. Click on the create function. Author from scratch. We'll give a function name Lambda S3 project. Okay, this is the project name I am giving. Runtime we will select the Python, and after that we will try to create a permission IAM role so that it will try to generate a log into the AWS cloud. So for that we should have a role for that. So what we will do, we'll try to create one role. So I'll open a new role. How actually we can create a role? We can create a role by using a IAM. So IAM, I'll go to the role. Once you will open IAM, this will look like this. Click on the role and we are going to create a new role. Use cases is like Lambda. So I'll select that. Click on the next. What is the permission we want to give? We want to give a permission for the execution Lambda. So we will try to select AWS Lambda execute. Okay, it provides the put get access to the S3 like that. Okay, so I'll select that. Click on the next. Give the role name. Lambda project something we will give. You can give any name. And then click on the create role. Now go back to our Lambda function. Use an existing role. So refresh this. Select Lambda project. And this is the role we have created, right? And click on the create function. So now we have created our Lambda project. Now what we will do? We will try to trigger it. So I will click on the add trigger.
Bottom you can see we have a function, that is fine. Now what we will do, we'll click on the trigger. So I'll click on that trigger. Once you'll click on the trigger, you can see you have a source. So what is our use case? Our use case is for the S3, right? I will select the S3 here. I'll search for the S3. What is the bucket it is asking? So I'll select the bucket name and the event. So if anyone is put activities happening, post activities happening, any copy activities happening, any deletion activities happening, so for that this kind of the use cases you have. So if any kind of the activity based on the specific you want to trigger an event, you can select that. But as of now, all object create events, I will select that. Okay, so if any activity is happening, I'll just try to trigger it. So that is the one I have selected as a event type. Okay, after that I will just acknowledge it. Click on the add. Our trigger is ready. So if anyone will try to upload anything into the S3, it will trigger it. And how actually we can monitor? We can monitor it with the help of a AWS CloudWatch. So first I will go to the code, and here we will try to print a event. So I'll click on the print event. Okay, so that particular event will get printed. Okay, on the deploy. Now what we will do, we'll go to the S3 bucket, try to upload a file here. So this is the bucket I have, right? So previously we uploaded one file, but that was not required. Let's try to upload any file and let's see whether our Lambda function is getting triggered or not. So I'll click on this upload button. Click on that file. You can upload any file. So this is a particular file I will try to upload. Click on the upload. So if I'm uploading a file, means the Lambda should trigger automatically. So you can see the file got uploaded. Now what I will do, I'll go to Lambda function. I'll go to the monitor. Obviously we can monitor. We can monitor via CloudWatch. So I'll open this cloud. You can see 7:36. This is the time. I will just try to open this. Now you can see this is the print. We are printing a event, right? So you can see this is the event actually it is printing. So it is giving a detail about AWS S3, what is the AWS region, what is the event name, and all the kinds of the details. So if I will show you, it is giving a detail of the somewhere the file name also. Let us try to find out. You can see this is the bucket name Lambda project, and this is the bucket name. This is the file name WhatsApp image. This is the file name, right? JPG, which actually we have uploaded. I will show you WhatsApp image 2024, this one. So this actually it is giving the file name also. So it is giving all the details about whatever the events which we have done, whatever the files actually we have uploaded. So it is giving the details. This actually you can use it for the reading the file. You can see object created is a put, means we have uploaded, right? So that's why it is coming put, and this is the file name. So you can use it for the reading of file, and after that you can do it based on your requirement. Like if you want to resize, if you want to do some kind of the analysis with the file, you can do it. That actually we will try to see in the next video. But as of now, I hope you got idea like how actually we can upload a file into the S3 and we can trigger a event by using Lambda trigger.
Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to do one AWS Lambda project. So we have one of the requirement. Let's first try to understand the requirement and what actually we are going to do here. So our requirement is like as soon as any file which received to the S3 bucket. Suppose we are receiving a CSV file on a daily basis to our S3 bucket. That is our requirement. So as soon as any file received to the S3 bucket, right? What it should do? It should invoke the Lambda. What actually it should do, it should invoke to the lambda. Now in this lambda what you have to do, in this lambda what you have to do, you have to write a code. What this code will do, it will read that particular file. As soon as the file comes, lambda will be invoked. In the lambda code what you have to write a logic which will read the file, and it will remove the duplicate. So that file contains duplicate record also. So what you have to do, you have to read that and you have to remove the duplicate also. And also whatever the file, right, After removing the duplicate, whatever the file name is there, that also you had to rename, and finally you had to upload into the final destination. This is very simple use case, but very important use case also. As soon as file you will get in your S3 bucket, your Lambda should invoke. In that Lambda code, you have to write a logic. What this it will do? It will remove a duplicate. First, it will read the file. It will remove a duplicate, and then it will rename the files, and finally it will upload the files into the final S3 bucket. So this is the requirement. Data will be uploaded to S3. S3 trigger should invoke the Lambda. Lambda code will read the S3 and remove the duplicate. Lambda code will rename the file and finally upload to the S3 back. So let's do a practical. So I open my AWS console. Let's first quickly one create a bucket or the folders. I would say in the S3 bucket itself. So let's create a two layer. One is the raw layer. So you can see general purpose bucket. So let's create one bucket. Give the project name as a data cleaning, data cleaning something, data cleaning project. This is the name I am giving. Block public access. Click on the create bucket. So one bucket will be created. In this bucket, I will create a two more layer. So you can see data cleaning bucket. Here I will create a folder. So I will create a one folder name as a raw. This will be a raw folder. And here we will keep on getting the file. You understand in that way. And final we will store into the process. Like after cleaning, right? We will store into the process. So as soon as we will upload any file into the raw, right, our Lambda should trigger and it should load the file into a, it should rename that, it should remove the duplicate, and finally it should upload back to the process folder. So that is the requirement. So what we will do now, we have to create a Lambda, right? But before to that, we have to create a role. What role we are going to create? In this particular role, we will define like, because Lambda has to interact with the S3, right? So we should create one role for that. So click on the role, click on the create role, AWS services, and this is a Lambda use case, a Lambda. Click on the next. What is the permission you want to apply? I want to apply a Lambda execute. Let's give the AWS Lambda full access as of now. I want to give S3 also, S3 full access. But put object, S3 get object, that kind of access also you can provide. S3 full access I need, and also all the CloudWatch related log also I want. Amazon CloudWatch eventually read only access, this one. Let's select this one. Amazon CloudWatch event full access, this one. Let's select that. Click on the next. And after that we have to assign the role name. Role name I will give the as a data cleaning. Data cleaning one I will give. These are the access we have assigned. Click on the create role. So you can see data cleaning got created. Now what we'll do, we will create a lambda. So we have to click on the lambda, and let's create a function. Click on the create function. Give the function name. I'll give the function name as a data cleaning uh, operation operations something name I will give, and the Python we are going to use, and the permission, right? In the permission, use an existing role. So we have created one role, right? So let's refresh this. Data cleaning, this one we will use. Click on the create function. So this is the data cleaning operation we have created, right? So it is showing that. After that, what we will do, we have to do some setup. Like what is our first requirement? Uh, as soon as any file comes, right? Then we should invoke our Lambda. So let's add the trigger first. Click on the add trigger. What is our source? Trigger is a S3. Like from S3, if anything comes, then we should trigger. Event type, put, right? This we have to give. When actually it should trigger whenever any file which will come. And here, data cleaning project. This is a bucket. We have to select prefix, which particular folder? A raw folder, right? So this we had to mention in a raw folder only we want. Click on the add. We had to select this. Click on the add. So this trigger we have set up. As soon as we will upload anything, our this lambda function will be invoked. Now in this lambda function, right? We have to write a code. What it will do? It will read the S3 file, and based on that, uh, it will read the S3 file, and based on that, it will be executed. It should do a renaming. It should do all the cleaning, right? But before to that, let's first test it, like whether it's working fine or not. So let me print event here. Now let's click on the deploy. Because we have done the changes, right? You can see updating data cleaning operation, it's updated. Now to test it, what we will do, we will go to the our bucket. Now here if I'll upload anything, let me upload any one file, so our lambda should trigger, right? So let me upload this file, click on the upload. As soon as I have uploaded it, what generally it should do, it should invoke this lambda function. Now if you have to monitor whether it is invoking or not, click on the monitor and click on the CloudWatch. Go to the functions again, data cleaning operation, monitor, view CloudWatch. In the CloudWatch log, let's see whether it got invoked or not, because we have uploaded a file, right? Let's see it's working fine or not. Error occurred. Now you can see in a monitor, right? It is saying like your function doesn't have permission to write to the Amazon CloudWatch log. So AWS Lambda basic execution role, this we had to add. So whatever role we have created, right, where we haven't added this AWS Lambda basic execution, that's why we are getting a error. So what you can do, click on the IAM, click here, open in a new tab. So whatever role we have created, right, there we will try to assign that particular role. So come here and go to the role. So we have created one role, right, data cleaning. So here these are the permission. So we have applied S3 full access, Lambda full access, right? But this CloudWatch, right? Instead of this, let's remove this. For the Lambda, right? For the CloudWatch, what we'll do, we'll assign a new policy. We'll assign a AWS Lambda basic execution role. If you'll assign this, your all the CloudWatch related things also you will be able to do. So we have updated this. Now what we will do? Now we will try to upload it once again. First let me delete this. Let me delete this again. How you can delete? You have to write permanent delete here. Click on the delete object. Click on the close. Now after that, if I'll upload anything here, our lambda should invoke. Let's see whether it's working fine or not. I have uploaded one file. So I have uploaded one file. Now if I'll go to the my lambda function. Now if I'll come here, if I'll come into the monitor, right? Now go to the view CloudWatch log. So you can see we can see one log also. Click if you click here, you can see we are able to read the events. We are able to read the event for that. So whatever the object created, put all those kind of the details we are able to see, because in the lambda function what we are doing, we are just printing the event, right? So that we are able to see in our log. Means as soon as any file we are uploading in S3, our lambda is getting executed, and based on that we are printing the event also. It's working fine, but our main requirement is like as soon as we get any file, what actually it should do, it should invoke our lambda function. Lambda function should read the S3 files, and from that files it should read the file. After reading the file, it should remove the duplicate, and it should rename the file, and finally it should upload. So for that I have already written one code. If I'll show you, let me copy and let me paste here. Let's try to understand. So what actually I am doing, I created this function. This I will share with you also, so that you can also go through it. Now in this function what we are doing, first we have imported Boto3 library. This is a Boto3 library. I have created one a lambda function. first I am reading the bucket name and the object key. So whatever the events we are passing, right, with the help of that, whatever the records is coming that we are reading, object also we are reading, and based on that, if in this folder any file is coming, right, that particular object we are first reading. Download CSV file from S3. We are actually trying to read the body from here, read the CSV content, and after that whatever the rows are there, right, that we are reading, and if any duplicate is there, right, that actually we are removing. So it's a simple Python code only we have uh, written here. After that we had to clean the CSV file also, right? Now after that we had to also prepare the clean CSV file where order ID, amount and country should be there. So that actually I have written. And finally I am doing the renaming of the file based on the date time and whatever the current time will be there, right? Based on that we are doing the renaming, and finally we had to upload to the S3. So S3.put object bucket key where we had to upload, right? And that actually we had to pass. And uh, this is the final return status we are doing. Now let's try to run this, and first we have to deploy it. I will click on the deploy. First I will show you the file also. So whatever the file we have, right, here you can see we have multiple duplicate records for 100, 100. Like that the multiple duplicates are there that we had to remove. So now what I will do, I will first go to the my S3 bucket. We will first delete it and we will re-upload it. Let me delete it. Let me delete this and we will upload this again. As soon as we will upload, what actually it should do, it should trigger a Lambda function. So let me upload this. If I'll upload this, our Lambda should trigger and it should do all those operations, cleaning, renaming and upload back to the S3. So you can see I have uploaded it. Our Lambda should trigger, and let's open our CloudWatch. You can see one more, we can see here, this one, the CloudWatch. You can see processing the file, clean file uploaded to the process folder. Now our this executed our Lambda and it has done the operation. Now if I'll go to the here data cleaning of process, you can see I can see this th this particular file. If I'll show you upload, so you can see here whatever the duplicate record was there, right, previously in our original file, that actually it has removed. 100 was present multiple time, it removed. Now if you can see the name also, right, sales test duplicate or whatever the timestamp, right, that particular timestamp also we have added here. So means our code is working fine. So what actually we have done, we have just written a one single simple Python code with the help of the Boto3 library. We are first reading the bucket, we are reading the files, we are reading the files, and we are for removing a duplicates, right? We have just first loop the rows and we are removing the duplicate records. And finally, we are doing the renaming of the operation. You can see based on the particular time we had to add there, right? So that actually we are doing. And where actually we want to store process, so and with this particular name actually we want to store it, that we have created. And finally that things new key, right, this is what where we want to store it, that actually we have passed here, and finally it's working. So do try to do this practical, it's very important, and this is an important use case. This kind of the requirement generally comes in a real world where you have to do a basic cleaning operation, so you can use a Lambda for that. I hope you got idea. That's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to start a new AWS service, AWS Glue. It's very important service from a data engineering perspective. So what is a AWS Glue usage? Everything we'll understand in this video. So let's start. What is a AWS Glue? AWS Glue is a serverless ETL service on AWS. What is AWS Glue? With the help of the AWS Glue, you can perform a ETL operation in a AWS. So in AWS space, if you have to do a ETL operation, what actually you will use? You will use a AWS Glue, and also it is a serverless. it is also a serverless, means you do not have to manage a server for this. AWS will manage a server for you. In simple word, AWS Glue is used to extract the data, clean and transform a data, and load the data into another place automatically without managing the server. So in a AWS space, if you have to do a ETL operation, what actually we will use? We will use a AWS Glue. Now let's try to understand ETL. We are saying about ETL, right? Now what is ETL means? ETL means E for extract, E for extract, T for transform, T for transform, L for load, load. What generally happens whenever we work in a company, right? We generally have a data into a multiple places. For taking example, suppose you have one of the data source that is available in a SQL server. SQL server. Suppose your transaction data is available in a SQL server. Similarly, suppose you have one of the data that is available in your cloud, or for taking example, suppose few log data is coming into a S3. Similarly, few of the data suppose is available in a SharePoint. Through a SharePoint you are getting a data. Suppose few of the data which is available, which is coming through a SFTP. Like that, the generally we see in a real time, we generally have a data into a multiple place. And what generally we want to load the data into one single place. So as of now you can see, right, I have a SQL server data, I have a S3 data, share point data, SFTP data, I have a data in a multiple place. What is my requirement? I want to extract this all the data, means I want to extract this all the data, and generally this data is not clean. So what we'll do, we'll try to perform a transformation. What I will do, I will try to perform a transformation, means I want to remove a duplicate, I want to clean a data, I want to perform a joining, because whatever the data is here, right, I want to perform a joining, means I want to do a transformation, and finally I want to load into a final destination. So what is a ETL? ETL means we are extracting a data which is available in a multiple place. Like here you can see we have a multiple data, we are extracting those data. T means we are transforming a data, means we are cleaning it, we are removing the duplicate, we are performing a joining, and finally we are loading into a final destination. So that is a ETL. So in a AWS space, if you have to do this operation, what actually we will use? We will use a AWS Glue. What does AWS Glue do? It will extract the data, it will read the data from a different sources like S3, database, log, JSON, CSV and all. First it will extract the data, it will do a transformation, it will clean the data, remove a data, it will change the data type, it will do a joining, and finally it will load the data into S3, Redshift or another analytical system. So what is AWS Glue? With the help of the AWS Glue, we do a ETL operation, and it is a serverless, means we do not have to manage the server. AWS will manage a server for you. Now let's understand what was the problem before Glue. Before Glue, we had data in many places. Generally we see, right, we have a data into a multiple places. We needed a Spark cluster or server, we need a heavy setup and maintenance, and it was a costly, means we had to do a ETL operation, right? For that the whole setup was required, we were using a Spark cluster and we were doing a ETL operation. But after Glue, right, you do not have to set up a cluster, you do not have to manage a server, you do not have to worry about the scaling. AWS will manage everything for you. You have to pay only when the job runs. Means suppose you have to do a ETL, right? Only whenever you are running this operation, only for those you have to pay. You do not have to worry about your scaling part, you do not have to worry about maintenance part, you do not have to worry about the server part. So that's why it's very important. So what is AWS Glue? It is a serverless ETL service provided in AWS. Now let's try to understand about what are the core components of AWS Glue. So in a AWS Glue architecture, if you'll see, right, these are the core components which is available. Like here you can see we have a data store, we have a crawler, we have a data catalog, right? Let's try to understand this all the things which is available in a AWS Glue. The first and important thing is like Glue catalog. Glue catalog. First component is a Glue catalog. Now in the diagram, if you'll see, right, where actually Glue catalog, this is the Glue catalog. Now what is a Glue catalog? It is a central metadata store. It is a central metadata store. It stores table name, column name, metadata type, file location in S3. So in AWS Glue, right, we have a Glue catalog. In AWS, you will see Glue catalog, Glue catalog. Now in this Glue catalog, all the metadata information will be available, like what is your table, what is your column name, what is the schema of the particular table. All those information will be available in a Glue catalog. So this is the first component which is available. So what is a Glue catalog? It is a central place where all your table information, all your table column information, all the schema information, everything will be available in a Glue catalog. Now the second and the important thing is like second component is a Glue crawler. What is a crawler? It will scan the data automatically. It will detect the schema and it will create the data. It will create the table in a data catalog. So what generally happens, right? Suppose you have a data in S3. For taking example, I have a data in S3. Now my data is coming in a CSV. So generally I get a schema like I have ID, I have a name, and I have a salary. Like this the schema generally come in a CSV. So what I do, I read this data and I finally store into my table, final table after cleaning it. Now suppose my schema got changed. Previously I was receiving ID, name and the salary only, right? Now suppose now I am getting ID, name, salary as well as the department also. Now you can see here new schema got added, new schema got added. So in this case what will happen, when you will run your data pipeline, right? So generally what we do, only previously only three column was available, three schema was available, and based on that we have built the data pipeline and it was running successfully. Now you can see one more column got added, one more schema got added. So what Glue crawler does is like, first it will go to your S3 bucket, whatever the file, right? It will detect the schema. It will detect like new department got added. It will detect the schema like new department got added, and this schema like it will store into a Glue catalog. So in Glue catalog we store about the table, right? We store about whatever the schema, right? So what Glue crawler will do, it will go to the your source, it will go to the S3, it will detect like new schema got added, and it will finally it will store into a Glue catalog. So I hope you got the idea what is Glue data catalog. It is the central place where we have information about the table, where we have information about the column, where we have information about the schema, like what are the column which is available. Now what Glue crawler does is like it will go to your source, it will detect the schema. If any new schema is there, right, it will detect and it will add into your Glue crawler. So that is the work of the Glue crawler, and it is very useful because our source schema keep on changing, right? So when you will run the Glue crawler, it will detect the schema and it will add so that your pipeline will not fail. Now let's understand about the third component, Glue job. What is a Glue job? It actually ETL code. What is a Glue job? It is a actual ETL code. It uses a Apache Spark. It is written in a PySpark. What is a Glue job? Where we use all the ETL code operation, where we use Apache Spark, and where we write a PySpark code for the execution. Now next is the Glue trigger. What is a Glue trigger? It will run the Glue job. What is a Glue job? It is actually a ETL code, whatever the operation we are doing, right? Now what is a Glue trigger? With the help of the Glue trigger we will run this ETL job. Like suppose you have to trigger this ETL job at 2 o'clock, right? With the help of the Glue trigger we do. So I hope you got the idea about the component of the AWS Glue. In practical when we'll do, right, we'll understand more about this, what actually it does. But as of now you understand is like, if I'll show you here, what is a data catalog? In this data catalog we store all the information, like whatever the table you have, whatever the column you have in this particular table, whatever the schema you have, right, everything we store into a data catalog. It's like a one central place where all your table, column, every information, metadata information will be available. Now second is a crawler. What crawler will do? Crawler will go to your source. It will detect the schema. It will scan your whole file and it will detect the schema, like if any new schema changes happen, and based on that it will write into a Glue catalog. It will update the Glue catalog. So that is the work of the crawler. Now what is your job? Glue job. Glue job is like ETL code. So you can see whatever the ETL operation, right? For that, whatever PySpark code we write, that is nothing but a glue job. Now we have a trigger. With the help of the trigger, we schedule for the particular time period. So that is the whole component of the AWS Glue. When we will do a practical, right, we will understand more about this. How AWS Glue works step by step. First is like data stored in S3. First, taking example, suppose your data is stored in S3. Glue crawler will scan the data, your S3 data. Whatever the schema, right, it will detect, it will store into a catalog, and glue job will read the data, and after that whatever the ETL operation we do, right, transformation, everything we'll do, and finally we'll write into the final destination. How actually it works? Suppose we have a data into S3. Now what actually I want to do? I want to read this. So first I will use a crawler. What crawler will do? It will scan this, whatever the schema will detect, right, it will store into a data catalog. After that, ETL job, right, ETL job will read this data catalog, and based on the all the transformation it will do, and finally it will load into the final destination. So that's how our whole glue job works. Coming to the pricing, you have to pay per job runtime whenever you are running the run, right, whenever you are running the job. For that you have to pay. It is based on the DPU, data processing unit. No idle cost, no server cost. That is the thing you have to remember for the AWS Glue. I hope you got high level idea about the AWS Glue. When we will do a practical, we'll understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about AWS Glue Crawler and the AWS Data Catalog. So in previous video, we got a high level idea, but in this video with practically, we are going to see about the AWS Glue Crawler and AWS Data Catalog use case. It's very important interview question also. First thing they will ask, what is a crawler means, what is a data catalog means, what is the usage and all. So this is an important topic. That's why we are doing it again. So let's start. What is a AWS Glue Crawler? AWS Glue Crawler is a automatic schema detector. In simple word, crawler looks at your data file and figure out the column, data type, structure automatically. For a taking example, suppose you have a S3 bucket. Now in this S3 bucket, you are keep on getting a file. Suppose you have a CSV file, CSV1, CSV2, CSV3, like that. On a daily basis you are keep on getting the file. Now what glue crawler will do, based on, it will first scan your S3, it will scan your data, and based on that it will detect the schema. Suppose in a CSV we are getting a schema like ID and the name, ID and the name. So what actually it will do, it will scan your whole bucket, and based on that it will detect the schema. Like we have a schema of the ID, we have a schema of the name, and also it will store the column as well as their data type. Suppose ID is an integer, name is a varchar, right? So this kind of the thing crawler will do. It will scan your whole source, and based on that it will detect the schema. So that is a glue crawler. Now coming to the glue catalog. What is a glue catalog? Glue catalog is a central metadata repository. In simple word, catalog is a dictionary of your data lake. What is a glue catalog? Glue catalog is a place. Glue catalog is a place where your whole information about all the DB, all the table, every information will be available into this particular catalog. Like suppose I have a multiple table, right, table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, like multiple DBs and all, right, and each table we have a multiple column, right. So all those information will be stored into a catalog. It's like a central metadata repository where all the information about DB, table, column, data type, S3 location, everything will be available. So what is a glue crawler? Glue crawler will detect the schema, but whatever the schema it is detecting, right, it is getting saved into the glue catalog itself. So it will have information about database, table name, column name, data type, S3, everything. It will be stored into the catalog itself. Now in a one line, if you want to understand, right, in one line, if you want to understand about glue crawler and the glue catalog, glue crawler automatically scan the data source like S3 to detect the schema and create or update table in a glue catalog. So that is a glue crawler. It will scan and it will update into a catalog. What is a glue catalog? It is a metadata repository that store table definition and in schema information for data store in a AWS data. So in AWS data, whatever the table, whatever DB, anything, right? All the schema information, all the metadata information will be stored into a Glue catalog. Let's take one of the use case and let's try to understand. So what we will do with the practical, we have a S3. What we will do in S3, we will try to store a CSV, and here we will have a schema of the CSV like ID, name, something schema will be there. Now what we'll do, we'll create one crawler. What this crawler will do, it will go, it will scan this S3, and based on the whatever the schema it will detect, right, it will try to store into a data catalog. This practical we are going to do. First thing, we will store with the this schema, and after that we will add a more schema and we will run a crawler and we'll see whether our new schema is getting updated into a catalog or not. So this is the practical we are going to do. Let's see, in practical you will get more idea. So what I will do, I will open my AWS account. So I open a AWS account. What I will do, I will search for the glue here. So search for the glue, AWS glue, we can see, right? Click on this AWS glue. Once you will click on the AWS glue, right, in the left side you will see couple of options, like you can see in data catalog, tables, ETL jobs, data connections and all. If you click on the data catalog, right, here you will see a database, table, schema, connection, crawler. So we will see how to create a crawler. Click on the crawler. So as of now, no crawler is there. Before to that, what we'll do, we'll create one S3 bucket also. I will create one S3 bucket where we'll try to store a data. So I will open in a new tab. I will try to create one S3 bucket. There I will store one of the file. So as of now, let's see we have any of the bucket or not. Or let's create a bucket. I'll give the bucket name as a first we have to give the bucket name, right? Order data bucket something. I will give random name. This is the bucket I am creating. Create bucket. In this bucket, what I will do, I will try to store a, you can see order data bucket I have created. In this order data bucket, I will create a folder. I will give the folder name as a order. So this will contain all the order related data. So that's why I am giving the folder name as order. Create a folder. Click on this and let's try to upload a file. Let's try to upload a file. Add files. Let's upload the first order v1 file. Click on the upload. Now if I'll show you this order v1. So this order v1 file contain order ID, amount and the country, and this is the data it contains. So this is the data. You think like on a daily basis this order data you are getting into this particular bucket. Now we have updated one file. Now we will see how to create a crawler. So come to this data catalog, you can see crawler, right? Click on the create crawler, give the crawler name. So I will give the crawler name as a order, and after that you can give any name in the crawler, and after that click on the next. Is your data already mapped to the glue table? No, not yet, right? After that click on the data source where your data is S3, right? After that you have to select the path where your data is available. So my data is available in a order data bucket in this order folder. So I'll select this, and after that you will get couple of options: crawl all subfolder, crawl new subfolders only. So in this particular folder, whatever the all subfolders will be there, right, it will scan whole, or if any new subfolder only is there, then only it will scan. So we will select all subfolder, do the scan, and after that click on the add S3 data source. After that we have a option custom classifier, add a new classifier. Here you can give the classifier like whether it is a CSV, JSON or XML. I'll select the CSV and it is a comma separated. So these are the thing actually you can mention here. Click on the, give the classifier name as a CSV order. Let's give any name. Click on the create. This is one we have added. Come here, refresh this. You can select this. This is optional, but if you want you can select this. After that existing IAM role. If you already have IAM role, you can do that, or you can create a new one. So I am going to create a new one, order test something. This is a one IAM role will be created. So this is one we will use. Click on the next. A database name, we have to create a new database, so that uh, under this database table, right, first crawler will do a scanning whatever the schema, right, in the database. Under the table only it will store. So we have to create a database. So click on this add database, give any database name, and give the name as a order. You can give any name. Create a database. One database will be created. Refresh this. You will see order database, and we will select this. And crawler schedule, whether you want to run crawler hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, you can select, or on demand. We want to run on demand, right? We'll select this. Click on the next. Click on the create crawler. What will happen? Crawler will be created. Now if you click in the crawler, right, if you will see, one crawler got created. We have created one database, right? So in the left side you can see database. Here you can see order database also got created, and table also. So this is a data catalog. What we have seen, crawler, what this crawler will do, it will go to my S3 bucket, it will do a scanning, whatever the table and the schema, right, it will store into the data catalog. So let's try to run this. Select this, click on the run. What actually it will do, it will go to my S3 bucket. In this S3 bucket it will do the scanning, and based on that whatever the schema it will detect, right, it will try to store into the database table. Let's see it's working fine or not. Now you can see here it is saying, right, one created, and is stopping the crawler also. Now if you go to the database, if you will refresh this, right, one table should be created. You can see one order table got created. If you see here, you can see order ID, amount, and the country. It automatically detect the schema. So if I show you, this was our data which we uploaded in S3, order ID, amount, and the country. Based on that, it detected the column name, data type also, big int, and string. Automatically it detected. So in the table, right, you will see one table actually got created, and this table contain all the table information, column information, data types, and everything. So like that, with the help of the crawler, we can detect the schema. It is still in the stopping phase. We have to wait for some time so that it will stop. Till then, what actually we'll do, we'll try to upload one more file with the new schema. So you can see we have a one more new schema. You can see this is the new schema, order ID, amount, country, payment, and the salary we are adding. And let's see, payment and the salary. So what we are doing, we are uploading a two file, because sometime what actually happens, only if the new file, if you are uploading only one file, right, so sometime it ignores. So if you are having a more than one file, right, where the new schema is coming, right, for that it works properly. So in the S3 bucket we will try to upload a few more files. Add files, order 3 and order 4, two files I am uploading with the new schema. Click on the upload. So now we have uploaded a new file with the new schema, order 3 and order 4. What we will do, we'll try to run the crawler, and we'll see whether our table with the new schema will get updated or not. So that is the thing we have to check. Before to that, let's see, let's wait it to be stopped first. Now you can see it is ready now. We'll click here, we'll click on the run. Now what will happen, crawler will start. What actually it should do, it should do a scanning of the whole folder, and whatever the new schema is there, right, it should detect, and it should update my table. So let's see it's working fine or not. It is saying like it started running, it's running. Let's wait it to be complete. Now you can see it is ready, and you will be able to see the log also. Now let's go to the database, select this, refresh this, open this, table refresh, click on this, nothing happened, right? Here we can see order has been updated with a new schema. Writing to catalog also, update one. So here we can see it has updated, but it's still not reflecting into our DB. So we have to wait for some time because sometime it takes time. Now we can see here new column got added and also their type also. So you can see payment type and the salary, right? These two new schema added in our file, and we have run the crawler. So crawler, what actually it does? It it went to the our S3 bucket, it crawled the whole file, it scanned the whole file, and based on that two new schema it updated in our data catalog table. So previously, right, what actually was happening, even though we ran the crawler and when we were checking into the table, it was not updating properly. So generally it takes few minutes to update here. If you'll see the log, right, in the log it was showing like it's updated, but when we were checking into this table it was not showing. So generally it takes few minutes time to update the table, so you have to wait for some time. I hope you got the idea about the crawler. It will do a scanning and whatever the new schema, right, it will store into this data catalog table. Hello everyone. Now we are going to start our practical part, and here we are going to build one ETL pipeline using a AWS Glue. So we have one of the business requirement. Based on that we are going to create one ETL pipeline. So what is our business requirement is like we have one of the S3 bucket. In this bucket we are keep on receiving a data in the form of the TXT, and our requirement is like we have to read the data, we have to read this data from this particular S3 bucket, and whatever the data is coming, right, we have to copy into another S3 bucket and we have to convert into the JSON. So whatever the data we are receiving in this particular S3 bucket, right, it is in TXT format. What we have to do, we have to copy into another S3 bucket and we have to save in the form of the JSON. So TXT to the JSON conversion we have to do. This is our requirement, and for that we have to build a ETL pipeline so that on a daily basis it will read the data from this S3 bucket and it will copy into another S3 bucket and it will save in the form of the JSON. We are also going to use a crawler and the catalog to maintain the data, to maintain the metadata information. Means what this crawler will do, it will go into the S3 bucket, whatever the schema is there, right, it will try to store the schema into the catalog. So a crawler will keep on scanning this data, whatever the schema, right, it will try to store into this particular catalog. So this also we are going to use that. So let's do a practical. Requirement is very simple pipeline. Whatever the data we are getting in S3, we have to read that, we have to copy into another S3 bucket and we have to copy in the form of the JSON. So that is the requirement. Let's do a practical. First thing, we'll go to the S3 buckets, search for the S3. We'll create one bucket first and then we'll try to store a data. Click on the create bucket, give any bucket name, do practical something name I will give, okay, and the bottom I will just click on the create bucket. So this is the bucket which got created. In this particular bucket what I will do, I will try to upload my file. So this is the sales txt or csv format data which is available, so that I will try to upload. So this is one of the bucket where our data is available, AWS Glue Practical Lab. Now what I will do, I will create another bucket and there I will try to store my JSON data. Okay, so I will give the bucket name. I am creating another bucket, Glue JSON bucket, something name I will give. In this bucket our CSV to JSON data will get stored. So I have one bucket Glue Practical. Here data is available in a TXT format. I have another bucket Glue JSON bucket, and here our output file will be available. Once we will create a Glue pipeline. Now once you have this, right, so let's start creating a Glue pipeline. So first I will search for the Glue. In a search bar, search for the Glue, AWS Glue, open that. So once you will open a AWS Glue, this particular screen you will see. In the left side you can see you have a multiple option, data catalog, data integration, ETL and all. So first thing is like, first thing we are going to create a crawler. So what this crawler will do, this crawler will go to your Amazon S3 bucket. It will try to scan your data and then it will try to give you a schema and it will try to store in this particular table. So for that, first thing is to create a crawler. How actually we can create a crawler? Click on this crawler click on the create crawler, give a crawler name. So we are giving the crawler name as a sales. You can give any name. Next, after that you have to specify your data source. So we are going to select add a data source. So where your data is available, our data is available is Amazon S3, so we will select that. If you have a data that is available in another source like DynamoDB, JDBC connection, you can select from here also. Now after that, network connection is optional. After that, we have to select the S3 path. So where actually your data is available. So we'll select this browse S3. So this is the particular bucket where our data is available, right? So we'll select that. So we'll select this particular bucket and we'll select the okay. After that, give the slash and the create all subfolders. So we get a multiple option. So suppose in your particular bucket you have a multiple folders, and all the folders, if you want to scan your data, so you can select the create all subfolder or any specific folder out based on any event you want to scan, so that actually you can select. So we are selecting only the bucket and we are giving the slash. We'll click on the add on S3 data source. After that, you can see we have a custom classifier. So suppose you want to give any classifier, so that actually you can specify from here, like what is your classifier name. So let me give the classifier name also, and what is the format. So our data is available in a CSV, right? So we will select the CSV format, and it is the comma separated, and this kind of the option you can select. And after that, you have to click on the create. So classifier also we have given, and after that we will select from here classifier. This is the sales one, so I will select that. This is the classifier name. Go to the next. After that we are going to create a IAM role. So we will click on the create new IAM role, because we are going to create a new IAM role. And what is the, so I will give the sales project something. You can give any name so that you can identify it. And after that we will refresh it, and the sales project, this is the IAM role I will select. Later if any permission is required, we can add that. And after that, the database. First thing, we have to create a database so that our schema we can store in any table. So we'll click on the add a database, give the database name. So I'll give a database name as a sales project, and click on the create database. So this is the sales project database we have created, and from here we can select that sales project. This is the database where I want to store my schema. And after that, you can see crawler schedule. So we get a multiple option. You want to schedule your crawler on a hourly basis, daily, weekly, monthly, you can select from here. As of now, I will go on the on demand. So means you want to run on a crawler on a hourly, monthly, weekly basis, that you can select that. And after that, click on the next, and you can see these are the property which you have set up. The type also we have selected the CSV, and click on the create crawler. Now after that, go to the crawler, and you can refresh this so that you will be able to see your crawler. So this is the sales crawler we have created. Select that and click on the run. Now you can see starting crawler. Your crawler is starting. Once the crawler will complete, right, what actually it will happen, left side you can see in a database you have a sales project, right? Go to the table. In the table, one table will get created with all your schema, and that schema is nothing but it is a reading a data from your Amazon S3, and it will try to create one table and it will try to score your schema. So that is the advantage you get with the help of the crawler. So let's see it to be completed, and then we'll see. Now you can see crawler is completed, and you can see in the right side, right, one table got created, it is showing. Now what we will go to, left side you go to the table, refresh it, you will see this is the particular table which got created, and here we should be able to see the schema. So if I'll show you my file, so this is the file which I have, customer ID, product name, and the sales. What actually it did, it tried to scan your data source and it will try to give you the schema. Like it automatically detected the column name customer ID and it detected as a integer, product name it detected as a string, and the sales it is detected as a integer. And here also you can see customer ID, product name, and the sales we have. So that is how actually it automatically predict the schema of your table. After that, what we will do, in the left side the data catalog we have created, right? Now what we will do, below you can see ETL jobs, so click on the ETL jobs. Now we will try to create a pipeline. Now once you will click on the ETL job set, you can see this particular option. So here you get a multiple option, visual ETL, or through a notebook you want to create, or through a script you want to create. So first we will see the visual ETL one, so I'll click on the visual ETL. Now you can see here it is showing option like source, transform, target, and the popular. So we are going to create a ETL pipeline. So for that, first we should select the source, and if you want to perform any transformations, for that you have to select the transform, and then you have to select the target. So what is our source? Source is Amazon S3, so I will select that. Transformation, if you want to perform any aggregation, if you want to perform any drop duplicates, so for that you can select the transformation option. In the next video we will see more about the transformation, but as of now our target is like transform a data from a source to the target, from a CSV to the JSON we have to do. So I will directly go to the target. I'll select the Amazon S3. So in a visual way you can see this is the data pipeline which we are going to create. So first I will select the source. We have to do a setup. What is the name? Name you can give any name here. So I will select the Amazon S3 source. What is the source type? Source type is the data catalog which we have created. So that we will select. First you have to select the database. So sales project is the database which we will select here. The table you have to select. So this is the table we have created. Now in the left side you have to select the IAM role and you will be able to see your data whether it's working fine or not. So select that and now you can see data preview. You will be able to preview your data. So customer ID, product name, and the sales we are able to preview our data, means our source is now ready. Now I will select the target. So I'll click on the target. Format, on which particular format we want to save. So I will select the JSON. Name you can give any name. So name we have given. Format we will save as a JSON format. Compression, if you want to compress data you can select that, but as of now I will select the none. After that you have to click on the save. So you can give, you can say here it is giving error. You have to first assign the job name. So I'll give the job name as a sales. After that I'll click on the save. Your glue job is now ready, but before that first you have to give the target location also, S3 target location. So click on the browse S3, and where actually you want to save. We want to save in a glue JSON bucket. So this is the bucket where we want to save. Now you can see the target also it is showing the green mark. After that click on the save. Now your glue job is ready. Go to the script. You can see automatically script got generated. So that is the advantage we get. So with the help of the visual itself, our script got generated, and here we can do a modification if any requirement is there. So that is the advantage we get. After that what we will do, click on the job details and we will try to set up our job. We will try to set up our job. So first thing is to give a IAM role. So this is the IAM role we have created. So what we will do, we'll try to assign a policy here. We will try to assign a Amazon S3 read and write access. So I will open a IAM role here, open in a new tab. Go to the, in the left side you can see roles, right? Select the roles, search for the role you have created. So I'll search AWS Glue sales project, right? So I will select that. Add a permission, click on the add permission. As of now only the Glue service role is available. I'll try to attach a policy here. So what is the policy I want to attach? I want to attach a Amazon S3 full access. So that is the policy I am going to give here. Amazon S3 full access. Click on the add permission.
Now our roles are ready. We have a permission here. Now go to the glue job again. So this is the IAM role we have selected, and the bottom you can see the language we are using a Python. Worker type we have selected the G1X as of now, and the worker we will select only the two, because as of now we are only doing a practical and we only have a limited data. And if you want to set up any retry, if any job failure is happening, you can set up from here. The job timeout is also there. If you select on the advanced property, you will see there are few logs are also getting generated whenever you will run your glue pipeline. So that is a particular path you can select from here. Now your job is ready. Click on the save. Go to the run option. In a run, you can run your job. So go to the run. Now after that you can run your job. So first let me refresh this. As of now no job is there. We are going to run that, right? So just click on the refresh first. Either you can run manually or you can schedule it also. So this is the schedule option we have. So you can schedule also, but as of now we are going to run it manually. So click on the run job. Now your job will start running, and what it should do, it should save your data in Amazon S3 bucket in a JSON format. So once you complete your project, try to delete your crawler, try to delete your job, so to avoid unnecessary jobs. So that's how we will do a practical. So that's thing you have to remember. So as of now it's running state. Once it will complete, your data should be available in a S3 bucket in a JSON format. So that is our requirement. If any error will come, we will try to debug that. Now you can see it is succeed now. So what we will do, we'll try to search for the S3 and we'll try to see whether it got saved or not. Open link in a new tab, S3 bucket. We'll go there, and where actually we have saved, this is the JSON bucket where actually we want to have. So this is the file which got saved. So we'll select that and we'll try to save that. Click on the open and we will give any name .json or something. So this is the file which is available. Now we will try to read that. So this is what we have. So let me open this. Now you can see it got converted in a JSON format and it is available that. What was our source file? Source files was available in a CSV format. So we have converted in a JSON format. Means our glue pipeline is running fine. So that is how actually we can create a pipeline, and if you want to schedule, you can schedule that, and transformation thing we will see in the next video. That's it in this video. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone. So we will continue our AWS Glue practical part, and in this video we are going to see how actually we can create a ETL pipeline and how actually we can do a transformation. So that actually we are going to see in this particular video. So we have one of the requirement. Our requirement is very simple. We have a data that is coming in S3. So suppose this is your S3 bucket. In this S3 bucket you have a data in the form of the JSON. You think like daily you are receiving the data in the form of the JSON. Your requirement is like you have to read this JSON, you have to copy into another S3 bucket in the form of the CSV. So we are getting a data in the form of the JSON, we have to copy into another S3 bucket in the form of the CSV. This is our requirement. As well as we had to also do a couple of the transformation, like you have to remove a duplicate, or you have to select only the specific field. You do not have to select all those field which is available in a JSON, only the specific field you have to select. So basic transformation also we are going to see in this particular video. First let me show you the data. So this is the JSON data we have. You can see this is the column. Now here you can see we have a couple of duplicate that we have to remove, and also few of the column which is unnecessary, like where all the time the value is coming blank, right? That also we have to remove. So this is our requirement, and for that we are going to do a practical. So let's start our practical part.
So first let me show you the S3 bucket. So I will search for the S3 here. If you will see, I have a two bucket. One is the input bucket. In this output bucket, as of now in output bucket no file is there, but we will create a pipeline and we will dump in a CSV file here.
So first let us try to open AWS Glue because we are creating a pipeline. So search for the Glue, open in a new tab, and let's try to create a ETL pipeline. So in the left side you can see ETL jobs, right? So click on the ETL jobs, click on the visual ETL. We are going to create a visually ETL pipeline. So what is your source, what is your transformation, what is target, you have to select from here. So my source is Amazon S3, so I will select that, and let me try to click on this Amazon S3. Now you have to give the S3 source type. What is the S3 location? So first let me give the location here. So my file is available in an input bucket, and this is the file which I have, so I will select that. Okay, and the format you have to specify. Format is a JSON, and in the left side you can see if you want to preview your data. So what you have to do, first you have to create a IAM role. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a new IAM role, and we will assign a few policy there. So what is the policy? First it should be able to interact with a glue, and second is the it should be able to interact with the S3 bucket. So that is the policy we are going to assign. So click on the create role. We are going to create a new IAM role. Okay, and use cases. What is the use cases? Glue. So we will select the glue. This is the use cases we have. Click on the next and attach a policy. So first policy I am going to attach is like glue service role, AWS glue service role. This is the policy I am going to attach. And the second policy I am going to attach is the S3 full access, Amazon S3 full access. So these two I will assign and click on the next. And the role name you have to give so that you will be able to remember this. So I will give glue practical lab, glue practical lab. So this is the role name I am giving, and I will just click on the create role. So one IAM role will get created, and with this IAM role we will try to debug that and we'll try to use that. So in IAM role, if you'll see, there is no roles available. So how actually you can do that? Go to the job details in IAM role, right? Refresh it, and you can see glue practical lab. So this only we will select and go to the visual. Now you can see you will be able to preview a data with the help of the IAM role. Now you can see you are able to preview your data, right? So we have an employee ID, we have a name, we have a salary, address, location, and email. So if I'll show you, so employee ID, name, salary, address, location, email. So it is able to preview, and if you will see, we have a total 12 record, and the multiple duplicates are also available. You can see total 1 2 3 4 5 6, and again 1 2 3 4 5 6. These are the records which is available, and duplicate values is available. So our next thing is like to apply a transformation. So we have to remove a duplicate values. So what we will do, I will select on the S3, click on the plus, go to the transformation. In this transformation you can apply a multiple transformation, like if you want to change a schema, if you want to perform a joining, if you want to perform missing values, aggregation, drop duplicates, drop fields. These all the different transformation available which you can apply. Now what we need to delete a duplicate. So I'll select the drop duplicates. Now click on the drop duplicate. Now right side you can see, right, match entire rows distinct. So if only the distinct record you want, so you can select that. Okay, so I want a distinct record based on all the column. Now you can see we only have a 6 unique records, so we have removed the duplicates. Now what actually we want to have only the specific column. Now if I will show you, email ID, name, salary, and address, this 4 column only we want. We don't want location and email, so we have to remove that. So how actually we can select only the employee ID, name, salary, and address? So I will select here, click on the plus. We will use the select transformation. With the help of the select field, what we will do, what are the column you want, you only select that. So I want employee ID, name, salary, and the address. So this 4 column only I want, so that only I will select. You can see only the 4 column it is, you can see. So we have applied a drop duplicate, we have applied a select transformation. Now final we will apply a target location. So I'll select that. Target is our S3 bucket, so I'll select the S3 bucket. Now we have to set up the S3 also here. So right side you have to select the format, on which format you want to save. I want to save in a CSV, so I'll select that. Compression, I don't want to have any compression. And finally you have to select the target location. So I'll go to the target is S3 new. I'll select that, and after that this is how your pipeline is now ready. S3 bucket, transformation, and finally the target. Now if you want to save job, so first you have to give the job name. So I will give the job name as a Glue Lab, and I will click on the save. Once you will save, your job is now saved. Go to the script. This is the automated script which got generated. Now you can see here the drop duplicate transformation apply, select field transformation is applied. So all the kind of the things you can see here. The script you can see here. Okay. Now go to the job details. In the job details, what we will do, we have selected the IAM role, glue version, worker type. So we want only the 2 worker as of now because we are doing a practical lab. So if you need a more worker for your data, you can select that. But as we are doing only practical, so we'll select that, and after that click on the save. Now go to the run. Now from here we can run our pipeline and we'll see whether it's working fine or not. Let me run, and if any error will come, so we'll try to debug it. So you can see it is running. Now you can see it is succeed now. Now we'll go to our S3 bucket and we'll try to see our data is available into the output S3 bucket in a CSV file or not. So I'll refresh this. Now you can see all the part file it is available. In the multiple partition it saved the file. So if I'll show you, if I'll download this and let me try to open this, data should be available. So if I'll double click notepad, now you can see employee ID, name, salary, address. It saved in a CSV format, in a comma separated format. So it's saved in a multiple part file. So our pipeline is working fine. If you have to save in a only one part file, that also you can do. In this case, what you have to do, go to the script and you have to use a repartition. So if you will do repartition 1, it will save only in a one format. Click on the edit script. So this select field, what we will do, equal to the select field dot repartition 1. You want to save in only one partition, and after that save it. Go to the run, and let's try to run again. You can see it is succeed now. Let me go to the output bucket, click on the refresh. Now you can see the latest part file is this is the latest one, and 131 KB. Now it's saved in only in one partition. So if I'll download this, save, go to the download. So this 521, this is the latest one. I will open that notepad. So you can see all the 6 record we have. What we have done is, like, we in the script we have added a in a with the help of the PySpark command, we have repartition in a single partition. Okay, so that is the only thing we have done. Our pipeline is working file and we are able to save in a CSV file. So yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got it. Hello everyone. So we will continue our AWS Glue part and we will see about more transformation. In this video we are going to see about the filter transformation. So I have created one of the S3 bucket. You can see trans data bucket. Here I will try to upload one of the files. So let me click on the upload, click on the add files, and I will search this transaction.csv file. This file I will open, click on the upload. So this data I have uploaded. Make sure whatever after doing the practical, right, whatever the previous buckets are there, right, that is not in use, you remove that or you delete it. So you have to select this and you have to click on the delete. And under this, if any file is there, delete that particular file first and then delete the bucket. So that is the step you have to follow so that unnecessary cost we can avoid. So as of now, transaction data bucket, here I uploaded one file. Now what I will do, I will search for the glue, search for the AWS glue, come here, So what is my requirement is like I have this transaction file. In this transaction data, I want to filter where payment is success only. That data only I want to filter. So I'll open a AWS Glue. Here I will open a ETL job. Click on the ETL job, AWS Glue ETL job. After that, we'll create a one kind of the pipeline. Click on the Visual ETL. In the Visual ETL, source, transform, and the target. Right? Source is Amazon S3. The Amazon S3 we have to select. Location, you can select the S3 location, or if you have a data catalog table already, you can select that. Click on the browse S3. So this is the bucket where our data is available, right? I'll select this and make sure under this bucket we have a file, right? So slash I am passing recursive data format is a CSV. I will select that, and first line of the source file contains column header. So you can see in our file first line contain the header, right? So I am selecting that, and yeah, so this will be setting we have done. In the left side, right, if you want to debug and if you want to preview your data, you have to have a IAM role. So for IAM role, what we will do, we'll create one new IAM role, open in a new tab just for the debugging perspective. So once you will open this, what you have to do, in the left side, click on the role. We are going to create a new IAM role. So let me give the role as a use cases for the glue. So let's use a glue, AWS glue. Next, what is the permission we want to give? I will give AWS Glue Console full access, and also we want to give a S3 Amazon S3 full access, because from Amazon S3 we want to read it. These two I want to give. Click on the next. Role name, I will just give transaction test something. So this Amazon S3 full access, Glue Console full access I have given. Click on the create role. So you can see TNS test we have created. Now I will go to the here uh, IAM role, and from here also if you want to, you can create that create IAM role. You will do right. It will open here itself, but that we have already done it. Now after that, still it's not able to, you are not able to see, right? Go to the job details. Here you can see refresh, right? Click on the refresh. Now TNS test is coming, we will use that. Go to the visual. So you can see starting up to data preview. So it started the session. Now based on whatever the selection you have done, right, let's see whether you are able to read this Amazon S3 file or not. So this is the location we have passed. Based on that, we are able to read the file or not. First, let's debug it. After that, we will apply a transformation. These are very important steps, because if you will not debug this step and if you will go to the next step, right, it will be very difficult, like where it is going wrong. So first, this step is completed. Try to preview the data, what data you are getting. After that, suppose you are applying a filter transformation. After that, preview the data. So make sure you create a IAM role, assign a appropriate permission to that, and see the data. So let's wait. If we are getting any error, right, here it will throw error. Now you can see we are able to read the data. Transaction data customer means this one is working fine. Whatever the data we had in S3 bucket, right, we are able to read that. Now select this, click on the plus. We want to a transformation, right? So in a transformation, you can see where we have a multiple things, multiple transformations are there. Uh, Drop fields, drop null fields, filter. So we are going to use a filter. Click on this filter. Select this. Right side you can see parent node is Amazon S3, right? And here what is the filter condition, global and or global or. So add a condition. I want to have a condition where payment status is success, matches string success. It should be small. So you can see here we have a right payment which is equal to the success, that actually I want to filter. So payment status matches success. Now you can see here it applied only the success payment, you can see we are able to see here. Now you can see we can preview. This also is working fine. Similarly, if you want to add a more transformation, select this, click here, and we have a multiple other transformation also, that also you can use. Suppose I want to drop the null fields, or if you want to drop the field, select this. Click on the drop field. Which particular field you want to drop? I want to drop, for example, last updated. This is not important for me. I selected that. So that particular field will be removed from here, and from here you can validate it. And finally, if you want to save anywhere, right, select this, click on the target, and where you want to save, Amazon S3, right? All those wherever you want to store in a Parquet, right? That particular location you have to pass. For example, suppose I want to store in here. Select that, and uh, you can see your pipeline is ready. So what we have done, first we are reading it from Amazon S3. We are reading it from Amazon S3. We are doing a filter. We are dropping some field, and finally we are loading into the Amazon S3. After that, you have to save that. So first you have to give proper name. Like I will give the name as a test. After that, you have to do a save. And if you want to see the script, right, sometime in a script level also we have to do a changes. So go to the script. Here you can see for the filter, right? This is the condition which has been applied. Similarly, drop field, this is the condition transformation is applied. Go to the job details, give all those details, worker types before running. Make sure the worker you select the minimum one to avoid unnecessary cost. Make sure you use the minimum one here. And also bookmark is we will discuss later, like how incrementally we can load the data, and timeouts and all. This actually you can select, and if you want to run this, right, you can run it. Otherwise here itself, if you want to preview your data, right, this is how actually we are able to preview. That also you can do. So I hope you got the idea how to apply a filter transformation in a AWS Glue. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about job bookmark in AWS Glue. It is a very important feature in AWS Glue. So let's try to understand what is a job bookmark. A job bookmark is a Glue feature that tracks what data has already been processed in a previous run. So the next run process only a new data. What is a job bookmark? With the help of the job bookmark, we can only process a new data. For taking example, suppose I have one of the pipeline. What this pipeline is doing? This pipeline is copying a data from one source to the destination. So suppose today I have received one CSV file. Today I have received one CSV file. What actually it is doing? From source it is reading and it is copying into the final destination. Final destination. Now suppose tomorrow again I have received one more new CSV file. New data I have received. Again I have received new data. Now in this case what will happen? If you will not use a job bookmark, what actually it will do, when you will run the pipeline, the both the file again it will take and it will do a copy, even though we have copied this file already in previous run, right? But if you will not use a job bookmark, then what will happen, again the whole file it will take, both the file it will take, again it will copy. Similarly, next day suppose one more file came, CSV3. Now when you will run, right, what will happen, again this three file actually it will take and again it will do a copy into a final location. Even though these two we have already copied, but when you will run the pipeline, again the whole file it will take and it will copy. To avoid this, we have a job bookmark feature. In this case what will happen, suppose first day when you are running the pipeline, suppose first day we receive this CSV file. Now suppose CSV file we have copied here, so CSV one file is already available. Now next day when I will use the job bookmark enable, right, now next day suppose I received another file. So in this case what will happen, first it will check whether CSV1 is already copied into a target or not. It is already copied, right? So in this case what it will do, it will skip the this file, only it will pick this file and it will copy into the here, it will copy into the CSV2. Now next day suppose it suppose one more file we received. Now this first it will check whether CSV1 and the CSV2 we have already copied or not. So we have already copied into a target, right? So in this case what actually it will do, it will only pick the new file, new data, and it will copy into the final destination. So that's how it is very useful to copy only the incremental data, only the new data we are copying into the final destination. So that is the use case of the job bookmark. how job bookmark works. When a glue job runs with a bookmark enable, so we have to do a bookmark enable. Glue reads data using a dynamic frame. Glue records metadata about S3 file path, file name, file offset. So it keeps the record of the file name path, file name, and the offset. The metadata is stored as a bookmark state. So in the bookmark state, it will have information about the file name, S3 file path, whatever the file it is copying, right? So all those information actually it tried to save here. On the next trend, it will check whether this file is already processed or not. If it is already processed, it will skip on only the new data it will read and it will copy. So it's try to create one bookmark state where and in the metadata it will store about the file path, file name, all those information so that only new file it can pick and it will copy into the final destination. So that's how actually it works. Why job bookmark is important? Without bookmark, we have to do a full load every time. So suppose if you are not using a bookmark, right? In this case, what will happen? Again and again, whole file will be picked and we will try to copy. We'll do full load every time. But with bookmark, only the new file we will take and we'll try to do a copy. So that is the advantage. Here, higher cost will be there because the whole file you are doing a copy, right? So higher cost will be involved. Here, lower cost because only the new file we will copy. Duplicate data risk because again and again you are doing a copy, right? So duplicate issue will be there. No duplicate here. Manual timestamp logic, here you have to write, but here automatically the new data it will pick and it will do a copy. So that is the advantage of the job bookmark. I hope you got the idea about the job bookmark. In next video we will try to do a practical and we'll try to learn. Hello everyone. So in previous video we understand about job bookmark. In this video with practically we are going to see how actually we can copy only the new file in the destination. For taking example, suppose I received one file today. So what I will do, I'll pick that file and I will copy. Suppose next day again I received one more file. So in this case only the new file, whatever the new file I received, right, I should pick that and I should copy it. And after that again I receive new file, right? So only the new file I should take and I should do a copy. Instead of doing a full load, what actually I should do, only new file I should take and I should do a copy. So that is the practical we are going to do. So let me open my AWS. So if I'll show you the data, so I have a three data. This is the transaction data. So you can see here I have a three records. So what I will do, this is my first file. Similarly I have a second file. This is similarly I have a third file. This is the transaction file. So what I will do, first I will upload only one file and I will run the pipeline. So this should copy into the my another S3 bucket. Now next time again I will upload. So in this case only the new file it should take and it should do a copy. So only the new file it should take and it should do a copy. So with the help of job bookmark, how actually we can achieve, let's try to see. So I'll open my AWS account. First thing what we'll do, we'll create a S3. So I'll go to the S3. We'll create one bucket for this particular project. We'll try to upload a file one by one, or if you already have any bucket you can use that also. So you can see this transaction data bucket, right, we have created I think one time. So let's use the same. Only the thing what I will do, I will just try to delete this file and only the new file I will try to insert here. So let me first delete this. Make sure after doing the practical, right, you delete this thing, otherwise cost will be involved. So better to avoid the cost, right? After doing the practical you delete it. So you can see I have one transaction data bucket. Here I will try to upload file. So first what I will do, I will only upload the one file only. So first I will upload only one file, transaction day one file, and I will run the pipeline so that this file should get copied into the another bucket. So let me upload this. So this file is copied. So you can see I have a transaction data bucket. This is one bucket I have. Now where you want to copy? So what I will do, I will create one more bucket. I will just give the name as a target bucket, target transaction bucket something. Make sure it should be smaller, the bucket name, transaction bucket target something. This name I will give. I'll just create a bucket. So what will happen? This will be our target bucket. So when we will create a pipeline, right, we will read the data from here. Here our file will be available, right, and we should do a copy into this target bucket. So that is the practical. So our S3 is set up. What we will do now, we will open a glue. click on the AWS Glue, click on the open link in a new tab. Now here we should create a ETL job. So click here, click on the ETL job. So what actually we had to do? We had to set up the source and the target. So let's do in a visual way only. Click on the visual ETL. What is our source? Source we have to select Amazon S3, right? This is our source. Select this. Source S3 location we have to pass where your file is available. So my file is available into this transaction data bucket, right? So I will select this here. I will only select this. Make sure slash so that all the file it will pick. And the format you can give. So format is a CSV, comma separated. Okay. So this is ready. Now if you want to preview a data, right? How actually you can do? You have to create a IAM role. So for creating a new IAM role, what you have to do? Create a IAM role. We are going to do a if you already have any IAM role created, that actually you can use. But if you don't have, then you have to create a IAM role. In this IAM role, you have to assign a permission for the S3 and the glue. So click on the create role. So let's give the what is the use case. Use case is a glue, right? So let's select the glue here. Glue is our use case. Click on the next. What are the permission you want to give? I want to give S3 full access. So I'll select this. Apart from that, I want to give a glue, Amazon Glue console full access. Apart from that, I think for CloudWatch also we need access, right? CloudWatch. So I will select the CloudWatch log full access. This one. So we assign three load, Amazon S3 full access, Glue access, and the CloudWatch log full access. Click on the create role. So we have to give the role name. So I will give the bookmark role something. This is the one I am creating. Click on the create role. So what it actually it will do, it will create a IAM role. You can see bookmark role we have created. Now we'll come here, we'll select this. So as of now we can't see, right? So you have to go into the script first. You have to go into the job details, and here somewhere you will see the IAM role. So this is the IAM role. Click on the refresh. Once you will refresh, you will be able to see job bookmark role. So go to the visual again. First, let's select the job bookmark role, this one. Click on the start session. What actually it should do? We should be able to read the data first. We should be able to read the data which is available in a Amazon S3 into this particular bucket. So as of now only one file is there, right? So only those file data actually it should read. So it's starting. So let's wait it to complete. Now we can see we are able to read the data. Our source is ready. Now after that what we will do, if you want to do a transformation, you can do this all the transformation. I will just select the target. Where you want to store? I want to store into a Amazon S3, right? Which particular format? So let's select in the CSV only. But if you want another format, that also you can do. We are going to select the CSV only. Compression, we are not going to do a compression. Target location. So which particular bucket you want to see? So store, I want to store into the target, so I'll select that. And you can see Amazon S3 we have selected, format we have selected, target location we have selected, file partition, auto generate files, this we have selected. That's it. Our pipeline is ready. Now after that we have to give the name, right? So let me give the name as a bookmark. Now one important thing, like as of now we have created a normal pipeline, but we have to make sure, right, only the new file actually it should do a copy. So for that what you have to do, go into the job details. Here you will see one option. So first you have to select the IAM role, you have to select the glue version, you have to select the language, worker type minimum one, that is fine. After that, number of worker, make sure it should be a minimum. After that, you can see job bookmark. It's showing disabled, right? This we have to enable it. Then only the new file it will take and it will execute. You can see job bookmark. It will process only the new file. If you will disable it, right, all full load will happen. But if you will enable only the new file, it will take and it will process that. Number of retry. So these are the things is fine. Click on the save. So you failed to update. You can see worker type minimum allowed is 2. So we have selected the worker type as a 1, right? Make it 2. Click on the save. You can see it successfully. Now if you want to run the pipeline, right? Click on the run the job. What actually it should do? It should read the data from one S3 bucket and it should do a copy. So as of now only one file, right? So only one file it should pick and it should do a copy. After that we will try to upload one more file, and in that case we will check whether only the new file it is taking and it is doing a copy or not. So those things we want to check. We want to check only the incremental data it is taking and it is copying or not. So let's see whether we are getting any kind of the issue or not first. Now you can see it is showing succeed, means our pipeline ran successfully. I will go to the S3 bucket. We'll check our in our target bucket no file was there, right? Whether any file got copied or not. So you can see this file got copied and here only the 3 data should be available. Now what we'll do, we'll go to the bucket in our first bucket, right? Here in this bucket, as of now only one file is there. We will try to upload a more files. Click on the add files and I will try to upload a transaction 2 and the transaction 3. I'll click on the open, click on the upload. Now what we are doing, we are uploading a 2 more files. Now you can see 2 and the 3. Now when I will run this pipeline, right? So this file we have already copied. So in this case what actually it should do, it should only read these 2 file and it should do a copy because we have enabled the job bookmark, right? So it will only pick these 2 file and it will do a copy. If I'll go to the bucket and I'll go to the what is our target bucket. As of now you can see only one file is there and the time period you can see 11:45. For this file 11:45 it shouldn't change. Last modified date shouldn't change. It means this file it is not doing a copy again. 11:45 it should be there. Now let's try to run this. Now when I will run this pipeline, what actually it should do? It should do a copy into the same location because one file we have already copied, right? So it shouldn't do a overwrite. So this last modified date shouldn't change for this particular file. Only the new file it should load here. Now you can see it is succeed. I will go to the bucket. I will refresh it. You can see 11:45, right? This file was already present, so it didn't copy it again. That's why the last modified is same. But for these two files, right? These are the new file which got copied. You can see the timestamp is same. So in this particular time period, only these two file got copied. Means it is only picking the new file and it is doing the copy. I hope you got the idea about job bookmark. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about SQL query transformation in a AWS Glue. It's very powerful and the useful transformation. So suppose you have a requirement where your source is a table. I have a source which is a table. Now based on that you want to write any kind of the SQL query and you want to do a transformation. For taking example, suppose I have a multiple table. This all the table I want to do a join and I want to do a filter. So I can simply write one SQL query and I can do my task. So if you want to write any kind of the SQL query, for that we use a SQL query transformation. So let's do a practical and let's try to see how actually we can do this. So I open my AWS account. I have one of the bucket that is a order data bucket. Here you can see I have a order files. The different order files are there, right? Now what I will do, I'll go to the glue. I will open a AWS glue. First thing is like we should have a table, right? So as of now what actually we'll do, we'll create a crawler and based on that we will create a tables. So I will come here, I'll go to the crawler and here I will create one crawler. I will give the name as a table something. Let's give the random name table, or you can give order new some crawler I am giving. Click on the next. Data source configuration not yet. Data source, add a data source S3. Particular path we have to pass. So my data is available into this particular bucket, right? This order. I will select this. After that, crawl all subfolder. We will do add S3 data source. Click on the next. Existing IAM role or create a new IAM role. So if you already have any IAM role, we can use that. So we have used this bookmark role, right? we'll use this one. If you or you can create a new IAM role. Both will work. Click on the next. If you want to create any database, so let me create any database. So I will give the database name as a, let me give the name as a dev database. Click on the create database. I'll come here, I'll refresh it. I'll just select a dev database. Table name, if you want to give any table name prefix, or crawler on demand. Click on the next. Click on the create crawler. What will happen? One crawler will be created. This crawler, when I will run, right, one table should be created. Click on the run crawler. You can see crawler is started. If you want to see, right, click here, refresh this. So this crawler is order new, this crawler is running. Once it will complete, right, one table should be created here. So that table actually we will use in a AWS Glue job, and on top of that we will write a SQL query to perform some transformation. First let it complete. Let's one table should be created into this table. Now you can see order new, it is ready, it is successful. Go to the table, click on the refresh. You can see order database is dev. This one we have created, right? This one got created. So database name is a dev and the table name is order. So one table we have. Now what we will do, we'll go to the AWS Glue, we'll create a ETL jobs. We are going to create a one pipeline, and there we will see how to use a SQL transformation. Go to the visual ETL. What is our source? Amazon S3, right? Select this Amazon S3, and here previously we were selecting S3 location, right? Now we will select the data catalog table. What is our DB name? Dev. What is our table name? Order. We will select this. Now this is ready. Now if you want to preview this data, what you will do? You will select the IAM role. So we have created one IAM role already, right? In previous video, we will select that. Click on the start session. So we should be able to see the data. Let's wait it to complete. Let's wait to start the session. Then we should be able to see the data in Amazon S3, in a dev database and the order database. Now you can see I am able to preview my data. These are the records I have. Now suppose my requirement is like I want to filter where country is India. So how actually I can do a transformation? So I will select this, click on this plus. I will select the select query transformation. You can see use a SQL query to transform our data. Select this. In here we can write any kind of the SQL query. So you can see first you have to select SQL query, and this is ready. Now here if you have to write a your SQL query. So I will write a SQL query dev dot order. This is my table, right? Select star from dev dot order, and suppose I want to filter where country equal to India. So I will write a select star where country equal to the India. Now let's see whether we are able to see only the India related details or not. So you can see I'm not getting, I think I is a capital, so I will select that. Select start from dev dot order where country is India. So you can see only the India related data it filter out. Similarly, you can write any kind of the query. Suppose I want to see where amount is greater than 400 and amount is greater than 400. So based on that, where amount is greater than 400, that we should see. Um, Amount, I think spelling mistake. Amount is greater than 400. Let's see that. You can see 550, 550. Like that, you can write any kind of the complex query based on your requirement, and you can achieve the result. Now, once you got the result right, what actually you can do? You can add your target and wherever you want to store, and you can run the pipeline. So SQL query is a very useful transformation. You can write any SQL query and you can achieve the result. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see about change schema transformation in AWS Glue. It's important transformation in AWS Glue, which we generally use in a AWS pipeline. So what generally happens? Suppose you are reading any CSV file. Suppose your source is a CSV file and you are reading this CSV file. So in that case, what generally happens? Whatever the column is present, right? Whenever you read the CSV file, by default it consider all the column as a string, all the column as a string. Suppose we have ID, suppose we have a salary, right? suppose we have ID and suppose we have a salary. Generally this ID or salary should be an integer, but because when we read a CSV file, by default it consider everything as a string. So in that kind of the scenario, we generally have to change the schema. In other case, suppose you are reading any source and that particular schema it hasn't detected properly, right? And if you want to change the schema, then we use a change schema transformation. Let's do practical. Let's try to understand. I have opened my AWS account. So I have one of the bucket. In this bucket, I have all the order related files. Order 1, order 3, order 4. This is the file. So this we have done in a previous video, right? We have created one of the bucket. We have uploaded couple of file. The same bucket I will utilize. I'll open my AWS Glue. In this Glue, I'll create a ETL job. Go to the ETL job. And in this ETL job, we will see how to use a change schema transformation. So it's opening a Visual Studio. Click on the Visual ETL. Here, first we have to select the source. What is our source? S3, right? So this is S3. And here, which particular location your file is available, you have to select that. Order bucket. In a order folder, we have all the files. I'll select this. Format, format is a CSV, so I'll select the CSV format. And if you want to see this, right, the data, IAM role. So in previous video also we have created IAM role, right? If you haven't created IAM role, what actually you can do, you can go to the IAM, you can search for the here IAM, or in the bottom also you can see, right, we have a create IAM role. You can click on this, IAM window will open. There you can give S3 full access, you can give Glue full access and the CloudWatch access. And once you will create IAM role, you can select from here. So I already created, so I am going to use the same one, this bookmark one. I'll select the start session. Now after that, we will see like whether are we able to read the S3 folder, whatever the file is there or not. And also it should also show you the schema, like what is the schema. You can see we have order ID, amount, country, payment type, salary, right? These are the column which is available. We'll see whether it is detecting all the schema properly or not. So let's wait it to start the session first. Now you can see we are able to read the file. Now if you see the output schema, right? We have order ID, it's considered as a string, salary also a string, everything you can see string. But if you'll see, right, generally this amount should be a integer. So if you want to change the schema, right, in that case we have to apply a transformation. So click on this plus and click on the change schema. If this is the change schema transformation, select this, and the right side you can see, right, suppose I order ID I want to convert into a integer, so I will select that. Similarly, amount also I want to convert into the integer, I have to select that. Now once you will do this, right, your schema will map. Now if I'll go to the here, order ID got converted into integer, amount got converted into integer. So based on your requirement, you can convert into the proper schema. If you will not do this, right, if you will not apply a change schema, then what kind of the problem can come? Let me show you. So first let me remove this change schema. Suppose I am not converting this schema. Now on top of this, I want to apply a filter where amount should be greater than 500. So what I will do, I will select this. I'll go to the filter. So we have seen about the filter transformation, right? I'll select this filter transformation. I haven't changed the schema. I'm using a filter transformation. I want to apply a condition where amount should be greater than the 500. Now if I'll do this, and so you can see here it is only showing the match string, but I want to apply amount should be greater than 500, right? Because amount is in string, right? So that's why it is not giving me the greater than condition. To overcome this, what actually we can use? We can use a change schema. So let me do this once again. Select this, go to the change schema properly, do the change schema mapping properly, convert into an integer, convert this into an integer. Now on top of this change schema, if you will apply any filter condition like filter, right, like now on top of this change schema, if I will apply a filter, I want to add a condition where amount should be greater than, right? So you can see now it is showing greater than 500. Now it's working fine. So that's why schema change is very important. So now you will be able to see where the amount is greater than 500 only in the left side. You can see all the amount is greater than 500. Very important things to handle the schema. So do practice this. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to see about conditional router transformation in a AWS Glue, which practically we are going to see. Before to that, let's first understand what is a conditional router. So by the name itself, you can understand conditional router means based on the condition, you can route your data set. For taking example, suppose I have one of the data set. In that data set, I have one of the country column. In this country column, I am getting a data like India, I am getting a data like UK, I am getting a data like US, Canada. Means all the India related data is coming, all the UK related data is coming, US related data is coming, Canada related data is coming. Now my requirement is like if country is India, if country equal to the India, then what actually I want to do? I want to store into the India folder into S3 bucket. If country equal to the US, right, means all the US related data I want to store into the US folder. If country is equal to the UK, right, then I want to store into the UK folder. If other than this all the country, I want to store into another bucket or another folder. So I have this condition. So in this case, you can see what is the condition I have. If country equal to the India, then I want to store into the India folder. If country equal to the US, then I want to store into the US. If other than this all the country, then I want to store into the another folder. You can see here we have a condition. Based on the condition, we are routing the direction of our pipeline. So conditional router generally we use whenever you want to split your data set based on the condition, right? We use a conditional router. It's similar to the if else condition what we use in a our programming language. Like in Python also we have if else condition, right? Similarly Java, C, C++. Based on we write certain condition uh, based on the condition our generally logic or the data set gets divided. Now suppose you have a requirement if the salary is greater than 1 lakh, then you want to save as a high. If the salary is between 50,000 and the 1 lakh, right, then you want to save as a medium. If the salary is below 25,000, then you want to say as a low. So you can see based on the certain condition we are deriving this particular logics, right? Similarly in a AWS Glue pipeline also based on the certain condition if you want to split your data set we use a conditional router. So let's do a practical, you will get a better idea. I open my AWS account. So I have one of the bucket order bucket. In this order data bucket we have order folder and here all the data is available. Now I will go to my AWS Glue. I will go to the ETL jobs, click on the visual ETL. Let's see how actually we can use this. I will use first source. Source is Amazon S3. Source is Amazon S3. Select that S3 location. Select your S3 location, order bucket, or you can select the order. This particular location I will select. And after that, format is a CSV. Okay, now after that we have to select the IAM role. So we have already created in previous video, right? I will use that same. Click on the start session. Based on that, our session will start and we will be able to see our data. Amazon S3 data, whatever the order related data is available, right? We should be able to see that. And here we can also see the output of the schema also. We are going to see about the uh, transformation conditional router. First let's wait it to complete, then we will apply a router transformation. Now you can see we are able to see our data. Here all the data is available. We have order ID, amount, country, payment type and the salary. I'll select this. I'll click on the plus. I will apply a. Here you will see one of the conditional router condition. Select that. In this conditional router, right? If I select here, you can see it is saying like group means you can create a multiple group. So first group is output group 1. I will give the name as a India. I'll give the name as a India. This is the first group. Now in the below also you will be able to see one group we have created, India group. Here you can apply a condition where country should match the India, India, India. Make sure it should, you are putting exactly India here. So what will happen now if I'll click on this one, right? In this particular India group, I should only be able to see only the India related data. I should only will be able to see the India related data. Let's wait. Similarly, I can create a multiple group. If it is a India, it will go into here. So I have selected here. Here you can see all the countries India. The first column you can see, right? All the countries India. Now here I will select in default group. Other than India, right? It should show you all the other country. So you can see country UK, US, other company it is showing, right? So you can see. So what we have done, we have applied a conditional router condition. Here if I'll click, right, I have created one group India where all the India related data is coming. Similarly, if you want to create a more group, right, if I'll click here add group, and here I will give the name as a UK, and here I will apply a condition add country equal to the UK. This condition I am applying. Now what will happen? So now we have a three group. If I select the here, right, only the UK related data I should be able to see. If I'll click India, then only the India related. So I clicked on the UK, right? Only the UK related data I can see. If I'll click on the India, only the India related data I should be able to see. In a default, other than India and the UK, I should be able to see other data. You can see USA, Canada, and all. So like that, based on condition, you can apply this. Now you want to store into a different location, right? So after that, if you select this, click here, you can add a multiple target. Suppose I want to add into S3, and here you can pass where you want to store any different bucket or the folder you can pass here. There only it will save. Similarly for the UK, right? If I'll click on the UK, for this also I can apply a different target. Like if I select Amazon S3, then what will happen? Here you can pass a different UK related folder. In the UK related folder only it will save. So like that, based on the condition, right, we can route the data. We can split the data based on the condition, and there actually we can save. So it's very useful. Generally in real time we use it a lot. So do practice this. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about aggregate transformation in a AWS Glue. So with practically we are going to see. So let's understand what is a aggregate transformation. Aggregate transformation is used to group the data and calculate summary like sum, count, average, mean, max. So it's similar to the SQL. In a SQL we have a group by function, right? It's similar to that only. For taking example, suppose I have given one data. This is my input data, employee data is given. Here employee ID, name, country and the salary is given. So you can see for this employee, he is from India and his salary is 30,000. Similarly, Anu, he is from India and salary is 40,000. Like that, all the employee ID and the country and the salary information is given. My requirement is like I had to find out based on the India, based on each country, right? What is the total salary? So you can see in India, what is the total salary? 30,000 plus 40,000, right? 70,000 is the total salary. Similarly, in US, what is the total salary? 50,000 plus 60,000, 1,10,000 is the total salary. Similarly, in UK, what is the total salary? 45,000. Means I want to find out the aggregate here. Based on the country, I want to find the aggregate sum. So in this case, what actually we use? In SQL, we use a group by function, right? And in a AWS Glue, if we have to do this, we can use a aggregate transformation. So it's very simple. Let's do a practical and let's understand. So I open my AWS Glue. So I'll show you my bucket first. This is S3 bucket. So I have created this order folder, and here order all the CSV file is here. I'll go to the AWS Glue, come here, go to the Visual ETL. I'm going to create one AWS Glue Visual ETL. Click on the Visual ETL. I'm going to create one ETL job. First thing, I have to select the source. Source is Amazon S3. If I select this, I have to pass the path where our file is available. Order data bucket. This is the order folder. Select the format, CSV format. Now if you want to see the data, right, left side you have to select the IAM role, like what we are doing from previous video. Also we are doing the same thing. We have to start the session. Now you can see I am able to see my data, order ID, amount, country, payment type. My requirement is like based on the country, right? What is the total amount I want to find out? Based on the country, what is the total amount aggregate I want to do based on the country? So suppose here India 100 is there, right? Similarly, India 150. So I want to do based on each country what is the total amount. Before to that, first thing you have to remember this all the things are in string. So first you have to convert into a proper data type. So what we will do, we'll apply change schema first so that our amount should be in a proper. I want amount should be in integer, salary also I want in integer, order ID also I want in a integer. First we have changed the schema. Now after that we'll apply a aggregate. So click on the plus, below you will see one aggregate transformation. So select this aggregate transformation, click on this. Now in the right side you can see fields to group by. Which particular field you want to group? I want to group based on the country, right? So I will select that. Now aggregate and column. What is the aggregate you want to do? I want to do based on the amount. I want to find out the sum. Sum. You can see here multiple. If you want to find out the average, you can do. If you want to find out the count of distinct customer, that also you can do. If you want to find out the what is the maximum based on each country, that also you can do. So different options are available. Based on that, you can select that. Now this condition I applied. Left side you can say I'm getting the output. For the UK, what is the total amount? 1200. Similarly, for India, this is the total amount. Similarly, if you want to find out the average, if you have to select the average, then what will happen? Average will be calculated. You can see average amount it got converted. You can see average actually it is calculating. So like that actually it's similar to the SQL. In SQL we write a group by and the sum function, right? It's similar to that only. Similarly for each country what is the maximum amount, that if you want to find out maximum you select, you will get the what is the maximum amount each country, you will be able to see that. So I hope you got the idea. It's very simple. Do practice. Hello everyone. So we will continue our AWS Glue practical part, and in this particular video we are going to see about derived column transformation in a AWS Glue. It's very important transformation. So what is the usage and how actually we use in a AWS Glue pipeline, we are going to see in this particular video. A derived column transformation used to create a new column or modify existing column by applying a expression or the calculation logic. What is a derived column transformation? So with the help of the derived column transformation, you can modify existing column. Suppose I have one of the column salary. Now in this salary column itself, if you want to modify this salary column, so for that you can use a derived column transformation. Or suppose your requirement is like based on this salary column, you want to derive a new column like salary new column you want to derive. So that also you can do. Let's take one example so that you will get better idea. Suppose I have one of the column salary. Here all the salaries are mentioned like suppose 1000 is there. Similarly, second employee salaries are 2000, like that. I have one of the salary column. Now my requirement is like I want to create a new salary column. I want to create a new salary column. And what is the logic I want to apply? Suppose every employee got a 10% increment. Every employee got a 10% increment. So whatever the new salary, right, that actually I want to store into this particular column. So that is my requirement. So in this case, what actually I will do, I will apply some kind of the expression, right, and based on that I will derive this. So if you have this kind of the requirement where based on one column you want to derive another column, so you can use a derived column transformation, and this logic actually you can apply. So what will be the new salary? 1100. Like that the calculation you will apply and you will get the result. So this is one of the use case. Based on one column, if you want to derive a new column, you can use a derived column transformation. Second use case is like if you will pass the same column name. So here if you have to derive new column, right, then you have to pass the new column name. But suppose if you are not passing a new column name, you are passing the same name, so in the existing column itself it will be modified. So this is the two use case. With the help of the derived column, existing column itself you can modify or you can derive a new column. If you will pass the same name, existing column will be modified. If you will give the new name, new column will be derived. Now let's take another example. Some suppose you have a ETL pipeline. In this ETL pipeline, you want to add a current date. So what actually you can do? You can create a derived column transformation and you can add a load date. So whenever my pipeline is running, right? So suppose if it is running today, right? So what is the today's date? That actually I want to add into my final data set. So that actually you can achieve with the help of the derived column transformation. Second use case is like calculated amount. Suppose here we are doing a calculation, right? If you have this kind of the scenario, you can use a derived column transformation. Now third is the categorized data using a business logic. Suppose I have a requirement. If my salary is less than 10,000, so I want to store as a low salary. If the salary is greater than 10,000, then I want to store as a high. If I have this kind of the scenarios, like in SQL we use a case statement, right? So that kind of the logic also you can achieve with the help of the derived column transformation. Next is the extract the date, parts, year and month. Suppose you have a one of the date column, and from that particular date column, if you want to derive year or month, right, you can do with the help of the derived column transformation. String transformation. Suppose in one of the column we are getting a string value. Now that value you want to make it proper, like suppose you want all the column values should be in uppercase or lowercase, right? So those kind of the logic also we can apply. So with the help of the derived column transformation, we can modify existing or we can also derive a new column based on the calculation. It's very important, and most of the ETL pipeline we use this transformation a lot. So let's do a practical and let's understand. I will open my AWS Glue. First, I will show you the data. So we will use the same data. So in a order data bucket we have created, right? So in order data bucket, in a order, we have a order CSV file. Now I will go to AWS Glue. So I will search for the glue here. AWS Glue, search for the AWS Glue. Now here we'll click on the ETL jobs. In ETL jobs, you can see if you want to create a new job, right? Click on the visual ETL. Now, first thing you have to select your source. My source is Amazon S3, so I'll select this. S3 location we have to pass. So my location is in this particular folder, so I'll select this. Data format is a CSV, so I'll select this. And if you want to see, right, you have to select the IAM role. Like in previous video also we had done, right? Here also we have to do in a similar way. Once you will do this, you have to start the session. Now after this, once it will be started, you should be able to see the data. Means you are able to read this data properly or not. Now after that, what we will do, we will apply a transformation. So if you click on the plus, right, you should be able to see a different kind of the transformation. Before to that, let's this to be completed so that we will be able to see a data. Now you can see I am able to read this data. We have order ID, amount, country and all. Now let's see how actually we can apply a derived column transformation. So select that, transform. Here you will see one derived column transformation. Somewhere you can see derived column. Select this, click on the derived column. Now here what actually you want to do. So I have a amount column, one of the column amount. I want to derive a new column amount new. And what actually I want to do? My column name is amount. I want to do a multiplication of 100. So what will happen? One new column will be derived, and what actually it will do? Based on the existing amount column, it will do a multiplication of 100. So you can see this is the amount column I already have in my source data. I am deriving a new column amount new, and what actually I am doing? I am doing a multiplication of 100. So if you had to derive a new column based on the existing column, you can use a derived column transformation. Now here, if I'll pass the same name, if I'll pass the amount itself, now what will happen? Let's see. Now you can see session is started. Here you will be able to see. Now you can see in the existing column itself it got modified. So if you pass the same name, existing column itself will be modified. If you want to derive a new column, the new column will be derived. So this is a one of the use case. Now what actually I want, so now we have a amount new also. What actually I want, whenever I will run the pipeline, whatever the current date, right, that I want to store. So as of now we have derived one column. Now again I want to apply a one more, right? So what I will use, again I will use a derived column. So again, new derive column I have applied. You can give the proper name. Suppose I will give the name as a load date. And here what I want to do, I want to create a load date column, and here you have to pass the I want to store a current date, so I will use a current date. In a SQL we have this current date, right? So the same way I am passing here. So like all the SQL expression you can pass. Now what will happen? You can see load date got created. What is the today's date? 7th of February, right? So you can see it's coming into the load date. So like that, if you want to derive any column, right, that actually you can do it. Now, suppose your requirement is like based on this load date, you want to derive the year, month or something. So you have to select this. Let me add a new column. Let me use the derive column again. And now what actually I want? So we have I will want to create a year column, and I will apply a logic year load date. So we already have one load date column which we derived, right? Based on that, I want to extract the year. So let's see whether it's working or not. So this load date we have derived, and based on that year column actually I am deriving. Similarly, if I want to extract only the month, right? So if I write a month here, so I should get only the month based on the load date. So if I'll show you, you can see 2nd February, right? So this actually derived. So the name you can change anything. So like this also we can do. Now let's have a one more scenario. Now I want to have a one condition. If the amount is greater than If the amount is less than 300, then I want to save as a low. If it is a greater than 300, then I want to save as a high. That is the logic I want to apply. So how actually I can do this? I select this derive column. I want to derive a business logic amount type something. Here I want to apply a condition case when amount is less than 300, then I will say it is a low, and when amount is amount between 300 and 500, then I will say medium, otherwise I will say high. Like how actually we use in our SQL, right? The same expression I am writing here. Now let's see it's working fine or not. So I am writing when amount is less than 300. So if the amount is less than 300, it is deriving as a low. If it is between 300 to 500, it is saying medium. Otherwise, it is saying as a high. So if I show you high, amount is 550, right? That's why it is saying it is a high. So like this condition also we can apply. So if you have to derive any new column, or if you want to modify existing column, we use a derive column. Now after this, what actually you can do, if you will apply a sync, right? So in the sync, this all the new column will be saved. So you just have to apply a plus. You can add a target wherever you want to store, and your pipeline will be ready. And after that, the same, you have to save it. You have to go into the job details. You have to select this all the steps, and you have to run the pipeline. That's how. But I hope you got the idea how to use a derived column transformation. Hello everyone. So we will continue our AWS Glue practical part, and in this particular video we are going to see about concatenate column transformation. So in previous video we had used the derived column transformation, right? Now if I'll show you, if I'll remove the target one first, now if I'll show you the final, this a derived column. So this is what we have derived. Now we are going to see about the concatenate transformation. Now suppose your requirement is like you want to concatenate this amount and country. So how actually you can do this? So you have to come this into the transformation. You have to come into the you have to select the concatenate transformation, this one. And after that, once you will select this, what is the new column name you want to give? So I want to give the name as a new something. I will give new column. Which two column you want to concatenate, so that you have to select. So suppose order ID and the load date I want to concatenate, so I will select this order ID and the concatenate. Now, so if I show you, one new column will be derived, and what actually it has done, it has concatenated order ID and the load date, order ID and the load date. But suppose based on the something I want to do, right? So suppose I will pass the this this symbol. Now in this case what will happen, you can see first it is coming order ID, then dash, then the load date we can see. Similarly, if you want to make it slash, right? Now what will happen, based on the slash, actually it will concatenate. So if your requirement is like you want to concatenate multiple columns, right? So that's how actually you can do it. Now suppose you have to create a key hash or something where multiple concatenate you want to do based on the space, right? You can do it. So if I'll show you, now suppose you want to create a key hash and the value hash, generally we use in a SCDs, right? So suppose I want a multiple column which I want to concatenate, so based on the space, based on the space, so that actually you can do it with the help of this concatenate. So based on this actually it will be concatenated, or suppose based on the space only you want to do, that also you can do. So based on the your requirement we can use this. So I hope you got the idea what is the usage of the concatenate. Hello everyone, so we will continue our AWS Glue practical part, and in this video we are going to see about explode array transformation in AWS Glue. Suppose my data is like this. This is my source data. In one of the column I am getting a values like this in the form of the array. Now, if you share this data with your analytical team, it's very difficult for them to do analysis because the data is in the form of the array. So what generally they expect, like they expect all the data in the form of the rows instead of the array. So in this case, what generally they do, they will ask your data engineers to explode and do the transformation and to convert this array value in the form of the row values. So for that what we use the explode transformation. So you can see, so after doing the exploit, how actually it will look like for 101 mobile, 101 mobile, then again 101 charger, again 101 charger, then again 101 earphone, again 101 earphone. Previously only one record we were getting for all these three items, but now we after explode I am getting three values: 101 mobile, 101 charger, 101 earphone. Similarly for the 102 we have a two items, right? So again we will get a two, one for the laptop and one for the, I think here one more insert will happen, same value 102, and this will be a mouse, this will be a mouse, this will be a mouse. So like this actually it work, like this actually it will work after explode, means converting the array based on here. If it is three values there, so based on that three rows will be created. If here it is five value, based on that five rows will be created. So that is a explode transformation. So as of now my data in the form of the, if I show you, in the form of the JSON. So generally in the JSON only we see this kind of the data. Now our requirement is like to read this and to convert into a proper tabular or in the row format. So I will open my AWS Glue. What I will do, I will go to the visual ETL. So I have uploaded this data in one of the bucket. So if I'll show you, this is the bucket I am using. In this bucket, this order explode practical.json, this particular file is there. Now I have to create a visual ETL. I am in AWS Glue. I created a visual ETL. Click on the Amazon S3. Select this. First, we have to pass a particular bucket. The same, right, what actually we were doing previously. We had to select in the same. I will do the slash so that I can read the JSON. Format, I select the JSON. Now IAM role you have to select. So I will use the bookmark role which we have created previously. Click on the start session. Now it should be able to read the JSON data properly. Let's see whether we are able to read this or not. Now you can see we are able to read and we can see the values coming like this in items, right? In the form of the array only it is coming. Now, if you have to do explode, right, what you have to do, you have to select this, go to the transformation, and the below you will see one of the transformation explode array or map into rows. Select that, select, column, which column, items column I will select. New column, which new column you want to derive, I want to derive name as a item. Or if you will give the same name, right, items also, that is fine. You can give the same name. Now what will happen, you can see multiple 101 record and it is coming in the mobile charger and earphone, like multiple in the it's coming. Previously if I show you only for 101 only one record was there. Similarly for 102 also one record was there. Now if I show you in the final output here, 101 3 record got created, 102 2 record got created. So whatever was coming in the form of the array we converted into a row. Now if you'll see here, we also had 103 and 104. This value was null, right? Now, but here we are not able to see the value because this also we have to select include null. If we select this, that value also will be included. 103 and 104 because it was a null, right? So that's why it's coming. So like this is very useful if you have a array and if you want to convert it to a row, you can use this. Hello everyone, so we will continue our AWS Glue practical part, and in this particular video we will see about the flatten transformation. So in previous video we have seen, right, if we are getting a data in the form of the array, what actually we were doing export and we were converting into a multiple rows. Now suppose in this same data, so I am using a same data whatever we have used it previously, right, orders explode practical.json. If I'll show you, as of now you have to first click here, we are not able to read this, so first you have to select this so that we will be able to see this data also. Now one of the column I am getting a data like this in the form of the nested, where this is the column and here I am getting a value in the form of the dictionary. Laptop value is null, mouse value is null, mobile value is 15,000, charge value is 1200, earphone value is 2500. Now, if you are getting a data in this particular format and if you have to flatten it, then how actually you can do that? If I'll show you the JSON, you will get better idea. So if you see, I am getting a one of the column, this one, item price map, and under that I am getting a value like this. So this I had to do a flattening. So how actually I can do that? So first you have to select this, you have to select this, you will see flatten. So you have to select the flatten. Now after that automatically it will do a flattening. So you can see item price map dot mobile and value is 15,000. Similarly for charger 1200, for the earphone 2500, for the laptop it is null, for the mouse it is null. So previously if I show you, this is my source data, a laptop null, mouse null, mobile 15,000, charge 1200, like this is it was there, right? Now based on this actually it converted the new column. You can see item price map dot mobile 15,000, like that. Like that actually we can convert into a, we can do a flattening. It's very simple, right? Now if you want to do a renaming of this all the columns, so you have to select this. We have one more rename column transformation available that you have to select and then you can do that. If I'll show you rename field, you have to select this, and if you'll select this mobile, right, I want to give the name as a mobile. So what will happen now, previously whatever it was coming, right, that got converted into the mobile, like that. The rename field transformation also you can apply it for the multiple field, and that's how actually we can handle. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can do a flattening if you're getting a data in the form of the uh, dictionary or which you want to do a flattening. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to start a new topic, that is a AWS Athena. So what is a AWS Athena? What is the use case? What is the cost? Everything we are going to discuss. So let's start. What is a AWS Athena? Amazon Athena is a serverless query service that lets you run SQL directly on a data store in a S3. No server, no database setup, just write SQL and get result. For taking example, suppose I have a S3 bucket. In this S3 bucket, I have a data store. I have a S3 bucket. In this S3 bucket, I have a data store, like I have a certain CSV file or other files are available into this S3 bucket. Now, if I have to query this data, if I had to query this data which is available in S3, what actually you can do with the help of the Athena, you can directly query this. You can directly query this. Means you can write any kind of the SQL query and you can query whatever the data is available directly in a S3. So that is the advantage. It is a serverless query service. It is a serverless query service that lets you run SQL directly data store in a S3. So this is an important feature. Before to the Athena, what was happening? So suppose I have a S3, right? Now if I had to run any kind of the query, then what actually I was doing? We had to create one ETL pipeline. We were reading a data from S3 and then we were loading into the Redshift. Now, once we have a data in our Redshift, our data warehouse, right? On top of that only we were able to query it. But now with the help of the Amazon Athena, we are getting advantage. Whatever the data which is stored in S3, and if you have to write any kind of the SQL query for the analysis directly, you can use Athena. It will it will read the data from S3. You can write any kind of the SQL query and it will give you the result. So that is the advantage we have. Why Athena? Before Athena, which I explained you, right? We were loading the data into Redshift. We were creating a EMR cluster. We were writing a Spark jobs. On top of that, only we were able to write a query. But with the help of Athena, directly we are able to write a query on top of the S3. How Athena works? So let's try to understand. Data is stored in a S3. So generally, our data will be stored in a S3, right? JSON CSV. Now what actually we do, we use a glue data catalog. So you remember in a glue we have discussed about this data catalog. What is this data catalog? In this data catalog we store all our schema information, like how many columns are there, what is the column name, what is the data type of the column, right? All those metadata information we generally store into the glue data catalog. Similarly in Athena also your data will be available in S3, but your catalog information about your metadata, what are the different columns are there, right? Everything will be stored into the Glue data catalog. So we will use a Glue data catalog only. Athena reads metadata from Glue. So Athena, whatever the metadata is stored in a Glue, right? It will read from there. You write a SQL query. Athena will scan the S3 and it will return the result. So your data will be available in S3. For the metadata for the schema, we will create a Glue data catalog. With the help of the Athena, Athena will read the metadata from a Glue. It will scan the S3 data and it will execute your SQL query. And whatever the data, whatever the amount of data you are scanning, right? For that only you have to pay. Simple. Whatever the data is available in S3, it will scan and it will give you the result. And for the schema, we are using a Glue data catalog. Now coming to the Athena, why we had to use Athena? First thing is like it is a serverless. Means we do not have to set up any kind of the cluster, no EC2 setup, no scaling worries. So generally, if you are using any database, right? So what generally we do, we create a server, we manage a server, and for that also we had to pay. Even though we are not using, we had to pay a money for that. But in Athena, right, we do not have to set up any kind of the server. It is a serverless. Everything is managed by a AWS itself. Means no cluster setup is required, no EC2 setup is required, no scaling worries. Suppose now today you are getting a 1 GB of the data, tomorrow 100 GB of data, right? And you have to do a scanning. So everything auto scaling also handled by a AWS, means you do not have to worry for that. So first advantage is like it is a serverless. Second is like pay per query, means you have to pay per TB scan. So suppose you have a 1 TB of the data. If you have a 1 TB of the data and if you are scanning 1 TB of the data, right? For that the charges is like $5. For that charges is $5. Suppose you are scanning only 250 GB data, 250 GB of the data. So for per TB it is a $5. But if you are only scanning 250 GB data, only for whatever 250 GB data you are scanning, right? Only for those you have to pay. So if you optimize a query, suppose in your S3 bucket you have a 1 TB of the data, and for that the charges is a $5. But suppose you are using a Parquet format, right? Now suppose if I am using a Parquet format, then this file size will be reduced. Suppose it got reduced to the 250 GB. I'm just assuming, right? Now because whatever the 1 TB data is there, if I will just use a Parquet and compression, suppose it got reduced to the 250 GB. Now on top of that, if I will use a query, right? So only for this only I have to pay money. So if you do a more optimization, like if you will use a Parquet format or if you will use a compression techniques and all, right, and based on that your size of the data will be reduced, and on top of that if you run a SQL query, right, then you have to pay a less amount. So that kind of the advantage we get. Pay per query. Whatever the amount of data we have to scan, right, only for those we have to pay. Third is the instant analytics. It is great for the ad hoc debugging log analysis. So generally it happens, right? We store our data, log data in a S3, and on top of that, if you have to run any query, you can use a Athena. No data movement. Data will stay in a S3. No need to load the data into a database. So these are the couple of advantage we have in a AWS Athena. Now coming to the real data engineering use case. The first use case is the log analytics. So generally it happens, right? We store our data in a Amazon S3. Our logs we store in a Amazon S3. Now suppose you have a certain requirement where you want to do analysis of this particular log, right? What generally you can do, you can use a AWS Athena and you can query your data and you will get the result. Means all the kind of analytics you can do. Second use case is like data validation after glue job. Now suppose you are using one glue. What actually it is doing? It is reading a data from API. It is reading a data from API and it is storing into the S3, and after that we are using a glue job which is reading from this S3, and again it is storing into the final S3 in the form of the Parquet. So this is the some one data pipeline you have created. What actually it is doing? It is reading a data from API, it is storing into the S3. From S3 again it is reading a data and again it is storing in S3 in the form of the Parquet. Now this pipeline you have created, but suppose your requirement is like you want to check the number of rows, you want to validate the count, like all the data whether we have copied here or not, right? So obviously for that you have to write a query, and based on that only you will be able to validate the count whether all the data we have copied or not, right? So for that what actually you can use a AWS Athena. You can write a query which will count the count whatever the data is available in this S3, whatever the data is available in this S3, and based on that you can make sure like we are copying all the data or not. So for this kind of purpose also we use quick reporting without Redshift. If client says give me total sales for last 7 days, instead of building warehouse, run Athena query, export result, you will get the result. So this kind of the advantage we have in a Athena. Now let's discuss about the cost example. If your CSV file is a 1 TB, the query cost will be $5. If you convert to Parquet and partition, scan maybe 50 GB, right? Suppose 1 TB, and if you are converting into the Parquet, right, the it will be reduced to the 50 GB. I'm just assuming. Then your cost will become a $0.25. So only for point only for 50 GB, then you have to pay. Generally, if it is a 1 TB, then you have to pay $5. But suppose this 1 TB, if you are saving in the form of the Parquet, right, then it will be reduced, the size will be reduced to the 50 GB. I'm just assuming. Now, on top of the Parquet, if you will scan, right, then you just have to pay this much amount. So that is a huge difference. So if you do a more optimization, then your cost will be reduced. So that is the one thing. How Athena charges? Amazon Athena charges based on the data scanned per query. So suppose whatever the data is, right? Suppose 50 GB, right? Then only for the 50 GB you have to pay. It doesn't cost based on the query time. It doesn't cost based on the number of the rows returned. It will it will cost you based on the data scanned per query. If your query scan 500 GB and after that it fails, suppose in a production I am running one query and the size is very huge. So and suppose after 500 GB is scanning, my query is failed. Then also you have to pay a money for this 500 GB because this much data it has already scanned. So whatever we are doing a scanning, right? So 500 GB we have already done the scan. So for those also we had to pay. So that is the thing we had to remember. Data scanned per query like this we had to pay a money. I hope you got the idea about the AWS Athena. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to do AWS Athena Practical lab part. So we have a requirement. We have a data that is available in a Amazon S3 bucket. What we have to do? We have to do a query on top of this using a AWS Athena. Now what we are going to do? We are going to first create a bucket. We are going to upload files here. Now after that we are going to create a glue catalog. In this glue catalog all the schema we will try to maintain here, like what is, suppose in this particular CSV file, right? Suppose we have a few column like ID, name, and also whatever the schema, right? We will try to store into the glue catalog, and on top of that we will try to do a query using a AWS Athena. So let's do a practical. Let me open my AWS account. So I open my AWS account. I will first search for the S3. Let's create a one S3 bucket and let's try to upload a file. So I will open S3. I will try to create a new bucket. I'll just give the name as a employee something. This is the bucket name I am giving. Go down, click on the create bucket. Once the bucket will be ready, we'll try to upload a file. So this is the employee one we have created. Click on this. We'll try to upload that. Add files. So we have one of the employee files that we are going to upload. So this is the employee one that I am going to upload. Click on the upload. Now you can see file is uploaded. So we have created one bucket and we have uploaded the employee file. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create a one catalog. So I will search for the glue here, AWS Glue. Click on this. Once you will click on this, right, and left side you will see one catalog. Click on the crawler. First we are going to create a crawler. Click on the create crawler. I'll give the name as a crawler name as a EMP something. You can give any name. Click on the next. Add a data source. We are going to add a data source. S3 is a data source. Path we have to select. So our data is available in here, right? So I'll select this slash crawl all subfolder. Click on the add on S3 data source. Click on the next. IAM role. Create a new IAM role. We can give random name something that. Click on the create. Click on the next. Database. If you already have a database, you can select that, or what you can do, you can click on the add a database, then new window will open. You just have to pass the name. I already have a database name. I will select that same dev. This is the database we have created during a glue section, right? So I'm going to use that. After that, crawler schedule. So I'm going to use a on demand, but if you want to schedule hourly, daily, weekly, you can select from here. Click on the next. Now after that, click on the create crawler. Now what will happen? Our crawler is created. Now if you want to see, right, click on the crawler, click on the refresh. One employee 3 we have created. Now as of now, if we'll go to the tables, we have a few order related tables, but what actually we want to do, we want to run this and select this employee 3, click on the run. You can see it is started running. Now what actually it should do in the database, right, in a dev database, as of now only one table is there. One more table should be available, employee 3. Employee 3, and what this employee 3 is representing, it is representing the, it will contain the schema of our S3 bucket, where we have uploaded the employee file. So let's wait it to be completed, and then after that we will open AWS Athena and we will try to query that. First, let's see whether it's creating a employee table or not. Now you can see one table created. Now let's go to the tables. And now let me refresh this. You can see this is the dev database, right? Here one of the table created. It has taken the same name what our S3 bucket has, and you can see all the column name and schema it has identified: username, salary, location, date, and attendance. Now what we'll do, we have to query, right? So we will search for the Athena, AWS Athena, open in a new tab. So let's see how to query using a AWS Athena. Amazon Athena, start querying data instantly. Query using this. Open Amazon SageMaker. Query data in a Athena console. Click on the query data in Athena console. Launch query editor. Select that. So you can see once you will select it, you will see these are the options. Now left side you can see data source is a AWS data catalog. So our schema is available in a data catalog, right? So we have selected that. Now catalog name you have to select. First you have to refresh this, all these things. AWS data catalog, default database. Database is our dev database, right? And we want to query this particular one, right? So what we have selected, data source AWS data catalog by default was there. Whatever the database you have created, right? You have to select that. Now below you can see employee is there and order is there. So this one we have created, right? Now select that. Now if you want to preview a table, click on the preview table. So you can see if I select this, if I click on the preview table, select star from dev.employee table limit 10 it is saying, but we are getting a error. No output location provided. What does it means? Means we have to also provide the output locations. So how you have to provide? You can see before you run your first query, you need to set up your query result location in Amazon settings. So go to the query setting and after that query result location. So you can see as of now it is empty, right? Click on the manage. We have to pass the query location. So where you want to store. So let me give here. You can create any new bucket and you can pass, or you can pass the same location also. I am just passing a new location. Suppose this here I want to pass, or I will just select this. This one I have selected. Click on the save. So this is the location I have selected. Settings successfully updated. Now again I will go here, editor. Now if I select this, click on the run. Let's see I am able to see the result or not. Now if I'll go down, now you can see username, salary, location, date, attendance, everything I can see. Now if you want to write any kind of the query, right, you can write that. Suppose I want to find out based on the location what is the total salary. Suppose I will write select location sum of salary, select location sum of salary, group by location. Means whatever the normal SQL query, right? You can write this location. Now after that you select this. If you run this, you should be able to see the result. Look, you can see location wise what is the total salary we are able to see. Like that we can directly run and we can see the result. We also have created previously one of the more table, right? Now if you want to see those results, click here, click on the preview table. That also we should be able to see. This is a table. So like this, if you have a data that is AWS Athena, on top of that if you want to do a query, right, you can use this data source AWS data catalog. You have to just select the database name and here you can directly query. Even if you want to create a view, that also you can create that. Now if you want to see the recent query, right, so here you will see all whatever the query you have run, right, that all those details you will be able to see here. Even in the S3 bucket also if you'll see, you will find that. And whatever the query you, if you query, if you want to save, that also you can save it. Query setting is like we will just pass the location and execution control like the maximum DPU per query. This all the things actually you can control from here. These are the things you can control, or you can see the information from here. You can see you can edit the value and the unit. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can do a query using AWS Athena. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have seen like if our data is available in a AWS S3 location, then how actually we can do a query using a AWS Athena. But in previous video we have seen like we were using a AWS data catalog. Means what actually we were doing, we were creating a crawler, and whatever the schema is available, right, for this particular data, we were storing into the Glue catalog. What actually we had done in previous video, our data was available in AWS S3, and then we had created a crawler. That crawler was scanning the data, and whatever the schema it was storing into the Glue catalog, and on top of that only it was doing a query. But now in this video we are going to see if we don't want to use this Glue catalog, whatever the data is available in AWS S3, on top of that I just want to create a table, and on top of that I just want to do a query using a AWS Athena. Means whatever the crawler and the Glue catalog, right, that I don't want to use, directly I want to do a query on top of this S3. How actually we can do that? So let's do a practical and let's understand. Let me open my AWS account. So first I will show you my bucket. So in previous video I have created a bucket, right, employee. This one I am going to use. This is the file. I'll come to the AWS Athena. I'll search for the Athena here. I'll search using query your data in Athena console. Click on the launch query. Now previously we were using this data catalog and we were using this dev database, right? Now what actually I want to do, if we select the tables and view, so previously we have used a Glue crawler and all, and we have created a crawler, we have scanned the, and whatever the schema, right, we were storing in a catalog. So this one we have used previously, Glue crawler. Now I want to create a table using a S3 bucket data. So I will select the S3 bucket data here. First you have to pass the table name. So let me give the name as an employee. This is the table I want to create. Now if we have to create a database, so let me give the database name as a develop. This is the database I want to create. This is a new database. Now the location we have to pass where your data is available. So let me pass this location. Here my data is available. Make sure slash you do. And after that, data format. I'm selecting the data format Apache Hive. File format is a CSV. I'll select the CSV because my data is available in a CSV, right? So I will just select that. Table type I have selected, file format I have selected, and below, right? Below is the column details. So here you have to pass all the column details. So you can see I have a user, right? One user column. So I'll mention the user, and what is a column? Column is if you want to give any, right, varchar. Similarly, let me add another column name, like that. Like that, one by one you can select the column name and the column type also you can pass. So here also I will give the varchar, and length is 200 something. Like that, one by one you can do this. You can add the column, but you can see this is a very lengthy, right? Suppose you have 100 of the column, then how you will add one by one? So we also have one more option, that is a bulk add column. If you click on the bulk add column, here you have to pass the user varchar comma. Suppose also we have a name varchar, right? Like this you can add. Second column is a name varchar salary int location. Like this I can pass a location varchar, and the date also let me pass the varchar as of now, and finally attendance varchar. Like this you can pass. Click on the add. Now what will happen, you can see once you automatically it has added the user, varchar, name, varchar, salary, integer, location, and everything. You just have to pass the length here because in a bulk add column we haven't added, right? So that you can pass. And let me pass here date. If you want to change the date to the particular date also, that also you can do, or varchar 200. So like that actually I have passed. So this one we have created. Now table properties, and the below you can see preview table. So it has created one table. It is creating the external table, and our table is pointing to this particular location, and table property is CSV. And so let's try to click on the create table. Let's see whether it's working fine or not. You can see it's completed, and the left side, if I'll just see, right, in a database we have created develop database. So let's me select this develop database, and let me, you can see this employee table we can see. Just click here, click on the preview table. Now if I'll see, you can see I am able to see my data because this date we haven't passed properly, right? So that's why it is not showing, but if you'll pass this properly, right, it will also come. Now you can see this date is not coming properly, right? So let me create a new table. I will create a new table name as a employee one. And what I will do, this previously date we have passed as a date, right? Let me pass this as a varchar also, and let me execute this. Now what will happen? A new table will be created, employee one. You can see. Now if you will do a query, right? Let's see date is coming or not. You can see date is also coming. So like this actually you can fix. Even if you want to, as of now, if you see, right, username, it is coming like this. But if you want to fix this also, in a query itself you have to pass. So in a table property, skip first line, like that actually you can pass, so that it will automatically skip the particular this particular location, this particular whatever the name we have. So like that actually we can maintain. So I hope you got the idea like how to create a external table and how actually you can directly query whatever the data is available in a S3 bucket. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to start a new AWS service, Amazon EC2. So what is a EC2, what is the usage, everything we are going to understand in this video. So let's start. The full form of EC2 is a Elastic Compute Cloud. So what is a EC2? Amazon EC2 is a service that lets you create a virtual server or machine in the cloud. What is a Amazon EC2? With the help of the Amazon EC2, we can create a virtual machine in the cloud. When I say machine, right, you take an example of a computer, of a laptop. What is a machine? Machine is nothing but you take an example of a computer and laptop. So suppose you are going to any shop and you have to buy any laptop or computer, right, or desktop. What generally you see? You will look for the, I need a 16 GB of RAM, or I need a 32 GB of RAM. This kind of the requirement, based on that only we purchase, right? So suppose I need a 16 GB of RAM, I need a 1 TB of the hard disk, and I need a Windows machine, right? So Windows laptop I want to buy. So based on my requirement, generally I go to the shop and I purchase a laptop. Similarly, if you have to create this kind of the machine, if you have to create this kind of the machine in the cloud, right? So with the help of the Amazon EC2, we can do it. Within a 2 minutes, you can launch Windows machine, or you can launch EC, or you can launch a Linux machine, Ubuntu, whatever, right? Based on your requirement, you will get, based on your requirement, one machine in the cloud. So EC2 will help you to create a virtual machine in the cloud. Now, generally, the issue, right? When we buy a physical server, so what generally happens? So suppose my requirement is now 16 GB of RAM, 1 TB of the hard disk. This is my requirement currently. So based on that, I have bought the laptop or machine. Now later on, suppose my requirement got increased, like now I need a 32 GB of the RAM, or after that my requirement is like I need a 128 GB of the RAM. In this case, your this machine will not be useful, right? Because whatever the laptop and you have purchased, right? Because this is not useful, because your requirement is like now you need a 128 GB of RAM. So in this case, what you have to do, again you have to go for a new laptop based on your new requirement. But EC2, how actually it is solving, right? Based on your requirement. Like suppose today if you need a 16 GB and tomorrow if you need a 32 GB of RAM, right? So based on your requirement, you can launch your machine in a cloud itself. So this kind of the advantage we get in a Amazon EC2. In simple meaning, EC2 rent a computer in a AWS data center, whatever we had discussed, right? In the similar way, if you had to rent a computer in a AWS data center, we use a AWS EC2. Why EC2 is needed? Before cloud, we used to buy a hardware, we used to install OS, we used to maintain server and everything, right? Now after EC2, you can launch in a 2 minutes itself. You can scale up and scale down. So suppose today we need a 16 GB, tomorrow we need a 32 GB, right? So we can scale up and scale down based on our requirement. We had to pay only for the usage. So if you are using it, then only you had to pay for that. No hardware maintenance. So this kind of the advantage we have in a EC2. Now what is a EC2 instance? So generally we will use this term a lot. EC2 instance. What is a EC2 instance? EC2 instance is a virtual machine with CPU, RAM, disk, network and operating system. What is a EC2 instance? It is a virtual machine that will have a CPU, RAM, disk, network, OS like Linux and Windows and all. And there you can install any kind of the library like Python, Spark, Airflow based on your requirement. EC2 instance is a virtual machine and there you can install any kind of the software based on your requirement. Now let's discuss about the EC2 components. The first one is the Amazon Machine Image. So what is the AMI? Because this term you will listen a lot. AMI, Amazon Machine Image. What is a AMI? It is kind of the template for launching a instance. What is a AMI? It's kind of the one template for launching a instance. What it will include? It will include the OS, it will include the pre-installed software, it will include the configuration. For taking example, suppose I have to launch a Windows server. I have to launch a Windows server, right? So with the help of the AMI, right? In AMI, you will have a configuration where all those OS related configuration, and suppose I need a Python related software also, right? So all those kind of the configuration and the template will already be present into the AMI. And once you will launch this, right, you will get your machine based on your requirement. So what is a AMI? It's kind of the template which will contain all the information about OS, whatever the software you require, right? Everything it will contain, and whenever you will launch, you will get those machine based on your requirement. Next term is the instance type. What is the instance type? It will define the CPU, RAM, performance. Whenever I will say EC2, right, it's like a EC2 instance is nothing but a virtual machine that will have a CPU, RAM and performance. So that is a instance type. So generally you will see a different kind of the instance type. For example, T3, M5, C5, R5. These are the different instance type is there. And based on our requirement, we use, for taking example, suppose you have a small workload, you will use a T3. You have a balanced workload, for that you will have M5. For compute heavy, you will use a C5. For memory heavy, you will use a R5. So what is the instance type? It will have a CPU, RAM, performance, and based on your usage, right, you will select that. Like suppose you only require for the small workload, right? So you will go for the T. If you require a high memory, right, you will go for the R size. So that is a instance type. Now next is the EBS, Elastic Block Store. So whenever you launch a EC2, right, whenever you will launch a EC2, hard disk will be attached to the EC2. It's very important because data, whatever the data, right, that will be stored into the EBS. What is the important here is like data will remain safe even if your instance is stopped. Suppose you have launched a EC2, you will hard disk will be attached, right? EBS will be attached to your EC2, and when you are stopping this EC2 also, right, but your data will remain safe. So that is the advantage we have in EBS. We'll discuss more about this in future. Next is the security group. What is a security group? It acts like a firewall. It will control who can access the server, which ports are open. So this kind of the information this security group will help. Next is the key pair. Key pair generally we use to log in securely. Like we generally download the .pem file and we use, and based on that we access our virtual machine. When we'll do a practical, right, this all the terms you will see. So that's why I'm explaining now. Now let's discuss about the EC2 lifecycle. In EC2 lifecycle will be like, first you will launch the EC2 instance. Your EC2 will be running. You can stop that, you can start that, and you can terminate the EC2. So this is the lifecycle. Now let's discuss about the pricing model. EC2 pricing model is like on demand, means you have to pay per hour per second best for the testing. So based on your demand, right, you can select the, you have to pay the pricing. If you will select the on demand, right, then in that case you have to pay per hour or per second wise you have to pay. The second is the reserve. Like here you have to do a commitment for the 1 to 3 year commitment, and this will be a cheaper as compared to the on demand. Next is the spot. It's a very cheap. It can be terminated anytime. It is good for the batch jobs. So whenever you will launch a EC2, right, and that time you can select like whether you need on demand basis all the EC2 instance or machine, or you want to reserve it for the 1 to 3 year, or you want to just you want for the testing purpose you need a machine. So based on your use case you can select. On demand, whenever you will do, right, you have to pay amount per hour and per second basis. Reserve means you will reserve the EC2 instance for the 1 to 3 year something commitment you will do. So that's why it will be a cheaper for you. Spot is like it's very cheap, but it can be terminated anytime. So that is the spot. So it's very cheap, but it can be terminated anytime. It's not like you are reserving some instance for some year or some time, right? It can be terminated anytime. So that is a spot instance. So based on, so whenever you will launch, you have to select this or the option, and based on that you have to pay. So what is the EC2? With the help of the EC2, we can launch a virtual machine in the cloud. In next video, we'll see this all the things with the practical. We'll try to see how to launch a Windows machine, how to launch a Linux machine with the practical. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to see about how to launch a EC2 instance. So we are going to create a Windows EC2 machine. So once you will open a AWS account, right, you have to search for the EC2, and if you are using a free version, right, so you can see you will get $20 if you launch a EC2 instance also. So if you have to launch a EC2, in a search bar you have to search for the EC2. You can see EC2 virtual server in the cloud. Select that. Once you will select the EC2 server, right, now you will see couple of options. So here you can see, right, you resources. We haven't launched any of the instance, so it is saying right, 0. Dedicated host. These are the option. We'll come to this part later. And after that you can see option to launch an instance. So what we are going to do, we are going to launch an instance. Make sure you remember this zone also. We are in a United States. Click on the launch instance. Now we are going to create a instance. So first you have to give the name. So I will give the name as a Windows. You can give any name. Windows money something. You can give any name. This is the EC2 instance name I am giving. Now next thing is a AMI. So in last video also we understand, right, Amazon machine image, it will provide a kind of the template based on your requirement. So for taking example, I want to launch a Windows, so you can see one template is there. Similarly, if you want to launch a Mac OS, Ubuntu, Red Hat, right, there are lots of options are available. You can even browse some more template also. What actually I want to launch, I want to launch a Windows, so I will select the Windows one. Now here you can see Amazon machine image. Here also you will see multiple options are will be available, like the Windows Server 2025, Windows Server 2022. Like that you will see multiple options for the Windows Server also. But what you have to select, make sure you are selecting the free tier eligible one. So we will select this one, the free tier one. So I have selected this. After that, you can see the description Microsoft Windows 2025 we have selected. and the AMI provided by Amazon. So last video we understand Amazon machine image is nothing but it provide a template. So based on template we are going to launch a Windows machine. Now we have also understand about instance type, right? So generally you will see a multiple instance type, like we have a T3, T5, C, M, like that the multiple things you will see instance type. So we are going to select the T3. When you will select the T3, right, you are going to get 1 GI, 1 GB memory, 2 CPU, like that you will get it. Similarly, if you select the T3 small, right, 2 CPU, 2 GB memory, like that the based on the multiple we have, and if you select this, right, based on that CPU memory you will be allocated. We are going to select with the T3 micro because this is the free tier one. So after that, next is the key pair. It is useful for login purpose. So what you have to do, if you already have key pair, you can select that or you can create a new one. I am going to create a new one and this will help for the login purpose. So I will give the name as a Windows Manish. You can give any name. Windows Manish, this is the one I am going to create. .pem, create a key pair, and this I have downloaded. This I have downloaded and it's available in my folder. Now after that the network setting. So this is useful for the firewall. So as of now I have allowed the traffic from anywhere, but in a production generally we will select the specific IP that we have to remember. Now configuration storage. So last video we have also understood, right, the EBS will be attached to our EC2, right? So you can see by default 30 GB which we are getting. So we will select that. If you want to add a new volume you can also add that. Now if you'll see then right side the summary, right, we are going to select Windows machine, T3 micro, firewall also we have selected, and storage is at one volume 30 GB is attached. Now number of instance. So suppose you want to launch only one Windows machine or you want to launch 100, you can select from here. I would suggest only select the one as of now because we are in a free edition, and click on the launch instance. Once you will click on the launch instance, right, you can see your instance is going to be created, and you can see it is successful. Means within a minute we are able to launch our EC2. So you can see it is success also. Now if you go to the instance, you can see Windows Money. This is the one I have created. Instance ID, it is running, and status check is initialized, and this all the thing IP and everything you will be able to see from here. Now main important thing is like how to connect this. Now here we have a couple of options. So if I select this, if you want to connect you can connect that. Next option is like if you want to stop it, reboot it, terminate it, you can do that. So even you can terminate the instance, stop the instance. Make sure once you do a practice set, you can stop it or you can terminate it. Both you can do. So that you will not be charged more. Okay. So that is the thing you have to remember. And we can stop the instance if you are not using it. Now after that, we have a multiple connection. So let's see how to connect the Windows machine. So I will select this. I'll click on the connect. Now you will see a multiple option through which you can connect that. We are going to select the RDP. In this RDP, right, first thing you have to download the remote desktop file. So I will select this. This is downloaded now. Now what we have to do, we will try to open the downloaded file. Let me open this. This I have downloaded, right, and this remote desktop, this I will select it. So I'll select this. I'll click on the connect. So after that it is saying like to pass the password. So from where you will get the password, in the below, right, you can see username is administrator, but the password, get password. Click on this get password. Upload private key file. So we have created one key pair file, right, while creating the instance. So you have to select that. Select this Windows one is .pem file. So I will select this. Click on the open. Click on the decrypt password. Once you will decrypt, right, you will get the password. Copy it. Come here and paste your password here. Click on the OK. Now what actually it will do? it's going to open our Windows instance we have created, the virtual machine. So we'll see like how our Windows machine looks like. You can see it's going to open that Windows machine. This is the EC2 instance. You can see on the top EC2 Amazon AWS.com it is showing, and you can see it's going to open our Windows machine we have created. Let's wait. We have selected the 2025 Windows server, right? So let's see how actually it looks like. It is still opening. So let's wait. So like that, we can create a multiple Windows machine, Ubuntu machine, Mac OS, whatever you want, right? Based on your requirement, you can launch within a minute itself. Now you can see, we can see Windows machine open, right? First it is saying like, welcome to the Microsoft Edge. Start without syncing your data. Let me select this. If you want to sync your data, you can sync that. Confirm, continue, and confirm and start browsing. You can see one Windows machine got created. Here if I'll show you, right, we have a Edge is there, we have a Windows is there, these are the option is there. I'll go to the desktop, right, you will see the Windows machine. So you can see this is my EC2 Windows machine which we have launched just now. So like this actually we can create. Now if you want to close, right, you can close from here. Click on the OK. So whenever is required, you can open a remote desktop, whatever we have downloaded, right, this one, and you can connect to your Windows machine. So like that we can launch a EC2 instance, and make sure once you will do a practical, right, click here and stop the instance. You can stop the instance so that you will not be charged. Click on this, click on the stop, and whenever you want to terminate it, right, you can terminate terminate it also. You have to just select this, and you can terminate or the delete the instance. So you can see it is stopping. It's not yet stopped, but make sure if you are not using it, you stop this. I hope you got the idea how to launch a Windows machine. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have seen like how to launch a EC2 instance, how to launch a Windows machine. Now in this video we will see like how to launch a Linux machine. So I will search for the EC2. This is the EC2 virtual machine we are going to create. So previously we have created a Windows machine, right? Now what we are going to do, we are going to create a one more instance. So click on the launch instance. Click on this, give the name. I will give the name as a Linux money something. You can give any name. Now we have to select the AMI. So which one you want to launch? So you can see we have a multiple Mac OS, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, like that the multiple. Even if you want to search more, you will get it. What we are going to do, I am going to select the Ubuntu as of now. So I'll select this. Now Ubuntu server, and here you will see a multiple option for this also. So this is the Ubuntu server, and this is for the free tier, but if here also we have a multiple things. If I select this, you can see you will see the multiple server options, multiple SSD volume types. So like that, multiple things are available. We are going to select with the this the first one, the free tier one. After that, you can see this is the what we have selected. Instance type, you will see a multiple instance type. Based on your requirement, you can select, but we'll go with the first one, the 1 GB memory and the 2 CPU, this one only. But based on the requirement, you can select the others also. So I'm going to select this. Keep pair login. This is important for the login perspective. Make sure you download this. So let me give the name as a Linux Manish something, and this one we can download. Click on the create pair. So this one we have downloaded. Network setting. So we have allowed all the traffic anywhere, and the by default, I think the storage which we are selecting is like 8 GB, GP3, and this much. If you want to add a new volume, you can select, or you can reduce this also. Now right side you can see it is showing all the summary. We are going to launch only one instance, but if you want to launch 10, then you can select 10 also. This is the selection we have done. Storage also, click on the launch instance. So what it will do, it will create a Ubuntu server, and within a minute itself you can see it is launching the EC2. Now if I'll go to the instance, you should be able to see. So previously we have created a Windows machine, right, and we have stopped it. Make sure after that you stop it, otherwise you will be charged. And this is the one which is running now. Now let's see how to connect it. Select this, click on the connect Ubuntu. You can see username is this one, and here you have multiple options through which you can connect: SSH client, EC2 serial console, SSM, EC2 instance connect. So if I select EC2 instance connect, click on the connect, you should be able to connect to that. You can see it is establishing the connection. We'll see whether it is launching or we are able to write a Linux command over there or not. Let's see. You can see Ubuntu this got launch, and here I can write any command, like if I just write ls list of the file, nothing is there. Suppose I want to create a new folder, mkdir manish, then if I'll do ls, you will see manish one folder got created. So I am able to write a Linux command here. So I hope you got the idea. But after doing this practice, right, make sure to select this, come here, stop instance, stop it, you stop the instance, and after that you can also delete also, so that you will not be charged. So I hope you got the idea how to launch a Linux machines, Ubuntu servers and all in this video.
Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to discuss about the EC2 instance type. What is EC2? EC2 is nothing but it is kind of the virtual machine which we create in a AWS space, and that actually we call it as a EC2. And there are different kind of the instance type generally we have can create in a AWS space, so that actually we are going to discuss in this particular video. So generally in organization you will see you will be having a different kind of the use cases, and based on that you have to create a EC2 instance type. Once you will launch the EC2 instance, right, so they will ask like what is the EC2 instance type, and from here only you have to select which particular EC2 instance type you have to select. You can see you have a T2 nano, you can see you have a T2 small, T2 micro, and based on the different configuration also you can see like the 96 CPU, 192 GB memory, and also you can see in a T2 space you only have one CPU, 1 GB memory. You can see T family you have, C family you have, like that different kind of the family you have, different kind of the instance you have which you can create based on your requirement. And and that actually has been divided into this all the kind of the category. So that actually only let's discuss that. So first is the general purpose. So when actually we use a general purpose, where actually we know the balance of the compute memory and networking. Suppose you know like you need only 1 GB of memory, you need only one CPU, 2 GB of memory, and the networking this much is required. In that kind of the combination we can go for the general purpose. Like suppose you have a web server, you can see here, I'll go to the general purpose. You can see this all the family comes under the general purpose. Okay, and the T2 also comes under the general purpose only. And if you can see T2 nano, T2 micro, T2 small, T2 medium, T2 large, T2 X2 large, T2 X large, this all the different instance types we have. T means it is a kind of the general purpose, 2 means it is kind of the version, and nano, micro, small, it is kind of the size based on their configuration. If you will select the T2 micro, you will get one CPU and the 1 GB of memory and this much storage, and the network performance low to moderate. Similarly, if you will select the T2 X large, 4 CPU, 54 CPU credit per hour, 16 GB of memory and moderate. Okay, like that you will be seeing different kind of the general purpose
we have. Now second is the compute optimization. So in the case where actually you need a more computation power in the machine learning application where we require a more computation and all, in that kind of the scenario we can go for the compute optimize. And here also we have a different category. If you can see, we have a C category. You can see all this kind of the category comes here, and based on your requirement you can select that. The third one is the memory optimize. So memory optimize generally we use in the big data system. You can see right where actually the large data sets you want to process in memory itself. In that kind of the scenario generally we go for the memory optimize. The fourth one is storage optimize. So for workload that required high sequential read and write operation, in that kind of the scenario generally we go for the storage optimize. And storage optimize also, if you will see, you have a this all the kind of the category I3 D2, and this all the things you don't need to remember. This all available in the documentation, and based on the use case only we have to select. Similarly we have a HPC optimize. So this is the advanced version of the compute optimize, and this also we use it for the deep learning application on all, where actually we require a more optimization and more Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to start a new AWS service, that is a Amazon SNS. So what is a Amazon SNS? What is the usage? Everything we'll try to understand in this particular video. So let's start. The full form of SNS is a simple notification service. By the name itself we can understand, when I'm saying simple notification service means with the help of the SNS we can send a notification, or you can say you can send a message to other system or people at the same time, for taking example, suppose we are working in a e-commerce website. Now in this e-commerce website, suppose taking example of Amazon, right? Now you are a customer. If you are going and if you are purchasing anything, in that case what actually I want to send a notification, or I want to send a message, like I want to send one email to the user like you have successfully purchased the item. I want to send an email also like you have successfully purchased the item. And also in the backend side also I want to send a message to my other system like data is stored into the our backend database. So this kind of my requirement, right? Now here you can say what actually we are doing based on the user action. Suppose user is doing something, right? Based on that what actually we are doing, we are sending a different notification or message to people also or system also at the same time. So that is the usage of a SNS. With the help of the SNS we can send a notification or message to other system or people at the same time. SNS is a service that send one message to many system or people at the same time. So this is the scenario we have taken, right? With the help of that you can send one message. You are sending just one message to many system or people at the same time. So that is the usage of a SNS. Amazon SNS is a fully managed publish subscribe messaging service. So what is the fully managed publish subscribe messaging service? Let's try to understand. When I'm saying it is a fully managed, it means AWS handle the server, AWS handle the scaling. You do not manage the infrastructure, means everything will be managed by a AWS itself. So that is a fully managed. Now next is the publish subscribe messaging service. So what is this publish and subscribe means? Let's try to understand. So publish means who will send a message, subscribe means who will receive the message. Let's take a simple example. Suppose this is my glue job. This is my glue job. As soon as this glue job is failed, for taking example, as soon as this glue job is failed, in that case what actually we should get? User should get a email, user should get a email, user should get a SMS. So in this case you can see this email, right? This email, user email, right? This is a receiver. SMS, SMS is also a receiver. And what is a sending? So as soon as glue job is failed, right? In a CloudWatch you will see, right? Through a CloudWatch we will get a error log, right? So this will send a message. So in this case if you'll see, who is a publisher? Publisher is a CloudWatch. Who is actually publishing the message is like our glue job is failed. Who is the receiver? This email service who are actually subscribing it. So if you are only subscribing for the email, right, then you will only get the email. If you are only subscribing the SMS, then you will only get the SMS. If you are subscribing for the email as well as SMS, right, then you will get a uh, then in that case you will get a both. So it work in the similar way. It work in the publish and the subscribe manner. What is publisher? Who will publish the message? What is the subscriber? Whoever will subscribe, right, they will get the message. So subscriber can be a people also, or subscriber can be a system also. Now as soon as this glue job failed, right, in that case what actually I want, user should get a email. So email is a subscriber. I want a user should get a SMS. So this is the subscriber. And also I want to trigger one lambda also. What I want to trigger? I want to trigger one lambda also as soon as it got failed. So this lambda is also one of the subscriber. So like this actually it works. Now what is the messaging service? When I am saying a SNS is a fully managed publish subscribe messaging service. Messaging means it sends message between the system. It doesn't run business logic. It doesn't process the data. It only deliver message. When I am saying messaging, right, it only deliver the message. So in this case, as soon as your glue job is failing, the CloudWatch will send a message, and this SNS, right, this SNS will send a different notification to this all the subscriber. So it only send the message, it doesn't trigger this, based on the it only send a message, and based on the message it automatically gets triggered. So that is the thing you have to remember. What is the SNS? With the help of the SNS we can send a message to people or other system at a same time. So that is a SNS. SNS is mainly used for notification, event driven architecture, microservice communication. Now let's take the example. When I am saying SNS is used for the notification, what does it mean? SNS send message to people like through email, through SMS, through a mobile notification. So SNS is used for the notification. Example, as soon as customer place an order, SNS sends order confirmation email SMS to a customer. So it is used for the notification. Second use case is like event driven architecture. What does it mean? When something happens on event. For taking example, as soon as file is uploaded into our S3 bucket, what SNS will do? SNS will send a message to the Lambda like Lambda should process the file, it should validate the data, and it should send a email alert. So in this case you can see it also work in a event driven architecture. As soon as any file is getting uploaded into a S3, right? So what will happen? S3 event will send a message to SNS. From SNS it will go to the Lambda like you should validate the file, you should trigger an email. So like this actually it works. So it is a event driven architecture. Next is the system alert. We also use it for the system alert. It means suppose your glue job is failed, right? CloudWatch should send a alert to the SNS. Now SNS sends an email or SMS to the admin. So SNS generally we use for the notification, event driven architecture, or the microservice communications and all. So in simple way, if we understand what is SNS, it is mainly used when you want to inform many system at once, when you want system to react automatically, you want alerts, you want independent service, you want scalable architecture. Now if you'll see, when we are saying a scalable architecture, right, let's take one example. So what generally happens, suppose my requirement is like I have a glue job. As soon as this glue job is failed, right, so CloudWatch will get an error message. As soon as this glue job will fail, my CloudWatch, this is my CloudWatch, this will get a alert. What actually it will do, it will send a alert to the SNS. It will send a alert to the SNS. Now in this case what actually I want, based on this I want to send a message to the user, like I want to send a email, I want to send a email to the user like the glue job has failed. Now as of now it is working like this, like I have a glue job. As soon as it failed, CloudWatch will send alert to the SNS. SNS will send a message to the user like your glue job has failed. Now later I got a requirement like as soon as glue job is failed, right? I want a SMS also. So in this case, what I will do, I will also include one more SMS, one more SMS. So in this case, what will happen means I am adding one more subscriber, that is a SMS. In this case, what will happen, as soon as the job is failed, CloudWatch will send a alert and SNS will send a message to the two subscriber, because now we have SMS, previously only we had a email, now we have one more subscriber, then both we will get. Now later I got a requirement like as soon as this job failed, right, the lambda should also perform something. So in this case, what will happen, I will again add one more subscriber. In this case, what will happen, as soon as the job will fail, SNS will send a message to the email, SMS as well as lambda. So once lambda will get message, right, the trigger will happen and it will perform some action. So in this case, you can see, right, it is a highly scalable. You just whenever, in this case, what is happening, you just have to add a subscriber, you just have to add a subscriber and everything will work automatically, everything will work independently. Means here you do not have a dependencies. You can see these are the subscriber, right? So this will work independently, this will work independently, this will work independently. So like that we have a scalable architecture. Now let's take a real-time production example. The same example, e-commerce order processing system. A customer place an order on your website. So this is my website. As soon as customer is placing an order, when order is created, the system must send an email. What actually we want? We want to send an email, we want to send a SMS to the customer, we want to send a SMS to the customer, we want to update the inventory. So we have a database inventory, right, that we want to update. We want to trigger a payment system like payment is successfully, and we want to start the shipment. So this all the things should happen as soon as user is doing a purchase. We should trigger a email, we should trigger a SMS, we should update the inventory, we should trigger a payment system, we should do the shipment. So this all the things should happen. Now if you will not use a SNS, right, now in this case what will happen, this is your order, this is your order system, right? In this order system, what you have to do, you have to integrate this all the thing, means you have to integrate the email, you have to integrate the SMS API, you have to integrate the email API, you have to integrate the SMS API, you have to integrate the inventory API, means all the thing you have to update. Now if you will not use a SNS, in this case you are integrating, you are integrating different APIs. Now suppose one of the API is failed, right? Now in this case what will happen, everything will be failed, every system will be failed. So to overcome this, now we have a SNS. Now if you use SNS, right, what will happen, as soon as order is getting placed, order will just publish a message to the SNS. Now SNS, what actually it will do, it will just send a message to the subscriber. So these are the different subscriber, right? This will just send a message to the subscriber. Now independently this all the trigger will happen. Now in this case what will happening, everything is working independently. Even though your email system is failing, right, other will execute. In previous case, if you will not use SNS, in this case what will happen, even though one of the system is failed, right, the whole system will fail because you are doing a tight coupling. In the case of the SNS, we are not doing a tight coupling, we are just sending a message and based on that independently it is working. So that is the use of the SNS. Now let's take another example. The same, as soon as the S3 file is uploaded, suppose any file is getting uploaded in S3, what actually we want to do, we want to validate the data, we want to trigger a glue job, we want to send an alert, we want to archive the file, right? These are the requirement is there. So what will happen, what we will do, as soon as trigger will happen, that will go to the SNS, SNS will trigger a lambda, means it will send a message to the lambda, then it will be executed, it will go to the SQS, it will go to the email for the alerting. So like this actually it works. So with the help of the SNS, we can send a notification to other people or system at the same time. I hope you got the idea, and next video we'll do a practical and we'll understand more. Hello everyone. Now let's do a practical for the SNS. So let's do a simple practical where we will create a topic, where we will create a subscriber. So first thing you have to search in the search bar is like SNS. So you can see simple notification service is coming. You have to click on that. So after that we will create a topic. Now you can see, you will see this window first time. So you can see Amazon Simple Notification Service. It work for the pub/sub message model for microservice and the serverless application. The different benefits and the features are given that actually you can read from here. What is the first thing we had to do? We had to create a topic. So I will just give the name as a test. Click on the next step. Now here we get a two type for the topic. One is the FIFO, first in first out message. Second is the standard. So it is best for the message ordering and the subscription protocol. It also allow the HTTP, SMS, email, right? Because as of now I want email one, right? So that's why I'm selecting this standard one. Now after that, if you want to do a encryption, that actually you can enable. What we will do, we'll select the access policy. Now here we have a two option. One is the basic, one is the advanced. So in advanced method you can allow the principal and all, means you can restrict the access, everything you can handle that. The second is the basic one. In the basic method, what actually I will do, the publisher, like you want to select the publisher only the topic owner or everyone. So I will just select the everyone because I just want to publish the message. Subscriber, you want only the topic owner or you want a specific AWS account? I want everyone. If you have a specific requirement, based on this you can select. As of now I am selecting everyone can be a publisher, everyone can be a subscriber. In advance, through a JSON also you can handle this. Now after that, data protection policy optional, so we'll go with the optional only. We'll just create a topic. Now after that, what will happen, one topic got created. So you can see this is a topic got created. Now if you want to publish a message, you can publish for the testing purpose. But what actually we want to create a subscription so that the subscriber will get some message. The publisher will just publish a message, right? Suppose any order is happening, so order will send some message, right? So that will be a publisher. But who should receive a message? So for that we should create a subscription. So I'll create a subscription here. Now this is the topic ORN and the protocol, like what, based on what actually you want to select. I want a email, so I will select the email one. You have to pass your email ID. So let me pass my email ID. Now after that, this is email is the receiver subscriber. So that I have selected and I will just create a subscription. In this case, what will happen? The one subscriber will be created. If I'll go to the test again, here you can see it is showing the pending confirmation. So we have to confirm the email ID. So you have to open your email ID. So I have opened my email ID. You can see I'm getting one message, AWS notification. From here you have to first confirm the subscription. So this is the subscription you want to confirm, right? Subscription is confirmed. Now if you will refresh this, you will be able to see like your subscription is confirmed. So as of now it is showing pending confirmation, right? Let me refresh this. Now you can see it is confirmed. Now based on your requirement, right? So if you want to publish a message, so as of now just for the testing I will just click on this publish message, enter a subject. So let me enter a subject like job failed something, a message group ID. If you want have, you can do that. And what is the message you want to give? Glue job has failed, please look. So this is what actually I am writing, so just for the testing purpose. And if any string array or something if you want to pass, you can do that. I'll just pass this and I'll just publish a message. I'm just publishing a random message. In this case, what will happen, I just publish a message, then subscriber should receive a message, right? Those. So if I'll go to the my email ID, you can see I'm getting subject as a job failed and the glue job has failed, please look. So this is the message I am getting. So as soon as the publisher will send any message, right, the receiver will receive. So as of now my subscriber is only email, but if you want a subscriber for SMS, that also you can create. Now as of now, if you'll see, right, what actually we are doing, we are manually publishing the message, and based on that this subscriber, right, receiving the email. But actual example and the real-time example will be like event based. Suppose you have a scenario like I have a S3 bucket. In the S3 bucket, if anyone is uploading a file, as soon as the file is uploaded, I want to send that message to this particular email ID like your file has received. So in this case, you can see as soon as anyone is uploading file to the S3 bucket, the the event should go to the SNS. SNS should pass this message to the this particular subscriber. So that is a real time. The second use case will be like suppose you have a glue job and that glue job is failed. So in this case, CloudWatch should send a event to this SNS topic, and SNS topic should send a email to this particular subscriber. So that will be a real-time example. In upcoming video, we'll try to do the same practical. But I hope as of now you got the idea. Like if you want, first thing you have to create a topic, you have to add a subscriber, you have to add your email, SMS, whatever, right? Subscriber, you can add anything, and based on that they will get a message, email, or if you want to trigger other system lambda and all, you can trigger that. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to do one SNS practical. So we have one of the business requirement. Based on the business requirement, we are going to do SNS practical. So let's understand the requirement. My requirement is like I have one of the S3 bucket. In this S3 bucket, on a daily basis, I get a file from a client. So from on-prem system, on a daily basis, I get a CSV file into this S3 bucket. Now my requirement is like as soon as I get a file into this S3 bucket, I should trigger one email to the support team like we have received the file for 2 days. We have received a file for today. So because this file is very critical, if this file is not received, right? In this case, what the support team should do, they should start following like this file has not received. So we have an impact. So that is my requirement. On a daily basis, we get a S3 file. So as soon as we get a S3 file, we should send a notification to the support team. We have received a file. If file is not received, if the message not received to the support team, so that they can start following up like this file has not received today. So that is the requirement. So in this case, what I will do, I'll create a S3 bucket, and there, as soon as any file is uploaded, right? In that case, the event obviously will be triggered, right? That event I will pass to the SNS, and I will pass this SNS topic, and whoever will subscribe. As of now, we have a support time, right? So in a subscriber, we will add a support team. So as soon as file is uploaded, event will be passed to the SNS topic, and that SNS topic will send a message to the subscriber to the support team. So that is the practical we are going to do. Based on the event base, how actually we can trigger a SNS, that actually we are going to see. So let's start a practical part. What I will do, I will search for the S3 first. I will create one S3 bucket. Let me click here. In this S3 bucket, I will create one bucket first. Let me create the bucket name SNS test something. I will give SNS test. I'll just create a bucket. As of now, this bucket will be empty. You can see SNS test this I have created. I will just open it. I'll go to the properties. In the property, you will see one option for the send a notification. So let me see, we have a send notification option or not. In the property itself, we should have default encryption is there, server access is there, event notification, this one. Now here what we'll do, we'll click on the create event notification. What is the event name? S3 file, some name I will give, receive. I'm just giving this event name, whatever the prefix suffix if you want, right? You can do that. Now based on what actually you want, right? So whenever anything is getting uploaded, right? So I will just add a put. Whenever anything is getting uploaded here, right, put activity is happening, in that case only I want to send a event. So this I have selected, and what is the destination where you want to send? So I want to send to the SNS topic. So here you have to select your SNS topic. So what I will do, first I will create SNS. I'll open in a new tab. So in previous video also we have seen like how to create a subscriber. So what you have to do, first you have to open SNS. In this SNS, go to the topic. You have to create a topic. I have already created one test. So I will first delete it and I will show you once again. So here I just had to write delete me. If you want to delete, what you have to write, you have to type delete me and click on the delete. In this case, what will happen? This topic will be deleted. I will just create a new. I'll select the standard one. I'll give the topic name as a S3 file receive. This name I will give. Now, what we have to select? We have to select the access policy, and I will select everyone can be publisher and subscriber can be everyone. If you want a specific that permission you can pass from here. This is the topic I am creating. So you can see this S3 file receive, this one I have created. Now I have to add a subscription. So click on the subscription. This is your ARN protocol. I want a email. If you want SMS, SMS also you can select. Once you select SMS, right, you have to pass the number and all, but I will go with the email only. So I will select the email only. You have to pass the email ID. So after that, just click on the create subscription. Once you will do this, right, if I'll go here, you can see pending confirmation. Now you have to go to your here in this email ID, whatever email you have provided, you have to just confirm it. Click on the confirm subscription. Subscription is confirmed. Now if you'll refresh it, here I am passing my email, but if you will have a support team email ID, right, that actually we can pass. So this is the one we have passed. Now what we have done, we have created a S3 bucket. In this S3 bucket, uh, in a property, we are selecting the event notification. Here we are selecting the put if anyone is uploading the file. Now what is the destination? Destination will be a SNS topic, right? So this is the topic I will select. Click on the save changes. Click on the save changes. Now we have done the setup. Now as soon as any file will be uploaded here, in this case what I should get? I should get a notification. So let me upload any file. Click on the upload, add files. I'll just upload any random file, any of the document. I'll just upload this. Click on the upload. You can upload any file, okay? I'm just uploading randomly. I have just uploaded. In this case, what actually it should do? The event, right? It should pass to the topic, and that topic should, this subscriber should get an email. So let's see we have got an email or not. I'll come here. You can see Amazon S3 notification. This is the notification I got. You can see I got this notification like this is the events which we have received. And if you want a particular, right, here you can also include a lambda and all the particular message if you want to send it, those kind of thing also you can do that. So this is working fine. Means anyone uploading any file, right, the we are sending event to the topic and this topic is sending to this particular email and we are getting a message. I hope you got the idea. This is how actually we can do. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to discuss about new AWS service, that is a Amazon CloudWatch. What is a Amazon CloudWatch? What is the usage? What is the cost? Everything we are going to discuss in this video. So let's start. What is a CloudWatch? Amazon CloudWatch is a service that collects, stores, and help you analyze the logs from AWS services and application. What is AWS CloudWatch? With the help of the AWS CloudWatch, we can collect the logs, we can store the logs, and we can analyze the log which generally produce from a different AWS application. For taking example, glue job. So whenever glue job runs, right, whenever the glue job complete, so whenever anything happen inside the glue job, right, what generally happen? It produce a log, and where these logs are stored? These logs are stored into the CloudWatch. Where it gets stored into the CloudWatch. Similarly, let's take another AWS application, Lambda. So whenever you are executing the Lambda, right, whatever the logs are there, right, for that, that generally gets stored into the CloudWatch. From CloudWatch, actually, you can see the whatever the log it is producing, whatever the result it is producing. So whatever the logging, if you want to do in your Lambda code, right, that actually you can see in a CloudWatch logs. In a simple meaning, it stores system log in a one place. So with the help of the CloudWatch, we collect, store, and analyze the log from AWS services and application. It stores system log in a one single place. So anything related to log, we use a CloudWatch logs. Now let's discuss CloudWatch is used for. Generally, we use it for the monitoring. We check the CPU usage, EC2 CPU usage, whether glue job is running normally or not. For all the AWS application monitoring purpose, we use a CloudWatch log. That is the first use case. Second is alerting. Suppose your CPU goes above 80% or glue job fails or anything failure happen, Lambda code got failed. So what actually we can do, we can use it for the alerting purpose, like any job glue job is failed, right? So what actually we will do, we will with the help of the SNS we can send an email, so we can use it for the alerting purpose also. Suppose your EC2 usage is goes above 80%. Now based on that you want to send an email, right? So you can integrate with the SNS and you can send an email. Similarly, for the alarming, suppose your cost increase by some amount, right? Now based on that you want to alert. So this all the thing actually we can do it with the help of the CloudWatch. We just have to integrate other SNS service and we can send a email. So CloudWatch we use for the monitoring. We can also use for the alerting. Third important thing is like debugging. If Lambda fails, you check CloudWatch log to see the error message. So we use it for the debugging also. Next is the scaling automation. Suppose your traffic increase, CloudWatch alarm triggers auto scaling to add more EC2 instance. So suppose all the VMs are full. Now you have to do auto scaling, right? So with the help of the CloudWatch, what actually you can do, you can add alarm the trigger which will add a more CPU. So this kind of the use case also we can do. Next is the production health checkup. CloudWatch continuously monitor the system performance to ensure your application is healthy and available. So CloudWatch we use it for the monitoring, we use it for the alerting, we can use it for the debugging, we can use it for the scaling, we can use it for the production health check status. Means it will keep on monitoring the system. So these are the very useful scenario where we use a CloudWatch. And now, what generally happens when we say like CloudWatch, generally we use to monitor the logs. So where the logs come from? So logs come from a different application like EC2, Lambda, Glue, ECS, API, VPC, custom application and also we generally produce the logs. Now let's take a few example. So example one is like glue job failure. So whenever glue job runs, right, logs are automatically sent to the CloudWatch. You can check the error, you can check the execution time, you can check the warnings instead of checking manually. So whenever we create a glue job and whenever we run, right, the logs generally sent to a CloudWatch, and that actually we use to check the error, execution time, warning and all. That is the one example of the CloudWatch log. The second is a Lambda. If Lambda fails, go to the CloudWatch, open log group, check error status. It will help for the debugging. So whenever you have a Lambda code and code got failed, right, you can go to the CloudWatch, you can check the error and that will help you for the debugging purpose. So these are the some common example which we follow. Now let's discuss about the CloudWatch cost. So the first cost is during the log ingestions. This is the important. You pay when logs are sent to a CloudWatch. For taking example, whenever we run a glue job, right? Generally, we send our logs to the CloudWatch. So for the log ingestion, means we have to pay when logs are sent to a CloudWatch. It charge per GB of log data ingested. Example, it is a approximate pricing. $0.50 per GB ingested. Example, if your glue job sends 5 GB logs per day. Suppose I have one of the glue job that sends 5 GB logs per day in 30 days, total 150 GB of logs it is sending. Then in that case cost will be 150 GB into $0.50 around the 75. This is a approximate cost. So if we are discussing about the cost, right, the first cost will be regarding the log ingestions, which means if you are sending logs to the CloudWatch, right, for that we have to pay. The cost is around the $0.50 per GB. Suppose if you are sending a 150 GB, right, then for that you have to pay around the $75 per month. So that is the first cost. Second is the log storage. You also pay for storing the logs. So whatever the logs we are sending, for that we had to pay. The second is like for storing the logs also we had to pay. Approximate 0.03 per GB per month. If you store 200 GB logs, then we had to pay around the $6 per month. Storage is cheaper than the ingestion. So this is another. We had to pay for the ingestion, we had to pay for the storage. Storage is a cheaper. The third cost is around the log inside query. If you use a log inside to search log, you pay per GB scan during query. So if you want to do a inside of the logs, right? In that case, you had to scan the GB, right? And for that you had to pay. It will be around $0.005 per GB scanned. If you carry 100 GB, we had to pay around a dollar 0.50. So that is also for the log inside query. So we had to pay for the log ingestion, storage, and for the inside. And this log ingestion is a bit costly. So that is the thing we have to remember. Storage and inside queries are cheaper. Let's take one example for the cost. Suppose I have a 10 glue job. Each generates a 1 GB logs per day. In this case, what will happen? 10 GB per day means 300 GB per month logs will be sent to the CloudWatch, right? In that case, ingestion cost will be $150 per month. So that is the thing you have to remember. So if I have a 10 glue job, each generates 1 GB logs per day, right? So around in a month, I have to pay $150 per month. Now, how we can avoid? So we have a retention policy concept because retention will control how long logs are stored before deletion. How long logs are stored before deletion. By default, logs are kept forever. So we generally store our logs, right? So by default, the retention policy is a forever. Retention means how much duration you want to store your logs. By default, it is a forever. That means cost will keep on increasing because you keep on storing the logs, right? And storage will grow unlimited. So to avoid this, what actually we can do? We can have a retention policy where we can set a retention like 1 day, 3 day, 7 day, 14 days, 30 days. So after 7 days, it will automatically get deleted. After 90 days, it will automatically get deleted. Like that, we can set a retention policy. For ETL logs, the best practice for the data engineer is like based on the environment we can set up. Like for the dev, you can set like after 7 days, you delete the log. For QA, after 14 to 30 days. For production, 30 to 90 days. For the compliance 1+ year. So this is what actually we can follow. So I hope you got the idea about the CloudWatch. What is a CloudWatch? That generally we use for the monitoring, alerting, debugging, and we use it for the collect, store, and analyze the log for the AWS applications. Hello everyone. Now we will do a practical for the CloudWatch. So once you log into the AWS console, you have to come to the search bar and you have to search for the CloudWatch. So let me search for the CloudWatch here. So you can see this is the one. We have to open this and we will see like how actually we can use a CloudWatch. So you can see get started with a CloudWatch. We can set alarms on any of your metrics to receive a notification. So for monitoring purpose, we can use it. We can create and name any CloudWatch dashboard. So we can also create a dashboard. So that also we can do. We can monitor using an existing system for the logs and all. We can also write a rules to indicate which events are interest of your application. So these are the different use case we have. In the left side, you can see we have a couple of options. One is for the dashboard. So we can also create a dashboard for the monitoring. So you can create your custom dashboard or you also have a automatic dashboard. For example, like you have S3, right? If I'll click here for the S3, it will give you all those kind of the metrics already. So if you'll see, right, what is the bucket size, what is the number of buckets, what is the all request run, get request run, put request sum, means all those kind of the metrics you will be able to see from here itself. And you can see these are the bucket name we have which is got created. Every information and every matrix from here itself you will be able to see. So this is around the 3 hour, 12 hour, right? If I'll see 1 week. So those usage and all also you can see the number of objects, average, the this kind of the matrix you will be able to see. And if you want to see based on the custom, right, you will be able to see all those metrics. So this is the CloudWatch. Similarly, like we have a multiple like in the dashboard, if you'll go right, for every services you will be able to see, like if you have already have a EC2 and those CPU usage and all those metrics you can monitor from here. If you will select 1 day or something, right, all the usage of the EC2 you will be able to monitor from here. And if EC2 CPU usage is going beyond, right, based on that, if you want to send an email, those all the things also you can do it. So you can see I already created one EC2, that's why it is showing one, but in production generally you will see this better. So that is a dashboard. Now if you want to create your own dashboard, that also you can do. Click on the dashboard, click on the create dashboard. Let me give the name as a test, create dashboard. And here which particular chart you want to create, whether bar chart, pie chart. I will select this one. Next, and after that which one you want to monitor. So I want to monitor for example Glue, right? So different metrics are already given, like what is the active session, what is the job runs. So this all the thing actually we can select for the monitoring, and click on the click on this. So you can see from here itself you can monitor every 1 week, 3 hours, all those details, and you can save it. So that kind of the dashboard also we can create. And so that was our dashboard. Similarly, next we have alarms. We can also create alarms. You can select a matrix, like for taking example Athena. If I select, you can see the DDL is failed, engine execution time is failed, query queue time is failed. So based on this, actually, if you want to send alarm, right? So for taking example, this one, engine execution time is failed. I want to select matrix. If it is a failed, i- it is a failed whenever engine execution time is greater than particular limit, right? Suppose 1800 something. If it is a greater than, in that case, what actually I want to do? I want to send this to SNS topic. So this kind of the alarm also we can do, and based on that, if you want to do a lambda action or something, right, those kind of the thing actually you can do it. So alarm also we can create. The next usage is like, first is the dashboard where we can keep check of all the metrics of the system. The second is we can create an alarm. And third one, important one, is for tracking the logs. So if I'll go to the lambda, if I'll show you in the lambda, so let me open a lambda. Let me see if I have any of the, okay, so basic demo test we have created long back, right? So this is the function I have. Now in this function, if I'll run this, this is a function. Now suppose this code actually I want to run, it's still loading. Let's wait. This is the one. Here I'm printing hello, printing CloudWatch. Now if I will try to test it, now you can see it is succeed, right? Below we can see it is succeed. Now if you want to see whether if you want to monitor the log, right, for this, to go into the monitor, go to the monitor, you can see view CloudWatch logs. So open this. Now here you will see all the log stream. So you can see this is the log which got produced today, right? If I see this, all the logs you will be able to monitor from here, because we haven't triggered any event, right? So let me print the event also here. Let me execute again, 1 minute. Let me print. event also. Deploying the code. After deploying, we had to test it so that logs will be sent there. Click on the test. I just click on the test. In the case you can see below it got executed. Click on the test. Now if I'll go to the CloudWatch, if I refresh this, now if I'll open this, you can see this is the event also, and this is the hello money. Actually it got printed. So for monitoring the log we can use it. So these are the different use case we have. You can create a dashboard, you can create an alarm, you can monitor the logs of your different applications. Similarly for the glue job also, right? All those log stream will be sent here, then that actually you can monitor. I hope you got the idea, and that's in this. So thanks. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to start a new AWS service, that is a AWS EMR. The full form of EMR is a Elastic Map Reduce. So what is a AWS EMR? What is the usage? Everything we are going to cover in this video. So let's start. Let's start. What is a AWS EMR? AWS EMR is a service that help you to process large amount of data using distributed framework like Apache Spark, Hadoop, Hive, HBase, etc. What is a AWS EMR? AWS EMR is a service that help you to process large amount of data using a distributed framework like Spark, Hadoop, etc. So whenever you have a large amount of data, suppose I have a big data, okay, it's very large amount of data. Now if this data, if I want to process, right, my single machine will not be able to process this large amount of data, and it will take so much time also, so much time it will take, and so much memory and RAM will be required. So in this case, what actually we use a distributed framework. In a distributed framework, what generally happens, we try to use a multiple machine. So if single machine is not able to process large data, right, what generally we do, we use a multiple machine, and we try to process data in a parallel way. So if you aware about the distributed framework like Spark and all, right, so what we do in a Spark, like we follow a master slave kind of architecture. So you will be having a one master machine, and you will be having multiple other machine, and we try to process our data into a distributed manner. Like if the single machine is not able to process, right, we use a distributed framework where we try to process a large amount of data in a parallel way using a multiple machine. So similarly in AWS, right, if you had to if you had to process large amount of data using a distributed framework like Spark, Apache and all, right, what we use a AWS EMR. I hope you got idea. Now let's take a simple example. Imagine you have a 500 GB sales data in H3. Your laptop, when you will try to process this data, right, your laptop is very slow and may crash. But when you will use a EMR, right, it will use a multiple server. It will use a multiple machines. It will split the data into a parts. It will split the data into a part. It will process everything in a parallel. It will finish faster. So if you have a 500 GB sales data, if you will use a laptop, it may crash. But in EMR, when you will use EMR, right, it will try to split the data. It will try to process the data in a parallel, and it will finish faster also. So that is the AWS EMR advantage. Now, when we are saying, right, with the help in a AWS EMR, we can use a distributed framework like Apache, Spark, Hadoop, and all, right. So there one concept comes around the cluster. So what is a cluster? Let's try to understand. So EMR, in EMR generally we create a cluster. What does it mean? Let's try to understand. Cluster means it is a group of machine. Cluster means it is a group of machine. In a simple way, if I'll say, right, it is a group of machine. So here you will have one master machine. So in a cluster you will have one master machine and multiple worker machine. Multiple worker machines will be there. So this one master machine, it will controls everything, and it will be multiple worker machine which will do the processing and all work together. So this group of machine is nothing but a cluster. So in EMR, the first thing generally we do is like we create a cluster. So if you aware about the Spark, right? In Spark we create we create a cluster and then we do a processing, right? In EMR also we create a cluster. So when we create a cluster, right? What is a cluster? It is a group of machine through which we do the processing. What can you run on EMR? We can run a PySpark job, we can run a Spark SQL, we can run a Hive queries, we can run a machine learning job. So that is a EMR. Now let's try to understand the core concept of the distributing processing. Imagine you have a 1 TB of CSV file in S3. Single machine will take hours. EMR cluster 10 nodes is split into the partition, process in a parallel and finishes faster. That is a distributed processing. If you have a very large amount of data, one machine will not be able to process. So we will use a multiple machine and we'll try to do the processing in a parallel. So that is a distributed processing. Now we have discussed about the EMR cluster. It is nothing but it is a group of machine. Now AWS create a cluster of EC2 machine. So for creating a cluster, right, we use a multiple machine. So when we say multiple machine in AWS, that is nothing but that is a different EC2 instance. EC2 provide a different virtual machine, right? So here we create a different EC2 machine. So cluster is a group of machine that works together. Now in a cluster, right, you will have a one master node. The first thing you will have is like master node. It will control the cluster, it will manage the resources, it will run the Spark driver. So in a cluster you will have a master node, it will control the cluster, it will manage the resources, it will run the Spark driver, and you will have a core nodes. You will have a core node. So if you are using HDFS, right, that will store the data, it will run the Spark executor and it will process the task. So you will have a core node where you will do the processing and multiple tasks will be created because in each node, right, multiple tasks will be created and there the processing will happen. So that's how actually it works. That's how actually it works. Now how EMR works? Now how EMR works, let's try to understand. Let's say you run this PySpark code. So I have a very big data. Now this data I want to process. So first I will create a data frame. I will try to do a grouping and I will call a action. As soon as you will do it, right? What will happen? First Spark driver will start on master. So we'll have a master node and we'll have a multiple worker node, right? So first Spark driver will start on master. Data will read from S3. Data will split into the partition and it will send to the worker node. Data will send to the worker node. Executor will process partition in a parallel. So multiple partition will be created and it will do the processing. Result will be combined and finally output you will see. So that's how actually it works. So we'll discuss more about this Spark in a upcoming, like when we discuss about the Databricks, right? In a Databricks also we will learn more about the Spark, but as of now you understand like it follow a master slave kind of the architecture where it do a processing in a parallel way. Now let's discuss about the types of EMR. So EMR on EC2, the first type is the EMR on EC2. You manage a cluster, long running, full control, good for heavy load. So in EMR on EC2 means we create a different EC2 virtual machine, and this generally this all the configuration, all the virtual machine we control. So it is good for the heavy workload. Second is like EMR serverless. No cluster management means you do not have to manage this all the cluster. AWS will manage for you, auto scaling and pay per job. In EMR serverless, you do not have to manage the configuration and all. So whenever you require a cluster, right, you use and you have to pay only for that. So that is a EMR serverless. Third is the EMR on EKS. So Spark runs on a Kubernetes. So these are the three types. EMR on EC2 where you will manage the cluster, you will configure it. EMR serverless, whenever you want to use, you can use it. And only for those you have to pay and you do not have to manage the cluster. EMR on EKS, Spark run on the Kubernetes. So these are the different type. Now let's discuss about the EMR pricing. Here you pay for the EC2 instance storage EMR service fee in EMR, because we create a cluster, right, EC2 instance. So for that you had to pay. You had to pay for the storage because every EC2 will be attached to the storage also, right? For that you had to pay EMR service fees, that also you had to pay. So cost generally depends on the instance type, number of nodes, running type. For the cost optimization, what actually we can do in EC2, we can use a spot instance, that is a cheaper. Auto scaling, terminate cluster after job. So as soon as your job is completed, right, you terminate the cluster, otherwise you had to pay. So these are the things we had to remember. So what is a AWS EMR? AWS EMR is a service that help you to process large amount of data using framework like Spark, Hadoop and all. Here we create a cluster. What is a cluster? It is a group of machine. With the help of that, we try to process a data. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone and welcome you all. So in this particular video we are going to see how to create a EMR cluster. So I log into my AWS account. I will search for the EMR. Let me search for the EMR. Click on this EMR. So if you are using a free edition, you will not be able to see this screen and you will not be able to create a EMR cluster. So, but I will show you how to create a EMR cluster in AWS. If you'll just follow this video, then also you will get a complete idea how to create a EMR cluster. Because whatever the Spark and other stuff, right, we are going to do a practice using a Databricks, but how to create a cluster and how to install and how to run a Spark code, I will show you in this particular video. So if you'll just watch this video, you will get a complete idea. So I have a search for the EMR. I have click on this. Now you can see one option, create cluster. So let's create one cluster. Click on the create cluster. We are going to see how to create a EMR cluster. So first we have to give the name. I'll give the name as my cluster name. I'll give the dev cluster something. This I will give the name. First you have to pass the cluster name. After that we have to pass the Amazon EMR release. So you will see a different release version. So I'm just selecting the latest one. Based on your requirement, you can select that. Now application bundle. Now what are the things you want to install? So I want to install a Spark, I want to install a Hive, Hadoop, Jupyter, and this one. That's why I have selected this. But based on your requirement, right? Suppose you want a Zookeeper also, suppose you want a TensorFlow also, right? You can select from here. So these are the different application bundle you will be able to see. So I'm just selecting the Spark, Hive, and this all. After that, AWS Glue Data Catalog setting. Use the AWS Glue Catalog for the meta store. So this one you can select to store the meta data, but as of now I'm not selecting this one. Now after that we have to select the operating system option, Amazon Linux release or the custom machine image. I'm just selecting the Linux release version. Now after that the cluster configuration. In the cluster configuration we have to select the primary node, core node and the task, because what is a cluster? It is a group of machine, right? So you will have a master node and then you will have a multiple slave nodes, right? So that's why we have to select the primary and the core and the task node, because in a distributed manner only it will do a processing. So first we have to select the primary node, then core node and the task node. Now let's select the primary node. So in a primary node you will see a different EC2 instance type, right? So I will go with the minimum one. You can see M for large. So here if you can see the specification, 2 core 8 GB memory, because and the spot price also 0.035, right? So this one I will select. Similar for the core also I will select the that one only, because and based on your requirement you can select, because just for the testing purpose I am using this, right? That's why I am selecting this. Similarly for the task also I will select the same M4 large. So I selected the primary node, core node and the task node, and 2 core 8 GB, and you can see the pricing and all also. In a production based on your requirement, right, we have to select these nodes because these are important. If you want a more memory, if you want a more cores, based on that, you have to select this all the instance type. So I have selected the primary, I have selected the core, I have selected the task. If you want to remove the task also, you can remove from here, because we are just doing a testing, right? Test cluster only we are creating. In a production we need that, but not here. After that, the root volume. So EBS root volume applies to the operating system. So you can see size is 15 GB and the throughput you can see from here. Now after that, cluster scaling and the provisioning. So provisioning, set the size of your core and the task instance group. So you want only one instance, so that's why I have selected. So I want only one core and one task, so that's why these are the size actually has selected. But based on your requirement, you can increase if you want a more core, like 5 core, like you want a 10 tasks, something like, right? So you can select from here. You can adjust from here. Now after that, the networking. For the networking, choose the network setting that determine how you and other entities communicate with your cluster, because we want a virtual private cloud, right? Like we want a separate kind of the environment, and through which only we want to access. So I have to select the VPC and the subnet. So these two options, whatever the by default I have, I will select that. Now, the important thing is the cluster termination. So you can see, you can select the manual and you can select the automatic. Make sure you select this one, because in this case, what will happen, right? After 1 hour, if you are not using automatic, your cluster will be terminated. And if suppose you are selecting a manually and if you forgot to terminate the cluster, right, you will be charged more. And make sure you terminate it. And if you are forgetting this thing, right, so make sure you select this automatically terminate the cluster. So you can see by default in 1 hour itself it will be terminated. Make sure after doing the practice you terminate, otherwise you will be charged very high. Okay, so make sure you terminate it. So I'm just selecting the 1 hour. And unhealthy node replacement, turn on. I'm just selecting this. Now if you want a cluster logs and other information, you can select this, like here only you want to store and all, but I'm not going to select that. Now security configuration and EC2 key pair. Now EC2 key pair, to connect to the your EC2 instance, we need a key pair, right? Now what is the security configuration? So select your cluster encryption, authentication, authorization bus, right? When you work on a production environment, right, you want encryption, you want authentication, authorization, right? For the security reason, then you have to select this. But as of now, because I'm just creating a test one, I'm not selecting this. But this one is important, because with this only you will be able to connect to your instance whatever you have selected. So key pair is important. So first we will create one key pair. Click on the create key pair. It will open this. We will create one key pair name as a test, or you can give any name. Test EMR. This is a key pair I am creating, and you have to download this. So I will just select the PPK, and I will just click on the create key pair. .ppk I have selected, and make sure we have to download this, because after that you will not be able to restore, right? So I'll just save into my local, because this only I will I'm going to use that. So key pair I have selected. After that I'll click on the browse, refresh, and this is the key pair we have created, right? I will just select this, because with the help of this only we'll be able to connect. Now next is the IAM role. So Amazon EMR service role. This we have to select so that our EMR, right, it can perform action with the another AWS services. So what we have to do, if you already have an existing service role, you can select that. I am going to create a service role, the new one. So that my EMR can interact with the other services. So I will just click on the create a service role. By default VPC subnet, and this one I will select. Security group also, by the default one only I will select. Now next is the EC2 instance profile for the Amazon EMR. If you want an existing instance profile, you can select or click on the create an instance profile. A specific S3 bucket, if you want to give access, you can select that, or if for all the S3 bucket you want a EMR to have access at all S3 bucket in this account with read and write access, you can select that. So I'm just selecting the all S3 bucket as of now. Now, if you want to create IAM role, or if you want to limit the permission, right, you can select from here. But as of now, these are the settings. So what are the things we have to do? First, we have to select the what are the application we want to install. After that, we have to select the primary core and the task node. you have to select the EC2 instance. EBS, whatever the by default I have selected that. Now after that the important is the cluster termination that you have to select. After that we have to select the we have to create the key pair, and after that EMR service role, so that our services, our EMR can interact with the other AWS services. So I had to select the creator service role. I will select this all the VPC and all. After that, for the EC2 instance, we are going to create a new instance profile so that it will have access for all the S3 buckets. And these are the configuration which you can see in the right side also. You have to go through this, and after that click on the create cluster. Creating a cluster generally takes time. Like it may take 3 to 4 to 5 minutes. So we have to wait for some time. But these are the specification you have to select, and based on that you have to create a cluster. And after doing a practice, right, you have to terminate also. That is the thing also you have to remember. So you can see your cluster has been created. So my cluster is created, but status is in starting mode. Still it's not ready, and you will see all those configuration like cluster ID, you can see the ARN, you can see capacity, you can see one primary node, one core, one task node. This is what we have selected. The application wise also, the version and whatever the application install, right, that also we can see here. The cluster management, so the logs will be saved into the CloudWatch, right? The status time you can see from here, and the below you will see all those property like network related, the VPCs, these are the property, and the permission wise the service role, this is the permission role, this is the one you can select. Now if I'll go back to the my Amazon EMR, I'll just click on the Amazon EMR, click on the cluster, right? So this is what we have created. Now, as of now, this is in starting mode, but generally it will take like 3 to 4 minutes. So, and after that it will be ready. Till that we have to wait. But after once it will be ready, right, we will also see how actually we can connect to this cluster. So let's wait for some times. Now you can see the status in a waiting mode. It took 7 minutes time, but my status in waiting mode means our cluster is almost ready. Just we have to connect, right? Now I will just click on this. Now let's see how to connect to this EMR cluster, whatever we have created. Now once you will open this, you will see here primary node, right? Connect to the primary node. So we will try to see how to connect to this primary node using a SSH. So if I select this, you will see for the Windows, this is the option. For Macs, this is the option. So we are using a Windows, right? So we have to follow this, and we are going to connect using a SSH, right? So before to that, we had to add our IP address so that we will be able to connect, right? So what I will do, I have click on the cluster. You can see instance hardware, select this. So you can see we have a primary core and the task. We are going to connect this primary node, right? So I will select this. This is the M for large we have created, right? This is in running mode. What you have to do, click on this EC2 instance ID. So it will open into this new one. I am going to just add my IP in an inbound rule. So I just open this. This is the instance, right, which is running. I'll just select this. Once you will select this, what you have to do, in go to the security option. Click on the security option. You will see a different inbound rule and as well as the outbound rules. So here you can see we have a inbound rules and also outbound rules. What we have to select, we have to select the security groups. Click on the security group, and now you can see these are the different inbound rules. So click on the edit inbound rules. Here click on the add rules. We want a SSH, so I'll select the SSH, this one, and you can see I'll select my IP, and you can see this IP it has taken. So SSH port is 22, my IP. This one I have done, and I will just click on the save rules. This will help us to connect to the EC2 instance using this IP. So this is the one only we had to do changes. So what we have done, let me show you again. If I'll go back, it will go back to the EC2. So you can see, right, this is my cluster. In the primary, I have selected. So what I have done, let me show you again. This is my cluster, right? So first I have to go to the instance hardware, the primary node, select the EC2 instance ID. Once the EC2 instance ID you will select, right, you will see this option. In this option, what you have to do, you have to just select this first, and you will see all this information. Go to the security, and after that, this is the security group, right? Select this. In the security group, you have to click on the edit inbound routes, and you have to add your SSH. This is one, all the custom one. So this is the operation we have to do. Once you will do, right, let's see how to connect to the primary node. So click on the connect to the primary node using SSH. I will click on this. So for Windows, if you want to connect, right, you have to download the PuTTY software. So you have to click on this. PuTTY will be downloaded. After that, you have to install that. The installation is very easy. You have to just click on the next. That is the one only you have to do. Now, once you will install the PuTTY, right, you have to open that. So I have already installed it. So I'll just select the PuTTY. So this is the one. Now it is saying like you have to pass the host name. So copy this from here. Select the host name. After that, you have to pass the host name, and after that you have to select in left side you can see SSH, right? Click on this SSH, click on this auth, SSH auth, and you have to select the credential, the first one. Now here private key, so we have created one key pair, right? If you remember, so click on the browse and you have to select that. So this is the test EMR key pair we have created, right? So we will select this, click on the open. Now after that it will ask you to accept. Now you can see our EMR cluster is ready and we are able to access this EMR cluster elastic map registered. This is cluster is ready, and you can see Hadoop command also. Now if you want to see the Spark, whether you are able to write a Spark code or not, so if I'll just write Spark cell, if I'll enter this, uh, it will take some time to install all the Spark, right, to adjust the logging and all, set log level configuration. First it will do a configuration, and after that Spark also, you will be able to see the terminal and you will be able to write those code also. Now you can see our Spark is also ready, and you can see here you can write all the Spark code. Now if I'll just write PySpark here, and if I'll enter, I think this is the Scala. Now here it is showing the Scala, right? So let me quit this first and I will show you how you have to run the PySpark also. Now if I'll just write the PySpark here, I will type the PySpark. Now here you can see it is executing, and after that you will be able to see the PySpark window where you will be able to write here all the PySpark code. So you can see it is initializing the all those configurations, and similar to the Scala you will see the PySpark also. Just wait for some time, it will come, and all those PySpark codes or execution and all, right, you can do here. Now you can see Spark session is available. Now if you want to run any kind of the PySpark code, right, suppose I will just write 1 plus 2, and if I'll just click on the enter, right, you can see 3. So all those Spark code you will be able to write here. So it has opened the Spark terminals. How to create a EMR cluster and how to access, I hope you got the idea. Now after that what you have to do, because your cluster is ready, right, if you want to terminate you have to select this and you have to click on the terminate, then your cluster will be terminated, and make sure you terminate this cluster after creating, okay, otherwise you will be charged. I hope you got the idea how to create a EMR cluster and how to access using the PuTTY. Now in next video we will see how to create a EMR Studio and how to access this cluster. So in next video I will show you that. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have seen how to create a EMR cluster. In this video we are going to see how to access this cluster using a notebook. So first we have to create a EMR Studio setup. We have to do, click on the getting started, click on the create studio. Here we have a three option. We'll select with the custom one. We have to pass the studio name. This is the name I will pass. We have to select the S3 location for the workspace storage. I will select the any of the S3 which I have for the workspace storage. I will select this. After that we have to select the role. So this is the EMR service role, right? So this is the one we have created during the EMR creation, that I will select. Then workspace name also we have to select, IAM we have to select, and then the VPC. So this is the VPC, and here these are the different subnet we have. Now how you will know which subnet you have to select? So go to the Amazon EMR first. See in your cluster which particular subnet you are using. So let me go to the cluster first. Let me come here. This is the one. You can see subnet 01F. So I will select the same one, 01F. Uh, 01F. I think this one. Let me go back. 01F37. 01F37. So VPC has selected, subnet has selected, security group, a default security group, and after that click on the create studio and the launch workspace. Now you can see service role doesn't have permission for the S3. So in this case, what you have to do, you have to select for the IAM, open in a new tab. It will open a IAM role. Now what is the error? Because here we are using this service role, right? This Amazon EMR, it doesn't have permission for the S3. So search, copy this one and go to the IAM, go to the roles and search for that particular role. So this is the role which I have created, EMR service role. I'll select this. And here we have to attach a permission. Click on the add permission, attach policy. I will attach a policy for the S3 full access. I will give access for the EC2 also, EC2 access also, and also all the EMR related access also I will try to give EMR full access. Click on the add permission. Now if you see, right, Amazon EC2 full access, S3 full access, EMR service full access, this are all the access I have given. Now I'll go to the EMR Studio again. Now I will try to click on the Create Studio and the Launch Workspace. Let's see whether it's working or not. You can see it is created the studio and also it is launching the workspace. In EMR, in a studio, right? This is the studio we have created. Click on this. Go to this URL. Once you'll go to this URL, right? EMR Studio URL it will open. Let's wait. Let's wait it to open in this URL. Now left side you can see workspace, right? So when we created a studio, it created the workspace also. Click on this workspace. Now once you click on the workspace, right, it will open a Jupyter lab. It will open a Jupyter lab. Let's wait it to open. Now here we can select the PySpark or anything which you want. Now you can see, you will see all those kind of the notebook kind of the things where you can write a PySpark code and you can execute. First we have to attach a cluster, right? So left side EMR compute you have to select. Serverless EC2 cluster EKS, select the EC2 one. And this is the cluster we have created. We have to select that and we have to attach. Here also you can get a error, and mostly you will get error related to the if you haven't assigned a proper permission and all, then only you will get error. Now what actually we have done, you can see this is the cluster we have created, a EMR cluster that we have attached, and here you can write any kind of the PySpark code. So suppose I will write 1 plus 2, and if I'll execute, right, execution started, it is starting the Spark application, and after that you will get a error. Any kind of the PySpark code you can write. Suppose you want to create a data frame, spark dot create data frame, right? And you can pass the value 1, 2, 3 something, right? 2, 3, 4, and if you want to display df something or any kind of the PySpark code you can write using this cluster. So we have created a cluster. Now if you want this kind of the notebook, right, for that you have to do a setup for the EMR Studio, and then you can run your PySpark code here itself, and you can analyze and you can get the result. So now you can see this is I am getting an error also, but if you write a proper code, that will be executed and you will get the proper answer also. So I hope you got the idea how to launch a EMR Studio and how to create a workspace and how to attach the cluster to your notebook. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to start a new AWS service, that is a AWS RDS. So what is the AWS RDS? What is the usage? What kind of the problem it is solving? Everything we are going to discuss in this video. So let's start. So what is the AWS RDS? AWS RDS is a managed database service by a AWS that lets you easily create, operate and scale traditional database in the cloud. Now, if you want to create a traditional database in the cloud, you can use a AWS RDS for that. In this case, you do not have to worry about the infra, patching, backup or maintenance. Everything will be done by a AWS itself. Now your requirement is like you want to create or operate or scale a traditional database in a cloud. If you want to create a database, relational database in the cloud, you can use a AWS RDS for that. In that case, you do not have to worry about the infra patching or maintenance part. Now my requirement is like I want to create a MySQL database. I want to create a MySQL database. So what actually you can use? You can use AWS RDS for that. You do not have to worry about the MySQL setup part, like you do not have to worry about the infra part, you do not have to worry about the scaling part, you do not have to worry about the backup part. Everything will be handled by a AWS itself. You just have to connect with the endpoint and you just have to use it. Suppose my requirement is like I want a SQL server database. I want a SQL server database. So with the help of the AWS RDS, you can create this and you can use it. And here also you do not have to worry about any infra part, you just have to use it as it is. Means it is a managed database service. What is a AWS RDS? It is a managed database service that will help you to create a different relational database in a cloud, and you do not have to worry about the infra part. So whenever your requirement is like when you want to create any database, relational database, you can use a AWS RDS for that. In simple terms, RDS database without managing the server. Now, what is the key idea here? So generally, suppose you want to create a MySQL, right? In this case, when you will install MySQL in your own server, right? In this case, you have to handle the backup part, you have to handle the scaling part, you have to handle the patching part, you have to do the server provisioning, database installation. There are lots of things you have to do, right? But when you will use the AWS RDS, everything will be handled by a AWS itself. You just have to focus on your development and the activity part. So you just have to connect and use the database. So that is the advantage we get in a AWS RDS. Now, what are the different database support RDS? Like you can create a MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle, SQL Server, Amazon Aurora, like a different database actually it support, and that actually you can use. Now let's try to understand what problem this RDS is solving. So RDS solve the problem of managing database manually. So previously also we were using a MySQL, SQL Server and all, right? But the thing is like there we had to manage the database manually. Without RDS, what was the problem? Means you had to install the database, you had to configure everything, you had to take a backup manually, you had to handle the server crashes, you had to do update or the patching, you had to scale CPU RAM manually, you had to ensure the security. Means if you will create database in your own servers, right, you have to worry about the installing the database configuration, backup, patching, security, everything you have to manage. But when you will use the AWS RDS, you do not have to worry about this. AWS handles everything for you, like database setup, backup part, software update part, scaling part, security part. Everything will handle AWS. You just have to connect and use the database. So that is the advantage we have in a RDS. So all the infra part, everything will be handled by AWS itself. You just have to connect and use the database. So that is the advantage we get in a RDS. What is a RDS? It is a relational database service. With the help of that, you can create a different relational database based on your requirement. Like you want to create a MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle and all, you can create with the help of AWS RDS. In this case, all the infra part, everything will be handled by AWS itself. You do not have to worry about the patching, software update and anything. Everything will be handled by AWS RDS itself. Now let's discuss about the key feature of RDS. Manage service, no need to manage server or OS. Everything will be handled by AWS itself. The first thing is like you do not have to worry about the managing the server. Everything will be handled by AWS itself. Automatic backup means it takes a daily backup or points in time recovery. Means you do not have to worry about the backup. If you want any time the previous data or if you want any time data, right, because of the automated backup, you can go into the previous backups. Third is the high availability. Automatic failover, database stays available even if fails on one server. So generally your data will be saved into multiple edge at zone, right? So if one is failing, right, you can easily recover. Scalable, increase CPU RAM storage easily. So scalable was also a problem previously, but now AWS will handle this part and you do not have to worry about the CPU RAM increase. So whenever is a requirement to increase that rate, you can easily do this. Security, VPC isolation, security group encryption. So all the security we can handle through this security group encryption parts and all. So this is all about RDS. Now I will show you one example. Now this is a SQL Server Management Studio. So what I have done, so I have created a one RDS database. So this I will show you in next video how to create a database and all. So this is the database I have created. This is a SQL Server. Now if, once I have created, right, what actually I got a endpoints. So if I'll show you connectivity, click on the endpoint. So this is the endpoint I got, and this endpoint I can use. I can connect here. So you can see this is the all the server endpoint I have provided, endpoint ports and all. I have connected through a SQL Server Management Studio, and I am able to write any kind of the SQL query, and I can do this. So this kind of the advantage we get. So with the help of that, you can create any relational database. You can connect to that database, and you can use it. So this is the advantage of the RDS. In next video, we will see how to create a RDS database and all. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to see how to create a one relational database using a RDS. So I log in my AWS account. I will search for the RDS. So once you will search for the RDS, right, you can see Aurora and the RDS. Click on this. So RDS where we can create any relational databases. So you can see this is the particular screen is coming. What actually we want to do, we want to create a database. So here also you can see a option create a database. The second option left side also you can see if you click on this, you have option to create a database. Now if I click on the create database here, right? So it will show you all the relational databases which you can create. Like we have a Aurora is Amazon provides. It is very faster, but we also have option for the MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle, SQL Server, and IBM. These are the different options are available. What actually I am going to do, I am going to create one SQL Server. This is the one I am going to create, but I think a process will be same for all only. So I'll select the SQL Server. And now here you will get a two option. Choose a database creation method, easy create, use a recommendation best practice configuration, or if you want to do a configuration, that also you can do it. So if you select the easy create, right, you can see it is showing you all those options like dev and test, and you have to pass a database name, you have to set up the admin password, and then you just have to create a database, then your database will be created. If I select the full configuration, you have option to configure also. So here you have to select what is the template dev and test, and after that the database management type Amazon RDS, or means you have to select, you will get option to select most of the things. So let's do this only. So full configuration dev test, database management type Amazon RDS, this one only. Addition, SQL Server Express addition, this is what actually I want, because in the description also if you can see, right, affordable database management system that support data set size up to 10 GB. So this is one, I will select SQL Server Express edition. We also have a developer edition and enterprise edition also. I will just select the Express edition. License type. So this engine SQL Server 2019. This is the one I'll select, but we have a multiple SQL Server engine version also. Now database identifier. What is the database you want to create? I will create a name as a dev test. This is the name I will give. After that, to log in with your SQL Server, you should set up the username and password, right? So username is admin. If you can change, if you want, you can change that. And also for the credential, right? Either you can use a AWS Secret Manager for the credential, or if you want to set up your own password, you can select that. So as of now, I will select my own password to log in. I'll set up the password. Make sure you remember this because with this only you have to log in. So I have selected the username admin and I have set up the password. Now after that, instance type, this we have to select. So you can see we will go with the minimum one only, T3 micro, because we are doing a testing, right? So here 2 CPU, 1 GB RAM and the network up to the 5 Gbps. This is one I will select, the minimum one. Now storage also we have to select. So general purpose only storage we will select. Here you will get option for the input output operation, SSD, input output operation, and this is for the high performance. We will go with the general purpose one, GP2 or GP33. I will just select the GP2. Storage is 20, I'm fine. If you want to connect with the EC2 resources, you can select that, but as of now we are just doing a testing, so I will just go with this don't connect to EC2 compute resources. DB subnet is a default, VPC also is a default. Public access I will select yes because I want to connect to this database, but because we are not doing a production level as of now, right? So I will select the yes. VPC, we will select the existing VPC. If you want to save in a multiple ability zone also, then you can select from here. I will not select as of now. And I think most of the things we have selected. And monitoring database inside retain 7 days of performance. If you want to retain it for the 15 months, you can select the advanced, but we will go with the by default only. Retention period is 7 days. And I think most of the things are we have selected. IAM role also has RDS service link role is here. And after that, we just have to click on the create database. So if we'll go with the full configuration, these are the option only you have to select. But if you select the easy create option, right, there most of the things are already configured. You just have to select the few option and it will be created. Now you can see it is start creating the database. So we had to wait for some time because generally it takes time to create a database. But I will also show you till then. Left side you can see we have a couple of options, right? We have option for the query editor, performance insights and all. So what is query editor? If you have a database like Amazon Aurora, right? So if you have that, then if you click on the query editor, right, then you will get a here you will get one query editor where you can write any SQL query. You can connect to the Amazon Aurora database and you can write any kind of the SQL query. Kind of the query editor you will get what we get in a SQL server in MySQL which we install locally, right? Like that, but it doesn't support the other databases. It only support the Amazon Aurora. So, but for other database, I will show you how we can connect that. But till then, we have to wait it to complete. So, query editor is option. Similarly, for the performance insights also, uh, all the logs will be saved in a CloudWatch. But if you want to performance instance, right, so from here you can get it. So let's wait first to complete it. Once it will be ready, right? The status in creating, then we will see how easily we can connect that. And now here you can see it is showing like successfully created database. Let me click on this. Now what we will do, we will try to connect this. So once you'll click on the database, right, you can see connectivity and the security. We have to select the second option, that is the endpoint. and with the help of this endpoint only, this endpoint and the port will try to connect to this particular database which we have created. Now to connect to this databases, what we will do, we will install the SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. So what you have to do, you have to come to this install SQL Server Management Studio, and you have to download and install. So I already installed it, so I will just open that SQL Server Management Studio, open that, and with the help of this endpoint we will try to connect. So it is opening SQL Server Management Studio. Here we have to pass the endpoint and the port, and we will try to connect. Let's wait it to open. And also one more thing we had to do. Okay, first I will show you. So I have opened my SQL Server Management Studio. Server type is this, and here we have to pass the server name and SQL Server authentication and admin name and the password. So these are the things we had to pass, but I will show you one more thing which we had to do. So this is the security group, right, which we have selected. Open this, click on the security group. In this security group, we had to add a click on this security group again. Click on the security group. You can see edit inbound rules. Click on this. We had to click on the add rules, and we have to whitelist for the MS SQL. This one, this 1433 my IP. For MySQL TCP 1443 my IP I will select, and I click on the save rules. This one is done. Now let me go back to the RDS once again. So database, click on this. Now to connect this, click on the endpoints. I will copy this endpoints. I'll come here. I'll pass the endpoint in the server name, authentication type. Hope you remember the password which we have set up. We had to pass that trust server certificate and click on the connect. Let's see we are able to connect or we are getting any error. If you'll get any error, right, it will show here itself like this is the error. Now you can see we are successfully connected. So left side you can see it is showing the database. By default RDS admin we can see, right. Under this RDS admin also you can see all the table views and all security and all those options. What we will do, click on the new query here. We will create one database. So I will create the database name. Create database. Database name I will give the new database, or I will give the name as a dev database. This is the database I want to create. Select this, execute this, and after that I want to use the dev database. So I will use the use command, use database. Similarly, I want to create table also, so I will write a create table command, create table employee. I want to create employee table. ID int name varchar. So this one. So database is created. Now I want to use the database. So you can use a use dev command, select and execute. And if you want to create a table, right, create table employee, if you write, the table also will be created. You can see table got created. Now if you want to insert anything, right, in this, what we have to write, insert into employee values 1 Manish, this one. If I'll execute, the value also inserted. Now in the left side, if you'll refresh it, you will see the dev database also. Click on the database. This is the dev database we have created. Under this, you will see the table also which we have created. In the dev database, the table also you will be able to see. So let's wait it to come. Or if you want to execute the table from here also, that also you can do. But you have to write select star from EMP. If we'll do select star from EMP, if we'll execute, you can see this table also got created. So what we have done, we have created one SQL Server database, and with the help of that we are able to, with the help of the endpoint, we are able to connect and we are able to write all the SQL query, database, everything. So like this, if you want to create any relational database, you can use the RDS. I hope you got the idea. That is in the thanks.
Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the Amazon Kinesis. We'll also try to understand about the types of the Kinesis services we have. So let us start with that. So Amazon Kinesis generally we use to collect and process large amount of the streaming data in a real time. So whenever you have a requirement where you have to process real time data, then you will generally go for the Amazon Kinesis in a AWS space. Now let us first try to understand what does real-time data means and why company collects a real-time data and what is the actual use case for the real-time data. So let me take an example of the Amazon website, or you can take an example of any social media website. So let us first understand how in a social media website recommendation works, and based on that we will be having a better understanding of the real-time data. So suppose I am a user, I am searching for the specific product in a Amazon website. So I will come to this Amazon website, I will try to log in and I will search for the mobile. Now after some time you will see different kinds of the mobile actually Amazon is suggesting me. How this all the things are happening. So this all the things are happening because Amazon is trying to collect each user activity in their website. Suppose I am a user, I am coming to this particular website, then one events will be generated. I am searching for the mobile, then one events will be generated. I am searching for the different mobile, then one events will be generated. Based on this event generation, what actually they do, they try to generate a event, they try to collect it, and they try to process it in a real time only. And after that, you will see they are doing a different kinds of the recommendation. They are doing a recommendation because based on the recommendation, I will be happy and I will try to purchase that product. So for business, it's very much important. The user should come to the website and they should purchase a product. So that's why they are doing this all the activity. They are trying to collect the data in a real time. They are trying to process it, and based on that they are doing a different kind of the analysis, and based on that they are doing a recommendation. So that is why it's very much important for any company to collect a real time data and to process it. So I hope you got idea why real-time data is important and real-time data streaming is very much important. So in AWS space, where you have to collect and process streaming data, then generally you will go for the Amazon Kinesis. So for other example, if you'll take, suppose you have to generate the real-time log data. For application, there are multiple logs generated. So these are all the use cases of the Amazon Kinesis. We already take an example of the social media. Let's take an example of the Twitter. So in a Twitter, 1 minute multiple tweets generally generated. So if anyone is writing any tweets, it should be available for everyone. So how this all the things are happening? This all the things are happening because they are trying to collect process in a real time only. So that is the use cases of the real time data processing. For the market data feeds, for the web click stream. So these are the different use cases of the real time data processing. Now let's try to understand of the, there are different kinds of the services we have in Amazon Kinesis itself. The first one is the Kinesis data stream. Second is the Kinesis Firehose. The third one is the Kinesis Analytics. So we know Amazon Kinesis we use for the to collect and process real-time data. Now there are three different types of the services we have. So what is the use case and where actually we have to use this all the three different services? So let's start with the Kinesis stream. So Kinesis stream generally we use to collect real-time data and process. to collect and process real-time data. In that kind of the case, generally you will go for the Kinesis stream. Now coming to the Kinesis Firehose. Kinesis Firehose generally we use to collect near real time. Near real time. Why we are saying near real time is because the 60-second or 1 minute buffer generally you will see for the processing. It's not like events is generating and it is getting processed. So in that kind of the scenario, we use a Kinesis Firehose. And also we use Kinesis Firehose to collect the data into the S3 and the Redshift also. So it try to collect the data, it try to process the data, and also it try to store into the different storage like the S3 or Redshift where you want to store. So Kinesis stream we use for the real-time data processing, and Kinesis Firehose we use for the near real-time data processing and to store the data into the different space like the S3 or the Redshift. Now the third one is the Kinesis Analytics. Kinesis Analytics generally we use for the, suppose a real-time data is coming and based on that you have to do a certain analytics. So in that kind of the scenario, we have to use a Kinesis Analytics. So based on the data, real-time data, we try to query it and we try to do some analytics. So these are the different three services we have. So Amazon Kinesis we use for the real-time data processing. Kinesis Firehose we use for the near real-time data processing because 60-second gap will be there, and the Kinesis Analytics we use for the data analytics perspective. I hope you got the overall idea about what is Amazon Kinesis and why actually we use. In next video we'll try to cover the practical part and we'll try to understand more about this. Hello everyone. So in previous video we have understand about the AWS Kinesis. In this particular video we are going to do a practical. So first let us recap. So when we use AWS Kinesis, whenever you have to deal with the real-time data, whenever you want to process a real-time data, then we generally go for the AWS Kinesis. We have a three services in AWS. One is the AWS Kinesis data stream. So this generally we use for the real-time data. So if anyone is generating any event and on that time only if you want to process that data, then you will go for the data streaming. The second one is the Amazon Data Firehose. So this is not a real time, it is a near real time. But this generally we also use for the storing into the S3, Redshift and all also. So data stream generally we use for the real-time data processing. Amazon Data Firehose we use for the near real-time data processing and also storing into the final destination. And the third one is the Apache Flink, which we generally use for the data analytics perspective. So what actually we are going to do in this particular practical, we are going to use a Kinesis Firehose. So AWS provide one AWS sample data streaming, so that actually we are going to use. With the help of that actually we'll try to create a data streaming data and we'll try to store into the Amazon S3. So that is the practical we are going to do. So I will click on the Amazon Firehose, Data Firehose. Click on the Create Firehose Streaming. What is your source? So source you can see Kinesis data stream. There can be a multiple pipeline which you can develop, like the data is coming through a Kinesis data stream and then it is coming to the data Firehose and then it is storing into the S3. So in that case you will use Amazon Kinesis data stream, but as of now we are going to do a practical and based on the direct put which AWS provide the testing data streaming. So for that we are going to use a direct put. So I'll select that. What is your destination? Destination is S3. We want to store into the S3. So I will select that. You can see the streaming name. It is giving by default this, but you can give your name also. Any name you can give here. Now second is the transformation. If you want to perform any kind of the cleaning activity, that also you can do with the help of the AWS Lambda, but as of now we are not going to do that. That's why I am not selecting this transformation and all. And the destination setting where actually you want to store your data. So for that I want to store into this particular bucket, so I'll select that. So in this particular bucket my streaming data will save, and after that partition, if you want to have a dynamic partition, that actually you can enable it, but it will charge extra cost, so we are not going to do that.
and after that you can see the prefix time zone and all. So we'll go by default with that, and advanced setting you can see it will create one IAM role with the basic properties, so we are good with this. So I'll just click on the Firehose stream. So you can see this is a particular Firehose stream which got created. Status is creating. Destination we are going to store into the Amazon S3. Data transformation we haven't enabled, so that's why not enabled it is showing. And dynamic partition also we haven't enabled, and the source is the direct put. So if in the case of the Kinesis data stream, the source will be the direct put. Now in the bottom you can see you can monitor whatever the data is getting streamed. Now you can see test with the demo data. So the AWS provide to test your streaming. So this is the data, the Tika symbol, and this is kind of the JSON data. So whenever I will start sending demo data, so this particular data will get saved into the Amazon S3 bucket. So that this particular data only we are going to use. So I'll click on the start sending demo data. So it is now going to store into the data firehose, but it will take time because we are using a data firehose. So there will be some lag in storing a data. In the case of the Kinesis data stream, real-time data we use, but in the case of the data firehose for processing, it takes time. So let's wait for that. But in the bottom you can monitor all the things like what is the incoming bytes, how many counts, how many incoming records is coming. So let's wait for a couple of time, couple of minute, and after that you will see when you will go to the this particular bucket, right? When you will refresh, you will see the data start coming. Now also you can see the data started coming. Now if I'll click here, so it is coming like a in the folder structure. You can see one data came. If I'll open this, if I'll click this, and if I'll click on the download, let me save this. Let me open this. So this is the particular one which I have downloaded now, 838 one. Let me show you notepad. You can see change price sticker symbol, like that the data is coming. If you will wait for a couple of more time, you will see more data will be available here. So if you will start refreshing, the data stream is continuously flowing, but there will be some lag. Okay, so let's wait for that couple of time. So you can see the data is keep on sending. So ticker symbol, sector change and price we saw, right? And this kind of the data is continuously going there. So when you will do a practical, please make sure like once you complete this practical, please delete all the firehose stream, otherwise you may get charged. So that is the practice. So once you complete this practical, stop sending demo data you have to do, and click on the delete firehose stream, and also if possible delete the S3 bucket also. So that's why we want to avoid all the kinds of the costs which if any AWS is charging, because these are all the heavy services, so you may get charged. Okay, so that's why we are not doing that. So that is the best practice. So once you complete the practical, delete all the service. So if AWS is charging, so that will be a very minimum. Okay, yeah, that's it in this. Thanks for joining.